Waking up in another world where anything and everything could evolve into beasts and have intelligence, Shi Yu starts to discover the wonders of a world so incredible that it seems like only imagination is your limit. Come with us on the journey of unconventionally taming the world's beast, epic battles, and pushing the boundaries of Shi Yu's newfound powers. Smack! A brown-haired man woke up with a book falling on his head. He sat up, got confused, and wondered if he had been rescued. The last thing he remembers is being in an accident while exploring the ruins. Suddenly, he realizes that he is not in a hospital and wants to know where he is. It was an unfamiliar ruin for him. The man was panicked, looked around, and saw a mirror. Panic turned to confusion. He looked at his reflection and did not recognize his face. He looked down and did not recognize his body. In his world, it seemed like a case of what they call transmigration. This is the first thought that comes to his mind after calming down. He recalls the life he knew he had before he woke up. The man's name was Shi Yu, a young, self-declared, charming archaeologist who is now trapped in a high schooler's body. After letting that thought sink in, Shi Yu wanted to know more about his current environment and identity. He looked around his bed and saw that multiple books were lying around. Then, Shi Yu browsed through the must-have guide for new tamers and postpartum care for your pet beast. But a book titled Beast Women Reviews caught his interest. With a cough, he tried to reach for it, but a tingling sensation stopped him, and memories of his current body surged through his mind. He was already confused, and all this information is not yet making any sense to him. Bits and pieces of what seems to be his memories come crashing in. Glacier City, breeding base, intern breeder, and tamers swirl in his mind. The tamers look pretty cool, standing with a giant blue and white wolf and a violet Pikachu. This confirms Shi Yu's suspicion of being transmigrated. He knows that he is not on planet Earth and that he is now on a place called Blue Planet. He remembered that Blue Planet looked pretty much like Earth, with the animals, plants, mountains, rivers, lakes, wind, and snow. Anything and everything could possibly evolve into transcendent beasts and have intelligence. Dragons, phoenixes, sea serpents, cute little pandas, anything your imagination can reach can seem to exist here. Aside from intelligence, creatures can also gain incredible powers. Information is flowing into him like it is just a natural occurrence. This is entirely different from what a creature from Earth knows, but what makes this world exciting instead of terrifying for him is the fact that humans have their own powers too. He saw it in his memory earlier. Taming. He recalls that through taming, some people can create alternate dimensions in their minds by meditating. People have the power to capture and tame evolved beasts. He is living in the taming era. Because of the taming dimension, humanity is thriving. Humanity is thriving so much that the tamers are currently the elites. Tamers are on top, but this is only in human territory. Beyond that, beasts are still rampant, troublesome, and need to be subdued by tamers who are probably riding pink flying bird stingrays or unicorns. Suddenly, he remembered that he is still called Shi Yu in this world. Shi Yu of the Blue Planet became an orphan because of the rampant, troublesome beasts. He stands up and tries to make himself understand that he is no longer the mythologist Shi Yu of planet Earth. He walks up to the board in his room and brings up a menu where he confirms his identity. Breeder Shi Yu. A bunch of pop-ups showed on his screen regarding getting loans. He then closes the pop-ups to see his weekly mission list. Seems like ad blocker isn't a thing in Planet Blue. The first keywords that came to his memories make more sense now. Planet Blue's Shi Yu was an intern breeder at Glacier City's breeding base. He was working hard as an intern to become a tamer. As he picked up the book guide to interning at breeding bases, he recalled the loan application form he wanted to fill out and his unfortunate situation of being an orphan who ended up as a bottom-class worker. MC, will misfortune follow you wherever you go? Fighting. Instead of drowning in his sorrows, Shi Yu decides to clear his missions for the day. This morning, he needed to feed the snow wolves alone and transport feed as a group. In the afternoon, he needed to collect green cotton worms growth data as a group. Turns out, the blue and white wolves standing next to the tamers in his memory are called snow wolves. They are carnivores who live in packs. The gleam in their violet eyes seems scary, and Shi Yu doubts if an intern like him can do the task alone. I mean, if they assign it to an intern. Surely the intern can handle it easily, right? Another thing that he realizes is that despite the lousy hand given to the life of Planet Blue's Shi Yu, he had excellent results in theory classes, and he had a unique taming talent, telepathy. With telepathy, he can talk with everything. While telepathy is not a power you can use to kick or punch things, it can be used in diplomacy, education, and research. It's an important skill, but maybe not for fighting. Well, maybe you can fight with it because talk no jutsu is the best technique in all universes. He decided that, yeah, He could befriend the snow wolves, and then everything would be alright. In Talk no Jutsu we trust. Shi Yu started to channel his powers to practice. He closed his eyes and chanted the words, "Taming dimension, open." A sparkling and radiant cube appeared out of thin air between his hands. When he opened his eyes, he is now inside the taming dimension. Shi Yu is inside a transparent cube surrounded by sparkles and radiance, and in front of him is a brown book with a blue-green jewel core. It seems like he has an idea that this book contains his second talent. What mysteries could the book be holding? There is no need to wait any further. The book is unlocked immediately and reveals that Shi Yu's new taming talent is called Skills Handbook. It's excited to discover his second power. Shi Yu reaches for the book and tries to learn more. Here's a brief explanation of taming powers in Blue Planet. Once the taming dimension is activated for the first time, one taming talent will awaken. Taming talents can be an enhancement or unique talent with a ratio of 9:1. Enhancement talents are typical combat talents that strengthen certain types of pet beasts. For example, you can turn your cute bear into a fire claw bear. It's pretty straightforward. On the contrary, unique talents are complex because the talents are super different from each other. Shi Yu's first talent, telepathy, is a unique talent, but it's not rare. It can be a helpful life hack for job hunting though. He was shocked that he got a second talent. Shi Yu learns that he can copy the skills of transcendent beasts and keep them in the book he unlocked. He can then teach the skills he collected to other transcendent beasts. The book is giving a detailed guide on how to use the taming talent Skills Handbook. It gave 3 conditions to copy and record the skills of other transcendent beasts. 1. Personally witness the beast using the skill. 2. Touch the beast. And 3. These 2 actions have to be completed within an hour. Teaching another beast a recorded skill is another story. The amount of stamina you need is depending on the level of the skill you want to teach. You will also need to figure out if the beast you are teaching is compatible with the skill that was recorded. With a satisfied look on his face, Shi Yu thinks that there may be plenty of restrictions, but the Skills Handbook, which will allow him to copy, record, and teach skills will make all tamers burn with jealousy. There is still a lot to learn about the basics of taming. Shi Yu quickly runs through the factors that determine the strength of a tamer, setting aside a pet beast's power. The first factor is the development of the tamer's taming talent, which is related to the development of the tamer's skills. Then, based on the tamer's knowledge and experience, a tamer's strength can also be determined by skill tomes and the evolution of taming. Shi Yu closes the Skills Handbook. Full of determination now, he thinks it is handy to help him master many skills. He sits down inside the transparent cube and closes his eyes. He tries to absorb everything that has happened so far. Having 2 talents can't be called cheating. Then, he opens his eyes with confidence and decides that even if he doesn't recall having 2 talents, it would be possible because it is him. A transmigrator. Since he woke up in this world, he knows nothing about his situation is normal. He tries to make sense of why he has 2 talents and comes to a conclusion. Shi Yu of Blue Planet has telepathy. Shi Yu, the Transmigrator, has the Skills Handbook talent. With that logic, he calms himself down and realizes that it is a good thing, a bonus. You won't lose anything by thinking positively. Use whatever resources you have in hand, Shi Yu. His train of thought is interrupted by noisy beeping sounds. This reminded him that it was getting late. Shi Yu remembered that he had his daily missions to finish. He hurries to his internship, thinking of the snow wolves that might be going hungry. Now in a camouflage suit with a blue scarf, Shi Yu rides an electronic vehicle and starts to look for the snow wolf food in the facility. He found some iceborne boxes and took a look inside. Yummy fresh marbled meat was inside. It looks mouth-watering. Shi Yu thinks so too, and knows that not everyone can be a tamer because pet beasts have a better menu than most people. After picking up a box to transport, 3 of his co-workers greeted him and asked if he was going to feed the snow wolves. They reminded him that snow wolves are not friendly and even hinted that he needed some dandelion clumps for healing. They noticed that Shi Yu became worried. I mean, after hearing that, who wouldn't be? But he was assured that he didn't have to worry as long as the Wolf King was around. His co-workers then laughed it off and asked if he needed any help. Shi Yu thanks them and lets them know that he will be done soon. They waved him goodbye as Shi Yu left with 3 boxes in tow. Shi Yu enters another building and goes up a ramp towards the snow wolf breeding area. He decides that he should set priorities straight and his focus should be on getting used to this world. Interpersonal relationships can come later once he has settled in. He is now in an area with white, snowy mountains. While he was sitting in his thoughts, unloading the boxes of meat and just trying to finish his mission, 2 snow wolves appeared behind him, their violet eyes shining as they saw prey. Is the chill on my spine due to the weather or fear? The snow wolves then released a loud roar. To Shi Yu's surprise, He turns around and screams, seeing a pack of snow wolves standing tall before him. His memories come rushing back clearly. Just in the nick of time, knowledge is power. Like the computer suddenly loaded with data, he learns that the snow wolf has an ice attribute and is a high transcendent. Snow wolves evolved in snowy mountains, can totally destroy steel and stealthily hunt their prey in blizzards. Their skills include freeze crunch, icy slash, snow mask, and cold breath. I'm unsure if this information will make a person more confident or panicked. Because he has telepathy, Shi Yu reads the snow wolves' thoughts. These beasts are very hungry, starving even. Even Shi Yu looks delicious to them. The snow wolves look at him with mischievous smiles. Right now, Shi Yu may be contemplating if telepathy is a blessing or curse. He wonders if he is there as a breeder or as additional food. The wolves' eyes are still sparkling, looking directly at him while he holds the box of meat that he is supposed to feed them. As the snow wolves continue to come closer to him, Shi Yu shouts for help from the Wolf King. He was told everything would be all right if the Wolf King was there. "Where are you, Wolf King?" A strong howl is suddenly heard, and behind the pack surrounding Shi Yu appears an enormous wolf with gold bracelets on all his legs and 2 gold bands on his body. He looks at Shi Yu and starts to walk towards him. The surrounding wolves make way and sit down as he walks boldly in the middle. This is the Wolf King. Shi Yu did not know how to react to the Wolf King's sudden appearance. He froze on his spot as the king approached him and put his nose near the top of his forehead. Shi Yu felt cold and wondered if this was the Wolf King's way of marking him. The Wolf King may have left his scent on Shi Yu, and he was just thankful that it took a boop of the nose instead of, Shi Yu hasn't even grasped the marking situation when the skill handbook suddenly appears. He didn't summon it, so he wondered why it showed up. The handbook opens, and a ball of light grows in the middle of the pages. Shi Yu got surprised. The Wolf King's skill Intimidate is presented to him. This is a high level of mental skill that helps the user scare, deter, or command another being with their aura. It can also knock out a much weaker opponent. This is the first skill that the skill handbook has unlocked. I'm sure Shi Yu can find good use of Intimidate. The first thing that Shi Yu does is use the skill handbook to copy the skill Intimidate, then the book closes. It seems like the deed is done. It's that easy. After Shi Yu gets his own pet beast, he can try to teach it this skill. He wonders if he can raise a beast king since the skill Intimidate also includes the sign of kingly aptitude. Shi Yu looks inspired. Well, actually, he looks funny. He thinks that this is such a fantastic taming talent. He pats himself on the back and looks pretty proud of himself. Shi Yu was reminded of where he was and what he was doing when the Wolf King roared again. The Wolf King looks down on him and wonders if this human being is scared. Shi Yu hears that through telepathy and thinks to himself that the Wolf King has no idea how happy he is at the moment. He picks up the iceborne meat box and starts feeding the snow wolves. The wolves are tamed due to the Wolf King marking him. He had an opportunity to pet them and reach out his hand and brush the top of their heads. When he touched them, a blue exclamation point appeared on top of the wolves' heads. He was surprised to see that the skill Intimidate was teachable. Shi Yu feels that he can raise a Wolf King. Excitement is rising in his bones now. However, Shi Yu has been logical from the start, and we are proud that he always thinks things through. He realizes that there might be consequences if he uses this skill mindlessly. Imagining multiple Wolf Kings scared him. Getting back to reality, he decides to finish feeding the snow wolves. Since all they were doing was eating and the snow wolves were tame, none of them used another skill, and Shi Yu had no opportunity to copy again. He left the wolves, who were satisfied with the meat they were given. As Shi Yu was driving away from the snowy mountains to proceed with his next task, he rejoiced in acquiring a high-level mental skill. He looks up at the sky and sees a greenback eagle soaring. A prompt appears that he can teach Intimidate to it. He gets thrilled with the thought of not only raising a Wolf King, but Bird King as well. Not sure about you, but I feel like this Intimidate skill is such an OP skill. While our main character is still an intern, and he's still got a lot of things to do, so he can't experiment yet, our Logic King determines that learning from the basics is the right way to go. He has 3 months, is finishing his internship, and still learning about this world. You don't need to rush Shi Yu. Like right now, he is taking his time traveling to his next mission. While traveling, he saw a billboard of the Iron Bamboo-based promotion, where they sell iron eaters for 50% off for residents of Pingqing District. Shi Yu of Blue Clan has booked this for him as his first beast. I know they are called iron eaters, and it sounds so hardcore and cool, but once you see them, they are the cutest thing ever. Iron eaters look like pandas from Earth. Cute little pandas with green eyes. They are middle transcendent beasts and only have one skill called Harden. In a world where evolution goes like crazy, this seems a little underwhelming. Shi Yu thinks that this is because the creatures are lazy, but he's already paid the deposit. Their rarity and cuteness make up for it though, so he seems happy with choice. He could buy it only due to the beast's limited level, skills, and the promo that makes it affordable for him. Shi Yu starts thinking about how to raise iron eaters. The cute little pandas consume metals and minerals to be able to use their skill Harden. He believes that adding this with Intimidate and maybe another sensing or agility skill, his own iron eater would be an excellent panda king. Whatever he was cooking up, he thought that this had never been heard of in this world. As much as he is planning grand things to do with the pet beast he has yet to acquire, he can only take out a loan and pick up the Iron Eater once he gets his breeder certificate. This will come after his internship. This thought makes him more determined to do today's job. He's so excited to meet new beasts with the possibility that new skills will be copied. Shi Yu goes to the Green Cotton Worm Experimental Area 01. It was the task where they would collect green cotton worms' growth data as a group. The team leader says that it is an easy job. So easy that if they do a terrible job out of it, they would need to work on 1,000 worms on their own. Collecting data should be easy and very useful for our logic king Shi Yu here. He comes near the big glass cages and tries to observe the worms. Here's what we know about the green cotton worm. They have a low level. Their skill is silk. They are a farm species, and they have many ways to evolve. There were multiple worms in one enclosure, but they still had room to grow and evolve. Green cotton worms also look adorable. They are obviously green, the size of a finger, with yellow devil horns, black and white stripes on their back, a yellow chest, and tiny little yellow feet. They look like adorable little green demons. Shi Yu tried to reach one of them to say hi, but these little things seemed nervous as his finger came near them. They squeaked and squeaked and squeaked, then whoosh. One green cotton worm climbed up his pointer finger, then everyone sprayed silk on Shi Yu's face. Shi Yu got the message. He knows that the worms want him to go away. Though harmless, it seems like he needs to find a different approach than this. The worm that crawled up his finger and stayed there was looking angry, but a green exclamation point appeared on top of his head. It's so surprising that something so little can be taught the skill Intimidate. It seems like the angry little guy can be Green Cotton Worm King. The little guy jumps back to his cage after losing interest in Shi Yu. The skill handbook suddenly opens. New skill, Silk, recorded. This took Shi Yu by surprise. He got confused. It's only the second time he recorded the skill, so he might not be used to it yet. But it happens. The skill Silk is a bug-type skill that can be useful when used extremely well. He feels like it's useless, but skill is a skill. Then he was surprised that he could teach the skill Silk to worms that already knew the skill Silk. Turns out, repeated teaching skills can help improve skill mastery. He was very excited, but since there were a lot of people around him, he knew he shouldn't push it. It's nice to be cautious while he does not know the full extent of his power yet. Back at the dorms, Shi Yu gives himself a crash course on the breeding base. He learned that 51 pet beasts were being bred here, and none had sensing skills that he would have liked for his future king. The skills of the pet beasts in the facility are fundamental and low in rank, not really suitable for his big dreams. Well, he is still learning about his ability bit by bit. For example, he does not know if there is a limit to the number of abilities he can copy. He wants to copy middle and high-level skills before he finds it out. Then, he remembers something his co-workers told him earlier. The dandelion clump. The dandelion clump has healing capabilities. He looked it up. It was called a model healer in breeding bases that can treat all kinds of illnesses. Shi Yu is now changing his target. We are now getting ready for a new plan. Shi Yu starts walking the dorm's hallways towards the infirmary. He figures that the pet beast with healing abilities should be there. Upon arriving, he tried to look to be in pain. He enters the infirmary calling for the doctor, shaking and shouting that he thinks he sprained his wrist. Well, isn't our Shi Yu a good actor? A beautiful black-haired doctor welcomes him, pushes her glasses up, and asks him to come closer so that she can take a look. She observes Shi Yu, and she thinks he is a new grad intern breeder. Seems like our doctor is used to these kids making a scene. Maybe these new grads often try to get diagnosed to get out of work. But Shi Yu then asks if this very real injury will affect his job the next day. The doctor assures him that all is well and that a simple treatment will do the trick. Now we are going to witness a beast getting summoned for the first time. The doctor snaps her finger. Foosh, foosh, foosh. It's like magic is gathering out of thin air. The magic then starts to form a shape behind the doctor, and a plant that looks like cotton with eyes appears. Just a simple snap. No mumbo-jumbo. It's that easy. Shi Yu then reaches out his sprained wrist and touches the plant. The doctor assures him that he will be fine soon. Then he lets the doctor know that the sprain did not really hurt that much. After a while, he could feel that the pain was gone. He was impressed that it was gone just like that. The skill handbook opens again and shows the skill Quick Heal. Recorded. It was an extremely rare healing skill. It's middle level, wood-type healing, and accelerates the speed of recovery from ordinary injuries. He was able to copy another Tamer's pet beast skills. This was a test run for Shi Yu, and it was successful. He can copy the skills of beasts they are breeding and the skills of beasts owned by Tamers. He has 3 months to do it, 3 months worth of chances. The doctor confirmed that the healing was done but didn't fail to point out that he was overreacting. The white dandelion let the doctor know that it was a minor injury. Looking a bit guilty, Shi Yu tells the doctor that he will be more careful. It's okay, and it is worth the risk. Shi Yu is working hard to learn about his powers but is still considerate. Yes, he felt guilty because he felt like he disturbed a doctor just doing her job with a minor injury. He decided that he will come by again to give the doctor snacks for her plant beast. If you think about it, doctors using the plant beasts even for minor injuries would be an opportunity to increase the beast's skills mastery. Now back in his room, Shi Yu recalls that he can improve his pet beast's mastery by reteaching the same skills. This is his cheat code that will enhance efficiency in training a beast. Shi Yu prepares to sleep. He starts to think about the day he had. Can you believe that this has only been a day? We have learned so much. He remembers that the doctor is an intern tamer. He recalls that when a tamer's pet beast skills reach a certain level, they can take the unified examination of the Tamers Association. If an intern passes it, they can now be a professional tamer. He wonders how long it would take for him to become an official tamer with 2 talents as he falls into slumber. After 3 months, Shi Yu has reached the limit of his skills handbook collection. He avoided low-level skills. He added super sight, which enhances the eyesight which he copied from a pack of high transcendent wind-type bird beasts. He was not really that satisfied with the sensing skill, but he would gladly take it. Another skill he picked up is absolute slumber from a high transcendent pet beast of a breeder called Nefer. This recovery skill will make a pet beast fall into a deep sleep and recover rapidly. Absolute slumber plus quick heal will help Shi Yu save a lot of money on medical fees if his beasts get hurt. What practical human being. He feels like his Iron Eater should understand that he is too broke for anything. He discovered that the skills handbook limit is only 5, which he thinks is too low of a limit. Shi Yu tries to figure out how to add more pages. Maybe he needs to develop some unique taming talent to do so. He wants to level up. That might help. Tamers get better by meditating. This helps them strengthen, modify, and expand their own taming dimensions. A well-built, modified, and bigger taming dimension makes a more solid dimension that can cater higher levels and stronger restrictions on pet beasts. A better taming dimension environment will also help pet beasts grow faster. A larger taming dimension can also mean a tamer can contract more pet beasts. Tamers can develop their own dimension based on their own personal needs. Taming talents can also be strengthened if a taming dimension is enhanced. This seems like an essential checklist. Shi Yu has worked hard but knows he has to work harder. Shi Yu has decided to be a professional tamer within a year. He already got his Glacier City breeding base intern breeder certificate. And now it is time for him to meet the Iron Eater he purchased. He is about to take the bus to the Iron Bamboo breeding base. Suddenly, it sinks into him that he is now in the glorious Eastern Nation. It is one of the oldest nations, which is also called Eastern Glory. His city, Glacier City, is a second-tier city. He lives in Pengqing District, a suburban area of Glacier City. He is now 10 kilometers away from his hometown. Iron Eaters are the specialty beasts of Pengqing District, and he is now meeting his very own Iron Eater. He's arrived at the Iron Bamboo breeding base. He got off the bus, got his suitcase, and looked up the stairs at the entrance. He is ready for the next chapter of his adventure. Shi Yu reached the top of the stairs. He thinks that this place is deserted because of the long stairs. He was tired, sweat dripping on his forehead, looking down. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar. He was startled, looked up, and saw a giant Iron Eater. The Iron Eater looked at him back. Wait, I thought they were cute little babies. He stumbled, then the Iron Eater suddenly reached out his hand to help him and said, "Hello there." Turns out, it was Lin Shuzu, an Iron Eater mascot who is an Iron Bamboo breeding base employee. It says Iron Bamboo Dojo staff on the chest of the mascot. How could he not notice? Shi Yu was so surprised by the costume. He thought it was weird that they had a mascot in this hot weather. He proceeded to introduce himself and ask if she was comfortable. Lin Shuzu lets him know that wearing a mascot helps her relate to Iron Eaters better. The mascot feels that understanding is the key to breeding the Iron Eaters well and that this is an essential thing a breeder should learn. Shi Yu understands the point the mascot is making. Lin Shuzu pats Shi Yu's head. He feels like the mascot is a girl based on the voice. She tells him that he knows that Shi Yu is a breeding major, that's why he got her point immediately. He confirms that but says that he is still a novice and that he is nothing compared to Senior Lin. Senior Lin was flattered and responded that anyone could do what she does. These two are trying to be very humble. Then she proceeds to sales talk Shi Yu into buying 2 Iron Eater costumes at a discounted price after getting his beast. Shi Yu was disappointed because he was trying to get a discount on his beast but ended up feeling the pressure of buying a costume. Lin Shuzu then escorts Shi Yu inside the building. The mascot removes her costume. Lin Shuzu was a long black-haired girl with yellow eyes wearing a green panda sweater and shorts. Shi Yu does not know how to feel, but he surely knows now that she likes pandas. In this case, Iron Eaters, and just hoped that she wouldn't sell him the sweater too. They reach the reception, and Lin Shuzu confirms that Shi Yu's documents are all sorted and that he can pick up his beast today. Shi Yu was very excited to pick his own Iron Eater. Unfortunately, he has no choice since he came late, and only one is available on the current batch of Iron Eaters. The health and personality of the one left behind has some kind of trouble. Our main character seems like a Pokemon fan as he compares his situation with Ash's. Great. All we're missing is him saying that we are gonna catch them all. The Iron Eater's environment seems relaxing. They are all sleeping on trees, surrounded by a forest and a walkway above a river. Shi Yu is again reminded of the lazy nature of his chosen beast. Lin Shuzu explains that the hot season is when they are inactive. Bigger Iron Eaters are more docile, but smaller ones are more active. They now reach the area where his Iron Eater is awaiting. The Iron Eater looks at them, frowning. They walk down the stairs from the walkway. Shi Yu looks at the Iron Eater and says that it looks normal. As if not wanting to look normal, the Iron Eater rams himself to the tree as they approach. It gets blown away by the force of him charging towards the tree. Lin Shuzu explains that there were complications when the cub was born. The labor was difficult, and it was weaker compared to other cubs. The other cubs learned harden at 1 year old, except this one. He was very different from the other cubs. It must have been hard on him. She explains that learning a skill late shows a lack of talent. He hasn't been picked up because of the lack of talent, but his personality developed differently because of it. Iron Eaters are very gentle creatures and would rarely do what this Iron Eater just did, ramming themselves on stuff. The one left behind sent himself hard to the tree to train himself. This Iron Eater trains himself wanting to learn harden and wanting to become stronger. Its redeeming quality is its discipline. Though he lacks talent, this Iron Eater has a dream, and he is working hard to get there. Shi Yu repeats this sentiment to Lin Shuzu. He looks at her with a smile on his face and confirms that the cub is untalented, determined, and has perseverance. She is taken aback and tells him that it sounds right and that he shouldn't be worried. She also gives him a piece of advice that though the cub is a late bloomer, raising it inside a taming dimension will be helpful in advancing his skills. The rarity of the Iron Eater's discipline is highlighted. This cub was weird. He had a massive appetite as he was training himself hard and needed the nutrition. Shi Yu excitedly tells Lin Shuzu that he will take this cub. Shi Yu's primary concern when he was about to get an Iron Eater was that they were lazy. Since he is getting a very diligent one, this resolves his problem. Tamers usually want a very talented pet beast, that's why Lin Shuzu became concerned if Shi Yu was sure of what he was getting. He assures her that he likes hardworking beasts and that he feels they will hit it off great. Don't worry, Lin Shuzu, there's no problem here. Cub is weird. Shi Yu is weird. That's that. With a smile on his face, Shi Yu asked for a discount. Lin Shuzu was sorry that she couldn't give him one because they treat all Iron Eaters the same. But since this was a special case, she was willing to give him 1 month's supply of iron bamboo. Shi Yu will take anything that is free. He loves free stuff. His eyes sparkle. Then he holds Lin Shuzu's hand and thanks her. Lin Shuzu approaches the cub, which is called 11. She reaches out to pet him and tells him that a tamer has chosen him. 11 looks behind his Shi Yu's direction, and Shi Yu reads the Iron Eater's mind. 11 is very upset because he believes that Iron Eaters are not slaves and he can achieve getting stronger on his own. 11 doesn't fear anything and he needs no tamer. Yeah, stranger things has happened. That's okay. Lin Shuzu picked up 11 because he was acting out. Shi Yu, on the other hand, was impressed by 11's lively attitude. Lin Shuzu drags 11 to the ground. She tells him that he won't have food if he runs away and that he will be growing faster if he becomes a tamer's pet. She assures 11 that he will learn harden quicker and that he will get a better environment to live in if he comes with Shi Yu. Upon hearing that, 11 points at Shi Yu and thinks, food and bed. Shi Yu hears that and thinks that he will do that as long as he has money. Rough, rough, rough. 11 roughs and declares again that iron eaters are not slaves and are fearless unless food and bed are provided. Lin Shuzu gives a sign of approval while 11 sits beside her, looking satisfied as well. A new partnership has been made. Shi Yu has acquired his very first pet beast. Lin Shuzu and Shi Yu are still standing with 11 in the iron bamboo breeding base. Lin Shuzu thinks that 11 seems bright. Shi Yu stares fondly at 11, knowing that this iron eater is looking for a good environment and good food. He tells the cub that he can have anything once he becomes a powerful tamer. 11 stares back at him, and Shi Yu thinks that he needs to depend on this iron eater's efforts to make it happen. Shi Yu and 11 are both starting from scratch, have ambitions, and seem to complement what each other needs. What a stroke of good luck. Shi Yu asks if they can now forge a contract. Lin Shuzu gladly agrees and tells him that she will stand guard. She is happy that a tamer wanted 11 because she thinks that 11 is not untalented. She knows that lack of talent can be supported by an excellent taming dimension, which has been proven. 11 and Shi Yu face each other, with Shi Yu reaching out his hand. Magic seems to gather around his hand, and it envelopes 11 as well. Lin Shuzu is reminded of 11's most extraordinary talent, not giving up, his hardworking personality, and the drive for recognition. Believe it. Lin Shuzu asks 11 to relax. She is witnessing a survivor of the rampage and an unwanted iron eater form a bond before her very eyes. She knows that 11 will grow under Shi Yu and wishes them a better future. 11 then gets transported to Shi Yu's taming dimension. Shi Yu felt the exhaustion after forming the contract with 11. Congratulations to Shi Yu on his very first pet beast. He felt warm, with a green aura surrounding him. In a split second, he felt energetic again. Lin Shuzu congratulates him on his contract and advises him to let it get familiar with the taming dimension and to not summon and send it back too frequently. She lets him know that if 11 gets used to the taming dimension, harden will be something he learns within a week. The skill handbook opens in front of Shi Yu and lets him know that his new beast contract was detected. His tamer points increased, and new recordable skills were unlocked. He realized right away that he received from his pet's energy, and that this same energy must be what helped Li Shuzu overpower 11 earlier. Though 11 was weaker, he gained something. Shi Yu was lost in all these thoughts as he processed all the new things he acquired. Li Shuzu looks at him and asks him if something is wrong. Shi Yu seems to do this often, getting lost in his thoughts. He snaps out of it and lets her know that he felt that his body's quality improved and that he was trying to adjust to it. Li Shuzu confirms that this is something you will get used to. As this was his first time, he should give himself time. What he can do now, though, is to start to get the papers settled. He was also given a breeding manual. Li Shuzu brings out a notepad. Shi Yu was asked to fill in his address to know where the iron bamboo would be sent. He was advised that the bamboo has to be fresh and that hoarding large amounts is not recommended. Once the free stuff has been devoured, Shi Yu can purchase more, but should be clear that he should pay for it. Shi Yu was okay with everything stated. He started to put his fingers together shyly and asked another favor. She was surprised. She has told him everything he needed. What more does he want? Shi Yu told her that he wanted to look around the facility. Pumping his fists with a determined look, he expressed that he wanted to take good care of his iron eater, and understanding the natural environment that iron eaters have would help. Li Shuzu tells him he can do that and assures him that he can bring 11 anytime to play. He was again reminded that he could not have free food. Our opportunistic Shi Yu was okay with not having anything free, but doesn't mean he is not taking anything more. Li Shuzu did not see the mischievous look in his eyes, but we can see that Shi Yu. Since a new slot opened up in his skills handbook, he wanted to touch the iron eaters to copy their skills. After 2 hours of touring the facility, Shi Yu goes home after copying the skills of the iron eaters in the facility. We knew that they had the skill Harden. It is a low-level metal-type skill that hardens the beast's body, turning it into an invisible layer of armor that can be used to attack. If 11 had difficulty learning that, he could just teach it to him. What a genius idea. He reached the house he would be staying at. Upon entering, has a wide-open area with a tree on the corner. He thinks to himself that this is a perfect place to train 11, even though it's old. He then summoned 11 and asked him to help him clean the house they would be staying in together. 11 walked towards Shi Yu without a problem. He let him hold his face, and he held on to Shi Yu's arms. Shi Yu was so taken by the adorableness of this creature that he decided that this is not something that should be cleaning up things. In short, it's too cute to help him clean up. They were just talking about cleaning up the place, but Shi Yu seemed to have a different priority. He wanted to teach Harden to 11 so much that he forgot that he was about to clean up the place. Using telepathy, he lets his iron eater know that he will be teaching him Harden. The cub looked up at him, a little confused. Then he suddenly balled up his fist and created a thin blue film surrounding it. Now, Shi Yu is the one who got confused. He asked his pet beast if that was hardened. 11 then proceeded to explain. What happened was, he took a nap. Then when he woke up, he knew the skill. That's it. He pets him again. Shi Yu was like a proud parent. He was happy to see the effect of the taming dimension firsthand. He was told that it would take at least a week for 11 to learn it, but it's only been 2 hours. Since 11 already had the hardened skill, can we now focus on cleaning up? Shi Yu asks his cub again to help him with the place, but 11 hesitates. We all know that iron eaters are lazy by nature, and cleaning up is not training. Even Shi Yu seems more excited to test 11's skills rather than make his place livable. Shi Yu decided that he wanted to teach 11 harden again to improve his skill level. Based on the Iron Eater handbook given to him, there were 4 levels to the skills: beginner, experienced, proficient, perfect, and flawless. Since his pet beast just learned it, it should be at the beginner level. To be able to go from beginner to proficient level, the estimated time is 1 month of training. We have the skills handbook, and Shi Yu is capable of reteaching this skill, but our logic king puts into consideration that we need to know the effectiveness and stamina this would take. He looks at 11 and thinks that he should start with the most effortless skill in his handbook, silk. He wanted to teach it to 11, but the cub had no affinity for this type of skill. He really wanted to use this skill to experiment and was thinking of a way to be able to proceed with this. Like an answered prayer, something rustled near the area where they were standing. A green cotton worm was sitting pretty on the tree on his property. Perfect. The worm squealed as Shi Yu commanded 11 to capture it without hurting it. Shi Yu was cautious, since this was the first battle he is sending his pet beast to. But 11 was oozing with confidence. He did not even bat an eye or give a second thought. 11 rushes towards the tree in a zigzag motion, climbs the tree, and jumps just above the branch our green cotton worm was sitting on. He then chops the branch, which falls with the worm. Don't worry, because he was on the ground even before the branch hit the ground and caught the worm on his palm in time. The teary-eyed green cotton worm looks up at Shi Yu, who praises 11 for capturing him. Both are staring at him menacingly. Oh, he has no idea what adventure he is in for. The worm was terrified of the cute little iron eater that caught him. 11 proceeds to toss the worm, and it falls flat on the ground. Green cotton worm could feel the 2 fierce creatures standing behind him. Meanwhile, Shi Yu observes the worm and notices a single mark indicating that the skill silk has only been learned once. He threateningly asks the worm if he is going anywhere. Not that the worm has anywhere it can run to. To seal the deal, Shi Yu kneels to the ground and captures it again personally, this time using both his hands. Shi Yu stares again at the worm on the ground. The worm had his serious face on and started to use his skill towards Shi Yu. Unfortunately, Shi Yu was an intern for 3 months and interacted with green cotton worms all the time. He has mastered the art of removing the silk they throw out. Shi Yu stands tall in front of the worm, with shining red eyes, expertly removing the tangles of silk on his hands and arms. The worm was so surprised by the skill that Shi Yu showed him. Moving his face closer to the worm again, Shi Yu threatens it telepathically, saying that it will be fed to 11 if the worm does not cooperate. The Iron Eater looks at it, drooling, excited by the thought of food. Opportunistic like his tamer, I see. Now that Shi Yu has successfully acquired a test subject, he can now experiment on the limits of his teaching skill. An exclamation point appears on top of the green cotton worm's head, and an indicator that the skill silk is teachable appears. The skill handbook shows up as Shi Yu puts the worm on his hand and raises it up. He starts to teach the skill silk again. Light gathers around his hands and the worm, and it seems like something caught the worm by surprise. Suddenly, Shi Yu was very tired and hungry and sleepy at once. He was sweating buckets, but that did not distract him from seeing that his second stripe appeared on the worm's back. Mission success, maybe. While that was happening, the green cotton worm was going through multiple experiences of using silk in his mind. This might be what was causing his confusion. It felt stronger, and with that, it gained confidence again. It leaped out of Shi Yu's hand, and while midair, it ties Shi Yu's hand together using silk. Instead of getting startled, Shi Yu was proud of this result, and the other was proud that the thread wrapped on him was better. The upgraded skill was still no match for him as he removed it quickly. Green cotton worm felt defeated. When is he gonna name it? Green cotton worm is too long to call it, and just calling it worm doesn't justify the cuteness. For anyone keeping track, we are now on worm 0, Shi Yu 2. The worm admits its loss and submits to Shi Yu. It was observed that the silk skill rose from beginner to experienced level. Shi Yu was familiar with silk threads and appraised what his new friend produced. He was sure that it matched the high-quality green cotton worms in the breeding base. Another observation is that the worm did not grow in size even though the skill mastery was upgraded. In addition, because the level was raised, he did not know if it was due to the worm's own understanding of the skill or if his power had something to do with it. Shi Yu determined that this experiment was a success. Though he was exhausted, Shi Yu still wanted to push himself and looked at what other skills he could teach the worm. He opened the skill handbook out of curiosity and browsed through it, but only found that the skill teaching option was locked for 8 hours. Like a game, using a skill had a cooldown. The Logic King tries to make sense of this mechanic. He had a confused face on and literal question marks for eyes while looking at his book, but he determined that this might be due to stamina consumption. He believes that this is a protective mechanism in place to help him not push himself until he burns out. Shi Yu's conclusion is that he can only get back to using it after taking care of himself with food and sleep. With all the information he had on his test run, Shi Yu thinks that he has to also build up his own body to be able to utilize the skills handbook. Since Silk is a level less skill and already took 8 hours of cooldown, he assumes that a low-level skill will take 1 or 2 days. He puts our new worm friend in a cage while dreading how long the cooldown for middle and high-level skills would take. Shi Yu brings the cage to the tree and hangs it there. Our new friend was brought back to where he was found with a new gold house. He wants to know if there are supplements that can shorten his recovery time quicker. Pet beasts have supplements, and tamers should have supplements too. Feeling like he did a good day's work, he tells Eleven that he will prepare bamboo shoots with sliced pork and rice dinner. It's adorable how our 11 absolutely drools whenever food is mentioned. Iron Ear was told to rest and that he will be called for dinner. 11 seems allergic to the word rest. Before Shi Yu could leave, he shook his head at his outrageous suggestion of resting and was determined to not stop. 11 feels left behind in terms of skills and wants to train right away. His eyes were all fired up. This little guy starts to throw a tantrum at the thought of resting. Shi Yu wonders if his pet beast feels unworthy of dinner if it does not train enough. Shi Yu tried to ask 11 to rest again, but the Iron Eater just rolled around more, and our poor owner had no choice but to let him practice more outside. With that permission, our cute little panda lightened up. Shi Yu escorted him out and realized that there was nothing to help 11 train himself in his residence. 11 points to the walls without hesitation, and Shi Yu stops him before it even starts. It was best for 11 to practice activating, maintaining, and releasing the skills in a specific body part in the shortest time possible. He assures him that other techniques can come later. 11 is satisfied with this plan and gives him a pause up. Thankfully, a disaster was avoided. Holding his head and going crazy over the thought that the walls in his home were nearly knocked down, Shi Yu adds training equipment to his checklist. Our list of things to buy is only getting longer. Shi Yu also knows that and thinks that money is urgently needed now. I wonder if Shi Yu's motto is for every problem, there should be a solution. Because his immediate train of thought goes to money-generating schemes. He will raise the green cotton worm. A good silk quality can garner a reasonable price. With money in mind, he thinks that he should look after the worm and his Iron Eater. The worm would be low maintenance for now because it just eats ordinary leaves. After Silk's skill reaches perfect mastery level, that is when it will roll in the big bucks. Shi Yu is already celebrating his cash cow in his head. We love money in this household. After dinner, Shi Yu can feel the tiredness in his bones. He checks on 11 and sees that he is already sleeping on his bed. In summary, 11 thinks that training is a prerequisite before eating and training is the post-meal regimen. Shi Yu sweetly strokes the top of his pet beast's head and worries that 11 fears abandonment. He sweetly assures him that he would never do that. Shi Yu starts to return 11 to the tame dimension, but the lingering money problem still haunts him. He is lying on his bed, trying to sleep, but it is all he can think about. He is thinking about why he does not have a cell phone or computer, but weirdly, what was more important to him was that he had never used a panda as a pillow before. Go to sleep. All those can be problems for tomorrow's Shi Yu. We start the next day peacefully. Imagine the birds singing, the trees dancing, and our little green cotton worm friend using silk to gather leaves for its breakfast. Then bam, woohoo! Everyone heard that. Shi Yu comes out of the house screaming that he has recovered. First things first, the book is opened. His cooldown has passed, and all skills can be taught. What an excellent day to be alive. The plan for today is to teach Harden, but another thing on the agenda is to go to 100 Herbs Hall to get the supplements that may help Shi Yu recover faster after teaching. He checks in with both his pet beasts, tells 11 to continue sleeping, and says hi to the green cotton worm. He was surprised that the worm could get leaves for itself and how carefree it looked like munching away. Heading towards the shop, Shi Yu thinks about our little worm friend as he sees other worms munching on oranges. Green cotton worms tend to eat nutritious plants, but the pet beast he kept was fine with an untended persimmon tree, which was not ideal for growth. It was not getting the nutrition it needed and would not have been able to transform if Shi Yu didn't come across it. Everything that Shi Yu thinks about is taming and pet beasts. He reminds himself to pick some leaves from ordinary plants on the way home to improve the worm's diet. It's not the same as the spiritual plants and fruits that the breeding base uses, but it should do to keep his silk supplier up and running. Shi Yu walks into a crowd and looks back at how significant the change has been in his life. While waiting at the stoplight, he starts to observe his surroundings. Like a sleigh, a pair of blue dogs towed a two-wheeled carriage with a man in a green mohawk driving it. That's not Santa Claus. Though he was surprised a little, he thought of how that was an eco-friendly mode of transportation and, at the same time, felt sorry for the dogs. Beasts are being used not only for combat, but for day-to-day life. On his right side, a lady starts to shout, catching his attention. She was asking for her gemstone cat to be stopped. What's more surprising is him noticing a brown and white cat covered in gems and gold bangles walk across. The cat looked more expensive than all of Shi Yu's possessions combined. The lady was chasing it, and he honestly did not know if the lady was walking the cat or if the cat was walking her owner. He remembers that pet beasts aren't that spirited and concludes that no contract might exist between the lady and the cat. He walks past a cat store and recalls that the optical skills of gemstone cats can be activated and evolve using different cat's eye gemstones. Gemstone cats are expensive, but cat's eye gemstones are more costly. There seems to be two kinds of gemstone cats that you can see. One is a gemstone cat without a cat's eye, which he saw earlier and can only be kept as a pet. Another is a gemstone cat with a cat's eye gemstone, an in-demand beast. Let's see how long it takes for Shi Yu to recognize this money-making opportunity. After a lot of thinking about gemstone cats, Shi Yu arrived at the 100 Herbs Hall. He enters the store and sees the products line up neatly on the aisle with a sign buying silk near the entrance. He should definitely keep that in mind for later. A green curly-haired man with glasses welcomes him and asks how he can help. He wastes no time talking about money first. Shi Yu asks the store clerk if they buy silk. The store clerk explains that they buy it, but only what green cotton worms makes on a specific diet. He elaborates that if high-grade silk was appraised, they would purchase it directly and hands him a purchasing guide for silk. We cannot see what the amount is, but Shi Yu is excited about the price. It must be a pretty good deal. Our opportunist king's eyes shine in anticipation and starts computing everything. Money is tight, and money is needed. His inheritance, financial assistance, and monthly loan repayment would only help him and his Iron Eater for a year. It's why he needs to be a professional tamer in a year. If he doesn't make it, it means a regular job at the breeding base and letting go of 11. Well, he stops dwelling on those negative thoughts and returns to his opportunistic self. He knows he can earn money by selling silk and must bring the green cotton worm's skill to perfect level. Shi Yu thinks that that is the key to his success. The store clerk asks Shi Yu if he is a tamer and interested in selling. He responds that he is not interested at the time and points to the vials of medicine that he needs. The store clerk then seems confused. I bet Shi Yu was standing there for a long time, lost in his thoughts, only to say that he was not interested in selling silk. After making his purchase, Shi Yu goes home. He was exhausted from walking while carrying his shopping bag. No cell phone, no bus. Another one to add to his list of to-buy things. In the meantime, he puts the grocery bag on his table and looks at the medicine he purchased. He bought clearing capsules, which has ingredients from multiple kinds of plant-type transcendent beasts. It was stored in a yellow-orange medicine dispenser. These capsules are used to reduce tiredness and to improve the body's strength. Countless tamers use it after battle because of its effectiveness in making the user feel instantly refreshed. This was a luxury for him. So Shi Yu needed to budget even taking these capsules. Seems like a hard choice. Take a hit on your body or take a hit on your wallet. Shi Yu should consider this as an investment. Shi Yu starts to summon 11 again. After a good night's sleep, he thinks that his Iron Eater is energetic today. 11 starts stretching to start off his day. Shi Yu thinks to himself that the positive aura he can feel must be from the effects of the taming dimension. 11 opens his eyes, curls his hand into a fist, and can anyone guess his first thought after waking up? Yep. With a very pumped up look, he wants to train. This time he wants to train for 6 hours. That's very specific. Shi Yu asks him to slow down and have a work-life balance. This statement is received with a very blank look on 11's face. Shi Yu then starts to rant about how his Iron Eater does not know that it is absorbing energy from the taming dimension, which comes from the tamer. The enthusiasm to train is welcome, but a little bit more consideration would be appreciated by Shi Yu. While his pet beast is working hard, Shi Yu has a lot on his plate too. He needs to meditate to make his taming dimension stronger, and using the skills handbook takes toll on him as well. Shi Yu sighs as he watches 11 roll around again, probably because the word play was used and playing is not training, and anything that is not training is terrible. Shi Yu is so tired that he thinks that taking on this very virtuous pet cannot be beneficial to him. Shi Yu starts to plan what he should be teaching 11. He thinks that absolute slumber should be taught soon so that the fatigue of his pet beast would not affect him as much if he knew how to handle it himself. He hears 11's thoughts, which are all about training and not wasting time while rolling around shouting that he wants to train. Our tamer kneels to stop his pet beast and lets him know that he can train once he is taught absolute slumber. But first, he will teach him harden. He pinches 11's cheeks. He is smiling ear to ear, probably because he heard the word training. Shi Yu uses his skill handbook to teach. Light gathers in the middle of Shi Yu and 11, while the worm was surprised while observing from his cage. Shi Yu does not let go of 11's face while teaching is in progress. 11's face looked like something urgent was happening, and he was roughing non-stop. After teaching harden, Shi Yu expected to be more exhausted than yesterday, but teaching the skill was still manageable, like yesterday. Shi Yu and 11 both looked visibly tired. He was sweating again with dark circles under his eyes, so he got a pill and drank it. He put his hand on his tummy and was relieved that he felt better immediately. Shi Yu then looks at 11, first wondering, then smiling. 11 stands up more energetic than ever, roughing loud with gold bangles on his arms and legs. He can't wait to show off his upgraded skills. 11 stares at his arms enveloped by blue light, feeling his newfound power. He then raises his arm up with a battle cry. Suddenly, the Iron Eater brings his fist down to the ground, forcefully, which breaks the ground. Let me remind you, they are at home. This rings the alarm bells in Shi Yu's head. He gets panic as he shouts at 11, asking what he is doing. 11 still looks cool, calm, and collected, and very amazed by what he did. He points at the floor, broken into pieces. Shi Yu was obviously upset and explained that the Iron Eater's harden is at an experienced level and that his combat powers should be stronger than before. 11 looks at him eagerly, asking what he did. Shi Yu's mood changes and he forgets about the broken floor momentarily. He is very proud of his work that he crosses his arms and asks if 11 is still rushing to train. He looked at 11 as if he was waiting for him to be impressed. The Iron Eater crosses his arms, too, as if copying what Shi Yu did. He suddenly looked disappointed because he realized that he did not do anything. But his skills improved. The hardworking cub cannot accept what happened. He felt like he needed to earn it. Shi Yu's expression changed as if he found that statement unbelievable. He asked for his stamina back. 11 stops him and confirms that he will keep the power that was given to him. Our little cub has quickly found a compromise for this situation. Shi Yu looks at his beaming pet beast that only knows hard work and training. The power upgrade was accepted gracefully, but in exchange, an intensive training of 24 hours without rest would be enough to make up for it. Is that really an equivalent exchange? Even Shi Yu wonders how much discipline 11 has in his body. He hopes some of the extra discipline 11 had would be given to comic artists he liked on Earth so that he would have enough material to read. He tries to warn his Iron Eater that what he is planning will not help him gain a level, but will lead to pushing himself to the limits. But nothing will be able to stop 11 from sticking to his principles. A sign was set up to not hammer on the floor. 11 is starting his training while Shi Yu sits on the front porch browsing the skills handbook. Since he bought medicine for his stamina, all was good in that area. But his cooldown for teaching lasted 24 hours, just in time for 11 to finish his training. Since 11's harden is now at experience level, while observing 11, who is gathering the blue light on his fist, he can see that the maintenance and stability have improved. He can also see the hardened skin on 11's body, which he can maintain for 30 seconds. 11 can also activate and release the skill faster. Shi Yu gets back to their focus for the day, which is to make the activation quicker and to be able to harden multiple body parts for attack and defense. Shi Yu looked at his front yard and was concerned about the house getting destroyed. Strength is something they need to develop, but he still needs the training equipment. Our needs list is just getting longer and longer. He goes out thinking that he will find a cheap alternative. Shi Yu appears laid back as he figures out how hard it would be for his taming dimension. To get to know the taming dimension more, there are 3 elements that go into it. First is strength, which determines the binding intensity of the taming dimensions, which is helpful for tamers who get stronger pet beasts as time passes by. Next is the scale of the dimension, which is for tamers who want quantity. Last is the environment, which will help to balance the diet and experience of pet beasts. Well, long story short, if the taming dimension improves, the beast will grow quicker. Being concerned with the binding intensity is not needed since 11 was raised in a breeding base and Shi Yu has no plans to take on a second pet beast. For a pet beast like 11 who wants to be accountable for his training, improving the taming dimension environment should be on top of the list to work on. As planned before, absolute slumber will be taught to 11 to help with Shi Yu's stamina. Shi Yu thinks of all the factors at hand: 11's discipline, his taming dimension, skills handbook, and nutrition. He is confident that 11 will progress quickly. All the cards are in place, and everything is going smoothly. The greatest obstacle really is money. Shi Yu enters the Fatso Gang alloy steel, carbon steel, and Gundarium alloy shop. While looking at steel, he was thinking of the future cost of food for his pet beast and how everything will be worth it. 11 is cute and packs a powerful punch. Of course, it is worth it. The following day at Shi Yu's household, our worm is now eating a healthier diet, probably the fruit and leaves Shi Yu promised to pick up on his way home yesterday. Our Shi Yu can be found sitting on the floor, surrounded by a blue aura and holding a water container with a tea bag. He is meditating to modify 11's taming dimension. After meditating, he watched 11's hard work at training again. It's so surprising, and at the same time not surprising, that 11 took the 24-hour training promise and ran with it seriously. A new day has passed again, and someone is knocking on our door. Shi Yu hurriedly goes to greet the visitor, and it turns out the durable alloy steel boards he ordered from the Fatso Gang store arrived. As he finished the transaction with the man with glasses, he was advised to return the items at no extra charge if there were any defects. After the deal is done and the guys have left, Shi Yu summons 11 to help him check for product defects. Shi Yu felt a bit different when he summoned the pet beast, and he got surprised by what he saw. 11 appeared, still cute, still with the gold bangles, but now with a red scarf cape. Super Panda? This was his fourth transformation. Shi Yu was glad that he decided to improve the taming dimension environment as a priority and already feels that this is a step forward toward his target of being a professional trainer. Our Tamer is very happy with the results and gives a thumbs up to 11. He decides to reward him with extra food today. Back to the business at hand. Shi Yu lets 11 know that he can now focus on strength. He explains that the house is not really a good environment to do it, but before he can finish his sentence, 11 wags his tail to him as if urging his Tamer to hit him. The Iron Eater was happy with his own suggestion, saying that brave Iron Eaters do not feel pain. While 11 was very enthusiastic, Shi Yu did not like the idea of hitting his pet beast after all. Not because 11 would get hurt, but because he knows he will be the one getting hurt. This is his cue to present his better idea. He shows the steel that he prepared for today. He explains that these are called durable alloy steel boards that 11 can destroy instead of the walls. They can experiment with how many stacks would be helpful for the Iron Eater's training. You can always hear Shi Yu's brain gears turning. He told 11 to use gravity to test his strength. There are a lot of high areas on the residence that would be enough to help his idea. Shi Yu points at the tree and at the roof. He instructs 11 to harden his entire body and charge downwards towards the boards. He even gave a name to this training regimen, training by falling, where you control the hardness of training by changing the height of the start point. He asserts that this idea is better than getting hit by a stick. He explains further that if 11 successfully does this without a scratch, no one can beat him. Training makes 11 happy, but good training routine makes him even happier. He hugs his Tamer's leg joyfully and even starts calling him a genius. A literal genius and a genius of hard work. This combination will indeed show great results. The little green Warren is intrigued by what is happening in their yard. He peacefully tried to eat, but the loud bam noises startled him. He must be thinking, here we go again. 11 was working hard, still following their training by falling regimen as he tackled the steel lying on the ground. The galaxy in his eyes shows his never-ending determination. He breaks through the stacked steel easily. He stands triumphantly in front of the pieces of steel. Then he looks at his hands. Upon closer inspection, his hands had multiple cuts. 11 starts to use the quick heal ability. He brings his hands closer together and channels the healing spell. The cuts on his hands disappear, and he now feels brand new. Healing success. After healing himself, he proceeds to drag another steel frame as if to go through the same thing again. Hearing all the chaos outside, Shi Yu quietly sat inside with a thinking face on. He was happy that the training was going well and that they were able to reach the proficient level at Harden. He was also satisfied with the value he was getting with the steel, which was used for training, and now can also be food. 11 can now live up to his name Iron Eater. The Warren is also keeping up. After reaching its fourth transformation, its skill Silk has also reached a proficient level. It was producing products that are like fishing lines. In addition, the silk it makes is now useful body extensions. The worm seems to be happy with the food given to him, with an owner who is always looking forward to its growth. Shi Yu thanked the supplements he was taking because he could train both the beasts he had at once. Aside from instant recovery, the pills help him improve his physical condition at the same time. Teach, supplement, repeat. The tamer recalls the 5 levels of skill mastery: beginner, experienced, proficient, perfect, and flawless. 11 is level 5 with hardened skill mastery at proficient, allowing him to have fluid coverage. Green cotton worm is now at level 4 with a proficient skill mastery for silk. With this much progress, Shi Yu wants to see the results of training. He wants 11 to take a break from training and eat up for lunch to reserve his energy for actual combat. 11 crumples the steel he's holding easily, excited for this actual combat that his tamer mentioned. Are we really prepared for this? Food, training, and combat are all critical for pet beasts to grow. Shi Yu is intelligent. We should trust him in his decision to start facing off with other tamers. He decides that he will not be jumping headfirst with dangerous encounters. Shi Yu knows that a regulated battle against a beast of the same level in a respectable center will do. Shi Yu starts to make his way to the center. He sets his own limits on this adventure. It's another experiment for him. He knows that he does not want to risk 11's life and that, ultimately, using the skills handbook is the right and efficient way to develop skills. Looking at a map, he sees that the battle center is very far from where he is, so far that he can go and battle wild creatures as well. All this thinking about battles makes him think of the exams he needs to pass to be a professional tamer: basic exam, combat exam, and survival exam. Just thinking about it makes you tired. He believes that it is dangerous to try survival trials for now and that joining a Tamers Association wilderness training would be more practical. He gets on the bus and validates his thoughts that it would be safer with professionals around. It's just like Shi Yu to be thinking 5 steps ahead. Let's focus on the first battle we have today. Shi Yu arrives at the Pingqing District Tamers Battle Gym while the sun is about to set. Upon entering, the gym was so spacious, and a lot of people were gathered. Our receptionist greets him and asks him how they can help. He expresses his agenda of wanting to battle and lets them know that it is his first time. Shi Yu asks for a tour. The green-haired receptionist gladly starts to explain how battles work. The gym gives battle venues for beasts below transcendent rank. They have options of an arranged battle or a random battle. An arranged battle lets you pick your opponent. The venue, referee, and medical services are covered by the center. Shi Yu does not know other tamers at the moment, so this option is not it. On the other hand, a random battle will assign you a random opponent based on the information provided. Based on the pet beast level, 2 categories are available: levels 1 to 6 and levels 7 to 10. They will check which level is appropriate and randomly pick the opponent. Whatever option a tamer chooses will be $100 per person. Shi Yu starts to sweat buckets. Of course, he needs to dish out money again. Nothing in this world is free. He wonders if 3 days' worth of food is worth this battle. He starts calculating in his head that maintenance costs, referees, and medical inclusions for $100 would be a reasonable price and might even be higher if there was no government backing. Like a messenger for heaven, the receptionist starts to talk about their last option, which is the gamble battle where opponents will place a bet where the loser will pay for both participants. Our opportunistic Shi Yu would never pass the chance for a free training. He immediately jumps at this deal and enthusiastically tells the receptionist that he will go with the gamble battle of levels 1 to 6. The decision seems impulsive, but Logic King Shi Yu appears to have already thought this through. 11 was at level 5, proficient skill harden, has quick heal, which will help him face a level 6 beast head-on. He was confident that he would win, to save money. He knows the risk and hopes for a weaker opponent, but strong enough to pose as a challenge to his Iron Eater. The receptionist gives him an application form and asks him to fill it out. As if a light bulb popped on his head, Shi Yu asks if he can increase the stakes of the gamble, thinking he should go all out to earn more. The receptionist was sorry to inform him that his idea was not possible in the gym. Shi Yu was sad to be denied the option to earn more. He was given a card and he was asked to wait for his turn in the lobby. His name and battle venue will appear on a screen once he gets an opponent. He thanks the receptionist and walks towards the waiting area as he passes another tamer filling out his own form. Chen Kai is also a trainer with a pet beast ice armadillo applying for a battle. We have never seen an ice armadillo. He is a blue-haired student wearing eyeglasses. He is here in the center because he thinks his classmates are no challenge for him and wants to find an environment where he can improve. Eyeglasses people are more likely to be smart. This would be perfect for him since the battle gym has no age or level restrictions. The student pushes his eyeglasses up, a sign of true intelligence. He declares his status as a top student and with a very confident smile assures himself that it is impossible for him to lose. He must think he is better than everyone else. Shi Yu was asked to proceed to Arena 11. Chen Kai was asked to proceed to Arena 11. Shi Yu starts his way to the arena and thinks that 11 is a lucky number for him. Who knows, it might give him home court advantage. His pet beast is called 11. Battle area number is 11, and then Shi Yu starts to wonder if he will be single in this life. Now, let this Feng Shui expert elaborate here. 11 is a favorable number, but represents loneliness or singleness in Chinese numerology. This might also be why 11 is named that way. As he is thinking about how alone he is, Chen Kai walks past Shi Yu. They take notice of each other, knowing that they will be opponents. Chen Kai may be brilliant, but our Shi Yu is smart too. This will be a battle of the brains. We are now at Chapter 11, Arena 11, waiting for 11's fight. The arena was a huge oval where people could watch on the sidelines. The arena manager, wearing a white polo shirt and yellow cap called Bai Shi, is facilitating the battle. He declares that Shi Yu and Chen Kai have temporary rights to use the arena for an hour. Bai Shi tells them that they may start the battle once they are ready, and that he will serve as a referee. The two challengers in front of him have prepared and excited smiles. No words were needed as they started the battle immediately. Of course, we are rooting for Shi Yu here. Shi Yu is very calm as he raises his right hand and opens his taming dimension. An image of a panda surrounded by bamboo trees appears behind him. Shi Yu yells, "Summon." Wait, does an arena make summoning pet beasts cooler? Bamboo trees appear with a silhouette of an iron eater enveloped by green light. 11 appears in front of Shi Yu, prepared for battle. Here is the tale of the tape. 11 is an iron eater cub, which is a metal beast, middle transcendent, level 5. His skills include a proficient level harden and a beginner level quick heal. That's our bet. Chen Kai opens his own taming dimension. He crosses his arms, then an image of an armadillo appears behind him as he summons his pet beast. Blue ice glaciers appear with a silhouette of a pet beast we have not seen before. An ice armadillo appears with yellow eyes, blue and yellow body, armor, and claws. It is an ice-type beast, middle transcendent, level 6. His skills include an experience level ice armor and icy slash. Yeah, that's cool, literally. Their battle was being broadcast in the lobby, and people got excited that it was a battle between novices. A brown-haired girl with a headband sees it and points it out to her friend Yue. Yue, a pink and blue ponytail-haired girl, recognizes Chen Kai. They are wearing the same thing, student uniform. Headband asks Yue if she knows him. She tells her that they are classmates, and she knows just how strong Chen Kai is. Her friend then asks who the stronger tamer it is. Yue confirms that nobody can defeat Chen Kai in their entire grade. This is a challenger that we want. Chen Kai's ice armadillo is a level 6 beast with 2 experienced skills. Headband tells Yue that she wouldn't have guessed that the guy with glasses is a top student. He has glasses. Of course, he's a top student. Headband also asks if she knows the opponent since they both have iron eaters. Yue does not know Shi Yu, but since she has experience with iron eaters, she knows that the one in battle is lower than level 6 and predicts that it will probably lose. She looked hopeless knowing that breaking the ice armor is only possible if the hardened skill is at an experienced level. With the laziness that comes with their nature, an iron eater at level 6 would only mean they have hardened at a beginner level. Yue remembers regretting picking an iron eater based on the cuteness meter alone. Her iron eater loves to sleep, and she had a hard time training it. Back to assessing the battle, Yue backtracks and thinks that even an experienced level harden will not be able to defeat Chen Kai's ice armadillo. From Yue's perspective, adult iron eaters are above ice armadillos based on overall qualities. However, the one she is watching is a cub. Oh, let's look forward to all their surprise faces. Back to the battle, Chen Kai points his finger and commands his ice armadillo to use icy slash. This guy knows not to waste time. His pet beast springs into action and jumps forward. Bai Shi was impressed with the armadillo's strength, which a student from an elite school trained. As the ice armadillo approaches, Shi Yu stretches his arms to command 11 to use harden. 11 acknowledges the command, puts a determined look on his face, and channels his aura in his hands. The ice armadillo's claws hit 11 with a thud. Should we start getting worried now? The ice armadillo's claws cracked, making it cry a little. Our little cub stands tall without a scratch on his body. Chen Kai was surprised that their attack was not effective. Our opponent keeps a distance from 11. Shi Yu tells 11 to counterattack, and 11 roughs as he jumps above his opponent. Chen Kai moves to defend, ordering his pet beast to use ice armor. Let's see who has thicker skin, shall we? A blue aura starts to gather around Ice Armadillo and strengthens its armor. This move does not faze our favorite Iron Eater as he pushes downward with his hardened fist. Will it work? 11 makes contact with his opponent's shield, and slowly, the impact makes cracks in the armor, destroying it completely. Yes, Ice Armadillo is very shocked as he sees his defenses smashed. 11 sends the Ice Armadillo flying through the air unconscious. What a one-sided battle. There was nothing the opponent could do. Shi Yu smiles, seeing the fruits of their labor. On the other hand, Chen Kai wrinkles his brows, screaming at how impossible this situation looks. Ice Armadillo was sent past his tamer, crashing into a wall. Chen Kai still cannot believe his eyes. He is sweating. His nose is running as he repeats to himself that it is impossible how badly he is losing. I'm starting to feel bad for him. He looks like this was his first loss. Shi Yu reviews the battle in his head immediately. He was happy seeing the skill Harden performing better than he imagined. Raising 11's fighting spirit with dinner might have affected his drive to win. More yummy food for this win celebration, please. Shi Yu wonders if the battle is over, seeing the referee go towards the fainted pet beast and the student he fought. It was too easy for him that he was not even concerned if the Ice Armadillo would stand again. He is already thinking of where to find stronger opponents. Even the referee could not believe his eyes. The battle was over quickly before anyone could realize what happened. Bai Shi wonders if the Harden used was at a proficient level, but he could not be sure since he knows that this was a battle with a level 5 Iron Eater. Bai Shi and Chen Kai sit in silence as they try to figure out what is happening. Yue, who was watching the whole battle happen, wondered the same thing. She did not expect an Iron Eater cub to have a proficient level Harden. The audience cannot believe what happened either. Headband states the obvious that Yue's classmate lost, and Yue now starts to deny knowing her classmate who lost. Yue, you traitor. The keyword here is unbelievable. That's just what everyone can think about now. Yue still cannot believe that a level 5 Iron Eater could have a proficient level Harden. She tries to make sense of it, assuming that its tamer is high-ranking, or that he comes from a wealthy family, a tamer with top-grade supplements, or a tamer with unique training methods. She lists everything she can think of. Yeah, I wonder if one of those is true. Anyway, despite denying knowing Chen Kai earlier, she hopes that he recovers from this loss. Meanwhile, Chen Kai returns his Iron Armadillo to his tame dimension. He wondered who his opponent was. Shi Yu is still a nobody for now. He checks Shi Yu out again, and at the other side of the arena, he sees an Iron Eater waving at him. 11 waves his hand energetically. Is he taunting his opponent when he has already won? This gesture annoys Chen Kai, and now he concludes that knowing that the outside world is dangerous, he'll be confining his experience at school. 11 strikes a peace sign, all sparkling and proud of himself for training until 4 in the morning. The referee now declares Shi Yu as the winner of the battle. You know what this means. We will not be paying a single cent for this battle. Pay up, Chen Kai. Shi Yu looks at 11 happily and celebrates his win again. He takes 11 back to his tame dimension and asks him to rest. But what I really want to know is, did we make friends or enemies today? Chen Kai is curious if Shi Yu is a student from Pingqing. He is so amazed by his opponent's power that he wants to know who this is. Shi Yu gladly answers the questions and confirms that he is indeed from Pingqing and lets him know that he just graduated from Glacier City. Pingqing is on the outskirts of Glacier City. The quality of education there is lower than in the city. Star students usually target studying in the city to receive a better education. Chen Kai stares at Shi Yu, thinking of the gap they have, which he assumes is because of the level of education they received. He guesses that Shi Yu is one of Glacier's most outstanding young tamers. Knowing that there is someone always better than he is drives him to decide to work harder. Yes, losses should always be treated as an opportunity instead of a setback. Shi Yu says goodbye to Chen Kai, but something struck him the wrong way. Aha, something clicks in his brain. Chen Kai is graduating, but his graduation is 1 month away, and someone graduating recently does not make sense to him. Are education timelines similar in Blue Planet? Bai Shi hears this sentiment and confirms that this is the case for battle majors. Referee, medical, and breeding majors graduate sooner because of the difference in internships and job placements. This information hurts Chen Kai's ego. Shi Yu was not a battle major. Again, keyword unbelievable. Bai Shi asks Chen Kai if his Ice Armadillo needs to be taken to the health center. Chen Kai was also reminded to pay his opponent's fees since he lost the gamble battle. Chen Kai decided to go to the health center first. Even though taming dimensions can help heal a pet beast battle wounds, he wanted to utilize the services he is paying for $200 total. Meanwhile, Shi Yu is already searching for another opponent. The receptionist informed him that he could not challenge opponents on a higher level because tamers are grouped according to the levels of pet beasts. Seems like a fair rule. The receptionist explains that some tamers want to avoid battling with someone weaker. This concern shows how competitive tamers are in general. They do not strive only for victory, but always look forward to improving. This rule saddens Shi Yu. He always wants a good challenge, as any good tamer does. He had shown 11's proficient level harden in his battle, and he knew no one would match him in the levels 1 to 6 bracket. The receptionist gives him the option of going into battle with someone he knows for an arranged battle. This allows him and his chosen opponent to rent an arena together with other services. This is a problem because Shi Yu does not know anyone. He is a certified introvert who does not know where to find anyone. He thanks the green-haired receptionist and goes outside to board the bus to the Tamers Association. Will he be able to find what he needs there? The Tamers Association is a place that accepts and announces missions and rewards to tamers. All the missions will put all tamers to the test. They also facilitate wilderness training every 3 months in Pincheng to train local intern tamers. There was a demand in all cities to have competent tamers in their areas. These training sessions are meant to help build foundations for intern tamers. There were also missions below transcendent rank that focused on training tamers and their pet beasts, which in Shi Yu's opinion is a training venue that can be tiring and unrewarding. It sounds like he doesn't have confidence in what TA is offering, but it is his only choice for now. Shi Yu alights the bus and walks to the TA building. He thinks these missions will not even be comparable to 11 transporting bricks, but we will only know once we try, sir. Shi Yu walks to the mission application machine. Rather than earning money, he looks at the device, thinking that his main goal is finding an opponent to challenge them. Is this really Shi Yu saying that something is more important than money? If he cannot find an opponent, finding a mission for 11's training would be alright too. He was looking at the options for 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star missions. 11's training mindset has rubbed off on this guy. But since we want to prioritize 11's training, he thinks that letting him work outside the house would help his Iron Eater's mental and physical health. Jumping off a roof day in and day out is definitely not healthy. Seeing 11 very happy after the battle drove him to consider a different approach. Shi Yu browses the missions. A 1-star mission prompts them to catch an organized, large-scale stray cat thief syndicate. He imagines cats of different colors wearing bandit masks and capes. Well, isn't that cute? What do these cats steal? Hearts? Shi Yu is not shocked at the thought since he knows that all kinds of creatures can achieve high intelligence, making it possible for syndicates of beasts to exist. He finds it funny thinking what these cats were stealing, probably seafood or cat food, or hearts of the general population. He skips the cat bandits and looks at the next 1-star mission. Someone was looking for a wind-type level 6 pet beast as a sparring buddy. The reward is something Shi Yu is considering, but 11 is not level 6 and not a wind-type either, so that's not something they can do. 1-star mission to escort, catch live wind locusts, exterminate earth rats. The other missions are not impressive to him. As Shi Yu browses with a bored look on his face, nothing just seems to be what he is looking for. He continues to do this for 1 hour, and not one is something he would like for 11. Some of the missions he saw were attempts to hire cheap labor. For example, a wind locust mission was filed by a restaurant. Wind locusts are agricultural pests, but also a delicacy. If we give 11 wings, that would be too OP. Posting these types of missions would be less efficient for citizens. But since it was not really an urgent request, no time limit is indicated. Shi Yu wanted to get the wind locust mission, but it would be hard on 11 since he could not fly. A flying Iron Eater. Oh, what can we do to see that? Wind locust skills include Wind Wing, which makes them fast. Shi Yu visualizes the battle. 11 could harden to deflect the attacks. However, if he were attacked by a large number of wind locusts who are all quick, the problem would be not being able to harden on time due to lack of reaction time and vision. Shi Yu plans to teach Super Sight to 11 to help him overcome this. Harden plus Super Sight, explosive strength, plus the ability to pinpoint incoming attacks will improve 11's combat strength. 11 should definitely learn Super Sight and get missions to train this pet beast's reflexes. I mean, wings would be fantastic, but Super Sight can be cool too, I guess. In the meantime, he decides that they will take the 1-star mission to exterminate earth rats. Earth rats are tiny red creatures ranked at the bottom of the pet beast world. They have the skill Earth Escape, which lets them go underground. Earth rats are as strong as stray dogs, and human adults can fight them off with a weapon. Their advantage is being agile on top of moving in large numbers. Normal rats are kind of scary, but a horde of red rats? Are we sure about this? Even if they do have lower levels, they can still pose a danger. Being crowded by earth rats sounds scary. but there is little to no worry because their first instinct is to escape until they have no choice. This was something to be thankful for because despite having a flight attitude to danger, earth rats are considered one of the 4 great pests. They are rare in cities, but they gather in villages. In addition, it is a challenge to exterminate everything, and people are having a hard time because of it. Shi Yu knows that several villages collectively issue the mission to help deal with their pest problem. This is a long-term mission that requires parties of tamers to deal with rats on the daily. He takes the mission, knowing it is a harder task than the wind locust's one, but it seems more feasible to do since no flying is required for earth rats. On a similar note, it will also help train reflexes for 11. Similar to whack-a-mole. Locate the earth rats and take them out before they escape. He thinks that it would be beneficial to train reflexes for a few days after training hard to make hardened proficient level. Getting some additional skills to pair with it would be good for progress. After finalizing his plan, he stares at the mission card for earth rats he has on his hand. Shi Yu turns around as a familiar uniform catches his eye. He sees Shen Kai and greets him by asking how his ice armadillo is doing. What a coincidence! Shen Kai sees him and responds awkwardly that it has recovered. Shi Yu continues to make conversation by asking if Chen Kai is taking a mission too. Chen Kai was curious about what mission someone elite would take, wanting to learn by following his example. Showing the Earth Rat mission card to Chen Kai, Shi Yu lets him know that he will exterminate these things. Chen Kai was surprised that he wanted to do this on his own. Our Shi Yu is independent, that's why. Shi Yu is aware that tamers tackle this mission as a party, but Chen Kai explains further that since Earth Rats are cunning, working with others would make the job easier. Shen Kai passionately asks Shi Yu to form a party with him for this mission. Having company is not really a bad thing, Shi Yu. Shi Yu was taken aback by this request, considering he had just easily defeated this guy. Shen Kai is just built different. He then tries to decline politely by saying 2 of them would not make such a difference, but Shen Kai readily responds that he will take 2 more of his classmates to join them. Shen Kai already distributes tasks like having one stall the rats, others distract the rats, and the remaining attack the rats. This guy is so efficient and convincing. The elaborate planning makes Shi Yu wonder if this is a boss attack. However, he thinks it through and knows that facing an enormous number of earth rats would be troublesome. Plus, this opportunity can help him network. Shi Yu accepted the partnership. Chen Kai excitedly confirms that he will take care of asking his classmates as soon as this night. As expected from a top student, he works fast. They will be forming a 4-member party. Chen Kai's ulterior motive is to find out how Shi Yu is training his pet beast. He is curious about how one can drive an iron eater that is naturally lazy. Shi Yu heads home and goes straight to the 100 Herbs Hall. By this time, the clerk was already familiar with him. The clerk wonders what Shi Yu does for a living because it's his 3rd time visiting the store this month. Our best actor coughs lightly and tells the clerk that his pet beast has been training a lot and battling, which is not a lie, and that he had always been sickly since he was young, which is definitely not true. The clerk then gives him multiple boxes of clearing capsules with a worried look on his face. Shi Yu thinks that he should find another supplier to avoid looking like a weak person who needs supplements frequently. But for now, this is necessary if he wants to prepare for his first mission with 11. After a long day, Shi Yu is back at home. 11 can be seen munching away bamboo while Shi Yu wolfs down his dinner. They both deserve such a good meal after their victory. The celebration did not last long because Shi Yu looked at 11 with bright eyes after eating and told him he would be learning a new skill. Shi Yu pinches 11's face while 11 looks sad. He is disappointed because he feels like all his strength is never due to his hard work, which he prides himself in. We hope 11 does not underestimate himself. We see you. Shi Yu does not wait for his opinion and starts teaching super sight. He explains to 11 that this can be activated using mental energy and that his eyesight will improve. This skill will also give 11 night vision. 11's eyes burst with green light and the teaching part is over instantly. 11 rubs his eyes while his tamer's spirit is just sucked out of him. The Iron Eater does not waste a minute and starts walking to the door. It was night, and he could see the surroundings clearly. Teaching success. The training maniac seems satisfied despite him not wanting the skill earlier. He finds it helpful for training at night and will use it to make up for what he thinks is slacking off. After teaching super sight, Shi Yu sees that the cooldown for teaching became 48 hours. He feels the strain on his body so much that he hopes 11 will not train immediately. Keeping still seems impossible for 11, the hard work king. He sees 11 is already prepared for tomorrow's Earth Rat mission. Shi Yu is happy that his pet beast is super pumped but still wishes for a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Kai is fulfilling his promise of bringing 2 people to complete the party. He goes into their group chat. where he thinks nobody is good enough, and asks any two people to join him for an Earth Rat mission. Zhang Yue, a not bad student in his opinion, privately messages him. Zhang Yue saw him in the arena earlier. She is the pink and blue-haired girl Yue. Chen Kai spits his drink upon seeing this and starts replying immediately. He worriedly asks his classmate what she saw. Yue informs him that she saw everything. The thought of someone seeing him lose brutally sends him into a panic. If Yue knows, all the girls know now that he was defeated by a nobody. Oh no, Chen Kai's perfect reputation. They continued chatting about Shi Yu as Yue was very curious and wanted to learn Iron Eater teaching techniques from him. Chen Kai then invites her to come with them on their mission and to bring another tamer with a control-type pet beast. The next day, Shi Yu and Chen Kai meet in front of the Tamers Association. Shi Yu looks like he did not sleep a wink, which concerns Chen Kai. Shi Yu lets him know that he is fine, but he is, in fact, not. Although Levin slept, his fatigue after teaching a skill took a toll. Shi Yu asks where the rest of their party is. Chen Kai tells him they will be arriving soon. Just on cue, Yue shows up with headband and greets them good morning. Chen Kai starts the introductions, join Yue, who we already know is his classmate. Then we finally know Headband's name. Yu Jingjing is Zhang Yue's friend from experimental middle school. Shi Yu raises his hand and greets them. The two girls zoo next to him and call him Master. Feeling super awkward, Shi Yu asks why they are calling him Master when they met for the first time. Chen Kai tells him that these two girls watched their battle the day before, but that's not important anymore. Today, we will exterminate rats, so let's get to that. They wanted to know each other's abilities, so they get a run-through. As we know, Chen Kai has a level 6 Ice Armadillo with Icy Slash and Ice Armor. Zhang Yue trains a level 6 Iron Eater with a beginner-level Harden. She was shy to introduce herself due to the gap in abilities between her Iron Eater and Shi Yu's. That's okay. Yue. Everyone understands. Shi Yu is just a weirdo. Yu Jingjing has a level 6 Brambles, a plant-type beast with a flower accessory. It has an experienced level Entangle skill. Last but not the least is Shi Yu. We know him. He has a level 5 Iron Eater with Harden at a proficient level. The three students cannot believe it still. They cannot believe it since yesterday. Shi Yu thinks to himself that they just do not know how hard his pet beast works. They do not dwell on that thought, though. They start preparing to register for the mission and decide to leave at 8 a.m. sharp. The group boards the bus on the way to their mission and starts to get each other more. They are mostly curious about Shi Yu. Chen Kai remembers being told that Shi Yu graduated recently and wanted to know if he was really not a battle major. Shi Yu confirms that he is a breeding major, which surprised Yue. Shi Yu adds that he thinks fighting and killing are horrifying for him and that mastering how to breed beasts is the way forward. He then justifies that his breeding major helped him make an Iron Eater with a proficient level of Harden. Yeah, that's definitely it. We have most secrets here. When they arrived at Baxi Village, the villagers welcomed them warmly. They were given green jumpsuit uniforms. The weather was excellent, and the people were passionate. That helps for good group morale. The group looks out of a wide field, realizing the big obstacle they took. Shi Yu takes the lead and asks everyone to take out their pet beasts. He thinks that using the Levin's super sight to locate Earth rats would make their work more efficient. The three students happily accommodate the requests and summon their beasts. They stand side by side with their partners as if getting ready for combat. It's notable to see the size difference between Eleven and Yue's Iron Eater. Her Iron Eater looks like an adult. Yue asks Shi Yu if his pet was also acquired from the Iron Bamboo breeding base. She observes Eleven at the same time and is impressed by the perfect growth and health of Shi Yu's pet beast. Upon seeing this, Yue excitedly asks if Shi Yu is an apprentice of the Bamboo Rock Gym. That seems to be what is logical for her. Unfortunately, Shi Yu was not. We have heard of the Iron Bamboo breeding base, where Iron Eaters are bred and raised, but the Bamboo Rock Gym is new to us. This gym is a dedicated training location for tamers with Iron Eaters. The leader is a Grandmaster level tamer who only raises Iron Eaters. This leader has an Iron Eater with electric and fire type moves and his unique way of raising Iron Eaters. He is the best. Because of Shi Yu's weird progress, you would assume he was from the Bamboo Rock Gym. The name is Gym Leader Lin, the most powerful tamer in Pingqing. Tamers can be categorized as intern, professional, and grandmaster, divided into early, middle, and late stages. So, we have a class system. And we know that this group is composed of intern tamers. Gym Leader Lin is a grandmaster, which means he is at the top of the ranks. Yu Jingjing then points out that gym leader Lin may not be the most powerful because his daughter is the youngest professional tamer in Pingqing. His daughter passed the pro exam at 18 and enrolled in one of the 9 major academies. She has graduated, and no one knows what level she is today. The students continue talking about gym leader Lin's daughter. It turns out his daughter is Lin Shi Yu. You may remember her as the girl who loves pandas so much and introduced 11 to Shi Yu. Yue knows that Lin Shi Yu took a breeding major and was back in Pingqing as she was the same person who helped pick her Iron Eater. Yue and Lin Shi Yu talked a lot and discussed why Lin Shi Yu wanted to study breeding. The goal is to research if Iron Eaters can evolve further, but she does not know if there are results as of date. They know it is complex research because Grandmaster Lin made it his life's work but had no results. The students look at Yue's sleeping Iron Eater and think that this is as far as this race goes. Even Yu Jingjing's brambles look annoyed by all the snoring and drooling the Iron Eater is doing. Shi Yu and the ice armadillo look alarmed when 11 starts roughing. Shi Yu confirmed that they found an earth rat, and the group was excited to hear that. Chen Kai looks through a binocular and pinpoints the exact location together with 11. First target spotted. Chen Kai gives them a rundown of the situation. It is an isolated level 4 earth rat, so there's minimum danger. They need to catch it before it reacts and escapes. We see the rat now too, holding an apple, sneakily crawling around the field. Yu Jingjing reminds them that earth rats are more sensitive to temperature than sound or light. It's a living heat detector. Iron Eaters and the ice armadillo might alert it if they approach. The plan is to get the brambles closer as it can pretend to be a plant and use entangle to capture it. They immediately put this plan into action, and the vines chase the earth rat. However, the rat is so quick on his toes and even throws away the apple that he is holding for an easier escape. The team is prepared. Chen Kai taunts the rat as his ice armadillo jumps in front of it to block its way, but the earth rat easily jumps over the pet beast and tries to land directly on the hole in the ground. Before the earth rat could escape, it got nervous seeing a menacing aura suddenly land in front of him. No, you are not going anywhere. 11 jumps and crashes the escape route that the earth rat has made available for himself. Because he was startled by 11 staring at him, the earth rat took a moment, giving brambles an opportunity to use entangle. Earth rat is now surrounded by 3 pet beasts that put effort into capturing him. But the spotlight was still on 11. The students were startled by 11's impact on landing on the ground. They think that a whole horde of earth rats would be no match for this Iron Eater. How many do you think 11 can take out? They caught one. But this mission does not stop here. They take a little breath after getting the first earth rat. They gave the catch to Shi Yu because earth rat would have escaped if it wasn't for 11. They feel like they did not give earth rats enough credit. Even Yu Jingjing's brambles, which is a natural predator, was not able to catch it immediately. Headband thinks that they need more training. You are intern tamers. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves, alright? Chen Kai and Yue give a thumbs up of approval to Shi Yu for a job well done. Hey, 11 did all the work for that, but Shi Yu is currently thinking about money. He thought 1 rat goes for 10 bucks, and 100 rats would mean that it is still not worth it based on the effort plus the nutrition required to recover. Shi Yu stays focused, thinking that the super sight skill training should make up for this. Our Earth Rat party decides to split up, divide and conquer approach. Thinking that this approach will be the most efficient because of the huge area they need to cover, they will meet at noon. They will only deal with lone Earth Rats. But if they see a horde, they should call the others to work on it together. Yu Jingjing enthusiastically poses a challenge on who can take out the most of Earth Rats. Shi Yu is already planning to get 100 Earth Rats today. Everyone has to step up if they want to win. Yue looks horrified, knowing that she will get last place. She remembers the big difference between her Iron Eater and 11. Shi Yu gets into position and tells 11 telepathically to aim for 20 rats before noon. 11 looks super serious, declaring he would catch 200, which shocked his tamer so much. Shi Yu looks worried, so he lessens the pressure by telling 11 that he doesn't care about the numbers and instructs the Iron Eater not to destroy the farmland or the fruit trees. Then the tamer threatens his pet beast that all damages will be removed from his food budget. We all know 11 is very explosive, but hopefully this keeps him on a leash. They run down their plan for the day. 11 should be training his reflexes and physique. Shi Yu encourages 11 to refrain from using skills and assures him that the mission will still be easy. Shi Yu knows that using skill would just mean the inevitable destruction of surroundings. To compensate for this, he promises to buy extra food with the reward money. 11 is motivated by the terms his tamer presented him and gave a thumbs up. I'm pretty sure at this point, 11's priorities are number 1, training, and number 2, food. 11 starts getting to work. He sprints and catches one earth rat with his bare hands. Then, he continues to quickly run left and right, chasing the pests while Shi Yu overlooks together with a local. The local asks Shi Yu if he is sure his pet beast is an iron eater because they haven't seen one as hardworking as this. Our 11 is one of a kind, you know. While holding earth rats left and right and even biting one, 11 asks Shi Yu why he is not being taught earth escape. 11 thinks digging himself into the ground and catching the rats there would be easier. Wow. Is this a dream that 11 is asking Shi Yu to teach him skills when he did not want him to do so just yesterday? Shi Yu asks 11 if he sees the value of having more skills now. 11 just looks back at him, triumphantly stepping on an earth rat, still holding the same ones left and right. Shi Yu tells him he would not be teaching that skill because he will use the slots for rare ones. The local asks them to slow down because he is keeping track of the numbers and has trouble catching up with how quickly everything is happening. He cannot believe that he is seeing an iron eater this proactive. After 2 hours, 11 was still bouncing left and right while the 3 students already came back. They were once again surprised to see that Shi Yu's iron eater still had so much stamina to spend. And I bet 11 is still enjoying every minute of it. Shi Yu humbly brags that this is just a form of training and that all his iron eater does is eat and train. He even drops the line, "This is nothing." But really, this is nothing from 24-hour training sessions, jumping off the roof until 4 in the morning kind of thing. Chen Kai's eyes even popped out, seeing that in 2 hours, 11 caught 22. That is 1 rat every 5 minutes, and double his name. Chen Kai shakes Shi Yu up, remembering that he looked dead tired when they met in the morning, and asked him how he could keep up with this beast's energy. Shi Yu recommends the clearing capsules he is taking. I thought drinking supplements was something tamers normally do, but judging from their surprise, I guess not. He drinks another one. The 3 students are in awe, watching him take the supplement and wondering why this man is working so hard. With a look of admiration, Chen Kai praises the effort Shi Yu puts into being a tamer. Chen Kai thinks this might be why he falls behind and seems to give up hope on winning against city tamers. They change the subject when Shi Yu asks how many the others took out. Chen Kai got 7, and Yu Jingjing got 6. Yue looks at her classmates in annoyance and then starts to tear up a little bit because her iron eater only got 2. She even called her pet beast stupid. 11 hears that and remembers his 3-in-1 capture. He is very proud that he is built different. Our tandem got way more. What is this gap in power here? The local pets 11's head but asks Yu why not to put herself down because the iron eater cub is just the most efficient pet beast he has seen. He thinks 11 did a good job, although 11 seems annoyed being touched by a stranger. Shi Yu gets their lunch packs, and they start eating. While having their lunch break, they observe 11 just running around the fields tirelessly. As usual, Shi Yu cannot catch a break with his very passionate pet beast. Yue asks Shi Yu if his pet beast rests and states how unbelievable it was for iron eaters to be wired this way. She remembers picking her own cub for a long time and wonders how she missed this one. Shi Yu continues to eat and answers them with a question. He asks them how they think 11 mastered a proficient level harden. They answer in unison that he has a point. Yue thinks about how Shi Yu brings a supplement with him, and pairing that with an iron eater that is very active is a perfect match of weirdos. Chen Kai, on the other hand, sees hard work as an inspiration and assumes that this is why the passing rate of the professional tamer examination in the city is so high. He asks if all the tamers in the city are like Shi Yu and how he trained his pet beast to be disciplined. Our Shi Yu is bombarded with questions by our top student who wants to learn so much. The questions are exaggerated. The answer is simple, but can he tell them the whole story? That Shi Yu is taking supplements because of how draining using the skills handbook is. How 11's hardworking personality is his own strength. He did not even have a choice when he picked his iron eater. Both he and Lin Shuzu can tell that 11 has potential. Wow, this is getting sentimental. Lin Shuzu relied on her breeding experience, but Shi Yu had the assurance that whatever pet beast he got, he had the skills handbook. Everything was a coincidence for Shi Yu, and his partnership with 11 is not something he can explain simply. Chen Kai stands up and is convinced that training hard would be his key to success. Yu Jingjing stands up and agrees, even promising to purchase clearing capsules. Chen Kai smiles as he thinks he got the secret recipe. If Shi Yu can do it, he should also be able to do it. They are so young and full of hope. Shi Yu wishes them luck quietly with a tired expression. They start talking about professional tamer examination. Since Shi Yu is a breeding major, Chen Kai asks if he would take the professional breeder examination. Shi Yu responds that he thinks professional tamer examination would be the way for him. This has been his plan from the start. Shi Yu knows that he will become rich if he becomes a professional breeder, but this will expose his talents. The public will react violently. Many may think it unfair. It is like a cheat code, after all. There are laws in place in their country, but there is also a class difference between high-ranking tamers and civilians. Big companies control everything while nations compete with each other. Tamers are very competitive with each other. It will be like Shi Yu against the world. Aside from that, humans generally have the threat of highly intelligent transcendent beasts taking over human territories. Shi Yu wants to have the ability to protect himself before he goes all out in using the skills handbook. Passing the professional tamer examination means having the chance to touch higher-level beasts, which means he will have higher-level skills. Shi Yu thinks of how he, 11, and Warren would be able to survive this world, and that is only by becoming a professional tamer and improving his own skills. Chen Kai happily tells him that if he takes the exam 2 years from now, they might be able to see each other again. He asked a question but had his running thoughts before Shi Yu could even respond. The next exam would be in 6 months. Because their pet beasts are at similar levels, Chen Kai thinks they would take the exam together. They are not qualified to take the exam yet because the requirement is to have a level 10 and above pet beast. He thinks of the struggle to reach level 10 even for next year, so Chen Kai assumes that the soonest they can both take the exam is 2 years. However, our Shi Yu has other plans. He confidently tells them that they will meet only if he fails the exam next year. Shi Yu is thinking about money again, knowing he must get licensed to provide for his pet beast. This surprised the 3 students because they knew how hard it would be to rank from level 5 to Transcendent. Chen Kai looked concerned, knowing that some beasts are stuck even before reaching Transcendent rank. Everything will be up to the beast's ability to get past that challenge. It's nice to see Shi Yu discussing this with other people. He has been keeping his thoughts to himself for a long while. Shi Yu contemplates the point that his team for today made. He is still confident in reaching level 10 and knows that beasts below Transcendent rank can still take a professional exam. Chen Kai asks if he is talking about the special exam. Yu Wei and Yu Jingjing got confused and asked if that was the exam where you could challenge a beast with a higher rank. Shi Yu explains that he will take that option because he knows 11 has a high-level mastery of high-level skills. As always, Shi Yu has thought things through even though everything he says sounds reckless. Chen Kai remembers that Shi Yu's Iron Eater has a proficient level hardened, which makes sense for him to challenge a higher rank beast easily. He feels like Shi Yu is better at him from any angle, even in planning. He reminds himself to train his Ice Armadillo harder after their mission. Their conversation was cut short after a loud whistle alarms them. Even 11 stopped in his tracks. The team asks what that sound is. And the local looks alarmed and screams, "Oh no! Oh no! Nothing is in sight from here." But what happened? An announcement was heard throughout the village. There was a code yellow. It means that the city issued a rampage warning and that a number of beasts are making their way to the wall and are expected to increase in numbers. There is a defense manual that the citizens need to follow. Everyone scrambled to finish their day's work and picked up everything, even their pigs. This escalated quickly. The group could not believe what was happening. The local looks worried and asks the rat exterminators to go home. Chen Kai wants to know more about what is happening. The local does not know what is actually happening, but he thinks that beasts in the snowy mountain are acting up. If the situation goes further, they will be asked to evacuate. Our group is composed of intern trainers. They cannot face wild beasts at this level. Shi Yu remembers his ride home, seeing high-voltage fences. There must be an identical system in place here. He is not worried too much since he knows that there is a wall between the snowy mountain and Pingqing district. In addition, Tamer Army and Tamers Association have stations on both sides of the wall as a defense against beast rampage. They warn the villagers for visibility, but the first line of defense is always ready. Shi Yu assumes that if there is a risk of breach, a different code will be issued. Chen Kai talks to the group wanting to look at the situation personally. Yu Wei contests this suggestion, saying they will only be a nuisance if they go there. I thought Chen Kai was supposed to be the smart one. Shi Yu speaks up and votes that they go back for now. Since this is a long-term mission, they can return to complete it. They can also learn more about the warning if they return to the TA. Back at the TA, the team immediately goes to the receptionist to ask about what happened in the village. He does not know what happened there but lets them know that there were 2 code blue warnings within the month. They did not even have time to process that information when someone calls Chen Kai and Zhuang Yue. The classmates turn their head to see who called them and sees Mr. Zhang, a teacher in their school. He was nearby when he saw the group chat that Chen Kai sent and wanted to take a look. Shi Yu looked blankly at the situation and was surprised that the students had a group chat with their teacher. He was worried that someone might make an inappropriate joke without thought in that group chat. They do need to be in a group chat with the teacher for announcements and such. Mr. Zhang asks his students if these are their friends. Chen Kai confirms this by saying their friends are tamers from another school. Our Shi Yu made friends. But hold that thought. We have bigger things at hand. The teacher figures out that the group is concerned with the rampage warning. Chen Kai is worried and wants to know how serious the situation is. Mr. Zhang asked them to move elsewhere so that they could talk since it was noisy at the TA. While walking, Shi Yu is already thinking steps ahead. He knows that it will not be safe soon. He wants to be prepared before the worst happens. While walking outside the TA, Mr. Zhang tells them that the defenses are well built compared to 10 years ago. He assures his students that the Tamers Association has the means to respond to situations immediately. It was also explained that tamers from the city would be sent if Pingcheng couldn't handle what was happening alone. In addition, if the Tamer army can't maintain the defense, Tamer armies from surrounding cities will support them. Because of this, Mr. Zhang does not think that the Snowy Mountain is a threat. That is a solid system in place. The government seems prepared for rampage. They stop at the garden to discuss this further. Chen Kai is still worried about a possible rampage. Mr. Zhang assures him that it is only a small-scale gathering of beasts, nothing as big as what happened 10 years ago. On the other hand, Shi Yu is very curious as to why this is happening in the first place. Snowy Mountain beasts are ice types and should not be trying to get to the city due to the environment. He knows that the reasons for the rampage are food, resources, and fierce competition. But he thinks that none of these reasons make sense in the Snowy Mountain environment. Shi Yu thinks that rampages should be predictable, making the incident 10 years ago an anomaly. This might be the same incident where Blue Planet Shi Yu lost his family. Mr. Zhang sadly confirms that Shi Yu is correct and that many have seen the rampage 10 years ago as a mystery. While they stand beside a giant statue, Mr. Zhang says that the city has an official answer to what happened. He asks if the team knows about Glacier City's history. It's like we are now preparing for a classroom discussion. The eyes of the four youngsters shine in curiosity, but Mr. Zhang clarifies that the story he would tell is still based on a bunch of guesses. Buckle up for a very cool history subject discussion. 2,000 years ago, the Snowy Mountains did not exist. The area was the territory of a developed taming tribe. One day, an ice dragon came and landed on a mountain. Shining eyes with an ice-cold stare, sharp claws, and enormous wings. Just seeing the dragon makes you know that it is a powerful creature. The arrival of this beast marked the start of the Ice Age, which gave the Tamer tribe a hard time. A single dragon became a big problem for a whole Tamer tribe. Beasts can be so OP. The Tamer tribe tried to fight the ice dragon to reclaim their lands. The battle lasted for days, forming the Snowy Mountain. The listeners excitedly ask who won the war. Mr. Zhang thinks that the Tamer tribe won. Continuing the story, he tells them that an ice dragon ruin was discovered in the Snowy Mountain. It looked like a cave with inscriptions written at the entrance. Rumors say that the ice dragon's remains are sealed inside. The Tamer tribe sealed the ice dragon, but dragon roars can still be heard from time to time, even after 2,000 years. Suddenly, it's a ghost story. Are you scared? The ice dragon should be dead, but some believe it has taken a spectral form and is influencing the mountain beasts. Using only its aura, it directs the beasts to take revenge on humans. Yu Jingjing is so scared of the story that she tries to hug Shi Yu, who pushes her away. Yu Wei and Chen Kai were equally stunned by the story of the dead spirit. Mr. Zhang does not mind their reactions and points to the statue behind them. He says that this is an artifact that archaeologists dug up. Records say that the stone giant is the Tamer tribe's totem. Hey, Shi Yu should know a thing or two about archaeology. Everyone stares at the statue, then Shi Yu asks if the tribe defeated the ice dragon using the totem. Suddenly, Shi Yu hears a voice. It was saying, "That's not how it was." Shi Yu was startled, not knowing where the voice was coming from. The voice just repeated the first sentence it said. Shi Yu observes the giant statue's violet eyes sparkle. He wonders if the voice is coming from the statue. Shi Yu thought he would turn into light while raising a light stick. Shi Yu, that's the wrong universe. There is no Ultraman here. He then focuses his attention on the statue. Shi Yu thinks that there are no signs of life and that telepathy should only work with living creatures. He believes the statue would not be placed there if something is wrong with it. The voice says, "That's not how it was," again. What does this statement mean? Yu Jingjing brings Shi Yu back to reality when she notices that he is spacing out. Although he initially looked nervous, Shi Yu assured them everything was okay and that he was admiring the statue. He concludes that the others cannot hear the voice. He also feels the same when he is using telepathy. This is the first time that someone initiated telepathy with Shi Yu. Shi Yu tries to figure out what is happening. He is sure that it was the statue's voice, but it did not look like a transcendent creature. In fact, this statue was just an image of a rock giant 2,000 years ago. He wonders if the statue turned into a spirit. But if that is the case, he knows that other tamers will notice that because they are in a busy area. There are high-level beasts near Tamer's association, and telepathy is not a rare power. Maybe Shi Yu is simply just going crazy from fatigue. Mr. Zhang suddenly needs to go as he has an appointment. He assures his students that they do not need to worry about rampages. He is sure the tamers could handle any situation, even if the ice dragon rises again. Chen Kai thanks Mr. Zhang as he walks away. Chen Kai asks the team if they want to go back to hunting earth rats, but Shi Yu has other plans. They ask Shi Yu if he wants to eat, but before they can even finish the sentence, Shi Yu already runs away. Chen Kai was left without Shi Yu's contact number. How will they set the next date for their mission? And does Shi Yu have a phone? Shi Yu goes directly to the Pingqing District Library. Is he looking for clues about the stone giant? He learns about Blue Planet's history. As he picks so many books to read, he learned about the Legends, Totem, and Taming era. The Legends era was when the first legendary beasts ruled the planet. In the Totem era, humans started to exist and live in the territories of powerful beasts. The Taming era began when humans mastered the art of taming. The Taming era has also been divided between ancient and modern times. More than 100 years ago, there was a turning point when 7 human nations formed an alliance. Though the history was clearly pictured in books, there was still missing information. Shi Yu tries to search through the Alliance Taming database. Some data is unreadable and missing. No records exist regarding the disappearance of the first legendary beasts and the story about the battle 2,000 years ago. That's suspicious. It's as if there is something to hide. In the end, Shi Yu could not find any helpful info, but he learned a lot about other stuff from the several history books he read. Shi Yu slaps himself awake. His archaeologist self from Earth is taking over his curiosity because of the mystery that landed right in front of him. Something as simple as that's not how it was triggered him to do this much work. He remembers how he became a mythologist on Earth and how exploring ruins was part of his daily life until a mountain collapsed on him. After that, we know what happened. Transmigration and stuff. For Shi Yu, the drive to learn more seems greater than his sense of danger. He looks back and regrets not staying home and just playing games or reading comics. Shi Yu pulls his hair as he remembers the past. Now that he is transmigrated to Blue Planet, which is far more dangerous than Earth, he wants to be safe. He wants to enjoy this life. More importantly, he wants to be rich. He closes the book in front of him as he decides that even though the mysteries in this world's history are so intriguing, and even though this world has a more realistic mythological system, he will not be living the same life he had before. No more getting buried alive. But what is this we are seeing now? Shi Yu is back near the Tamers Association, specifically in front of the stone statue. We were just talking about not doing this, Shi Yu. I guess he can't control his curiosity. He telepathically asks the statue if it spoke to him during the day, telling him that the history they were taught was wrong. Shi Yu throws a fit because the statue is not responding. He was very annoyed and threatened to leave if the statue did not say anything. Since he is not receiving any response, he turns his back and recalls that Mr. Zhang's story was based on theories. Since there is no proof, does anyone know what actually happened? Shi Yu looks determined to uncover the truth. It looks like there is nothing that can stop Shi Yu now. He looks at the giant statue again and commands it to tell him what happened so that he can tell others the actual history. The stone statue seemed triggered by this statement and started to shake. Shi Yu felt victorious seeing a reaction after being ignored for so long. However, the statue begins to crack open in the middle with bursts of violet light trying to escape. Boom! A violet light uncontrollably surges in front of Shi Yu. Shi Yu was unharmed. He looks at the statue again and is waiting for it to respond. Terror can be seen in Shi Yu's face as he tries to figure out what is in front of him. A ray of violet light, which looks like thunder, is descending from the sky to the spot where the statue was standing before. What did you do? Was asking what happened a powerful question? The curious cat holds his face as he screams loudly. Just a moment ago, he seemed so brave trying to uncover the truth. Shi Yu starts running away from the light, regretting his life choices as he realizes the danger he is in. He calls for 11 to save him. 11, come quick. Our Shi Yu needs help. Get him out of here. Everyone heard and felt the impact of what happened with the statue. Citizens start to panic, thinking that a rampage has hit the city. They were cautious, but others were calming people down. It could be just an earthquake. Nobody knows anything so far. Meanwhile, the president is looking out of his window. They were already notified that something was happening, but no specific details have been provided yet. The president had a hunch though, and he was not worried at all. Like everyone else, Shi Yu does not know anything. He returns home, still worried about whatever that was that he triggered. He feeds 11 diligently, asking him to grow stronger because the world is dangerous. 11 must protect them. I'm not sure if 11 hears Shi Yu with all the food in his mouth, but he just happily devours what is given to him. Shi Yu recalls what happened earlier, the stone statue breaking apart right after he tried talking to it. The horror on his face that we haven't seen before is concerning. He regrets talking to the stone statue and regrets the situation he is in now. He kneels and prays as if he is wishing that everything is okay. He decides to stay home before finding out what happened. He decides to only go out for food and medicine. Lockdown mode. The worm suddenly tries to catch his attention because he has not been fed. Shi Yu notices him and gives him lots of leaves and fruits. The worm was surprised by the amount of food the tamer gave him. Shi Yu tells him to eat to make more silk. It was a very long day for Shi Yu, so he decided to rest and look forward to the next day. Now we have another peaceful day at the Shi Yu residence. Do not doubt the peace. It's as if we got all the bad luck in advance yesterday. Shi Yu looks at 11's progress again. Nothing has changed since yesterday, but they are still in a good place. He still plans to teach 11 Intimidate and Absolute Slumber, which are high-level skills. He is so tired that he decides to wait a little more before teaching skills again. Shi Yu decides to let 11 master his current skills. He calls on Green Cotton Worm to be his Iron Eater's sparring partner. The worm does not seem to want to, but Shi Yu bribes it with more food. The worm is now more comfortable using the skill Silk. It had a new skill called Silk Ray. It is also strong enough to put holes through clothes that Shi Yu bought, and the speed that it shoots the rays is just right. Just right for 11's training. 11 can try dodging the fast rays of Silk or try to predict where the Silk would land and use Harden only where he thinks it would make contact. This does look like training for agility and reflexes. Shi Yu leaves the two beasts in training while he goes out to get some groceries. While walking the streets, he can hear the people talking about what happened last night. There were rumors that the TA is closed today in relation to the loud sound. Some citizens were so concerned that it happened right after the rampage, warning that they could not sleep. The person responsible is just walking right beside you guys. Shi Yu knows that no one would miss a giant statue going missing right after an incident took place last night. He is worried and does not want anyone to know he's involved in any way. Shi Yu knows that no one else was there last night. There are no CCTVs in this world, but it is very possible that someone has the powers to track down people. He does not want to surrender until he knows what happened yesterday. We are not yet familiar with the law, but it would be funny if Shi Yu became a criminal just because he tried talking to a stone statue. In the meantime, Shi Yu decides to act like he knows nothing. Meanwhile, a team is investigating the thing that Shi Yu opened last night. They are discussing what they call an unexplored dimension. Specifically, these people think that this is an ancient lost dimension. They ask Dr. Liu if she thinks the same. Now that I look closer at it, they are right. It's not a ray of light. It looks more like a rip in the time-space dimension. Dr. Liu is not sure what this thing in front of them is. The brown-haired, eyeglasses woman explains that she previously tried and failed to decipher the Ice Dragon ruins, since they need to discover the truth about the glacial plain. She thinks exploring the dimension would help their research. Are they going to go in and out of that thing? She investigates further, asking if any other unusual happenings existed before the dimension appeared. The president informs her that an ancient stone statue in the Garden of TA crumbled. Dr. Liu concludes that someone must have touched signs of history. She mentions something about the voice of history and wonders who could have triggered this dimension. Looks like they really want to find this person. Good luck, Shi Yu. After 4 days, 11's Quick Heal and Super Sight are now both at an experienced level, while Harden stays at a proficient level. Shi Yu's killer combo recipe is now ready. 11 is still at level 5, but his Tamer is still confident that they will be able to defeat stronger opponents. Like video games, the higher you get, the harder it is to level up. Shi Yu still has a problem finding someone that could match their power, so he plans to continue training. Shi Yu goes back to the 100 Herbs Hall to buy supplements again. At this point, isn't he just buying all the stocks in this shop? He is such a regular customer that even the clerk advises him to stop buying this frequently. Shi Yu acknowledges the clerk's opinion and learns that a pharmacy from the south has a crazier student purchasing a few boxes of the same pills as he is. Shi Yu wonders if this was Chen Kai. It's funny that Shi Yu is reacting like Chen Kai must be out of his mind if he buys a few boxes. You're buying clearing capsules by the box. The clerk sighed at the thought of students pushing themselves so much. As if wanting to avoid the topic any further, the best actor asks if the clerk knows why the TA closed doors and if he knows the reason for the loud explosion. The clerk obliges as if he knows everything. He gives a disclaimer that the information he has is not official but says that Ping Cheng will take off. That does not make any sense at all. Shi Yu asked him to explain further. The topic of unexplored dimensions comes up. The clerk's inside sources are kinda good. Shi Yu does not know what an unexplored dimension is at this moment. The clerk teaches him that this is an alternate dimension existing independently. It is similar to a taming dimension. Actually, an unexplored dimension was once a taming dimension. I think I have more questions than the answers. Shi Yu urges him to continue explaining. He has been waiting for this since the incident and is relieved to hear that it is not as bad as he thought it would be. Trouble averted. Return to calm mode, Shi Yu. The clerk explains further that a taming dimension is destroyed with the death of a tamer, but taming dimensions of some powerful tamers exist even after their deaths. These taming dimensions become an independent, unexplored dimension because it is not bound to pet beasts, making it a small world. Anything can go inside, and depending on how the previous owner of the dimension cultivated it, a small world will be compatible with certain beasts. The environment would be weaker than when it was a taming dimension, but is still filled with energy that can help creatures grow. Shi Yu asks if this means the unexplored dimensions are the ancient tamers' taming dimension. The clerk confirms this and explains that the weakest tamers years ago were legendary rank. Legendary rank is one rank above the Grandmaster rank. How come ancient tamers are so strong? The clerk adds that an unexplored dimension would certainly have rare resources or pet beasts inside. He also knows that even if the unexplored dimension has nothing, it will produce valuable resources that will help boost Pingqing's economy. Shi Yu is concerned about monsters in the unexplored dimension. This can still be a threat. The clerk assures him that there are no reports yet and that their top tamers can defeat any monster existing in the unexplored dimension. Walking home, Shi Yu is happy that the destroyed statue did no harm but wonders how he can summon an unexplored dimension by talking with a statue. He wonders if the statue is related to the true history and if true history can be found in the unexplored dimension. He stops his train of thought and decides that it is none of his business. But Shi Yu looks really passionate about this incident. He arrives home and sits down just in front of his door. Sighing, he apologizes to the statue for breaking his promise of exposing the truth. He feels that he will not be able to come near the unexplored dimension. Shi Yu says sorry again for breaking Mr. Statue because even if he wants to, the unexplored dimension sounds too dangerous for a tamer his level. Shi Yu backtracks and decides to fulfill his promise once he is stronger. 3 knocks can be heard behind him. Someone requested him to open up for welfare aid. Shi Yu looks so happy to hear that he is receiving something for being an orphan. While soaking in the positive feelings, Shi Yu's eyes pop as he heard people say they would break in because it looked like no one was home. Is this a case of strangers aggressively wanting to help people? Shi Yu was very alarmed and asked the would-be intruders to wait. He wonders how kind these people were to break down a door to deliver help. He realizes how nonsense that sounds and starts to get nervous. These are the people who tracked him down, or maybe people who know that he shattered the rock statue by talking to it. That's oddly specific. Or maybe people who trace his aura using their transcendent beasts and found him. Yes, this is a much better conclusion. The doors open slowly, and he sees a woman riding a white lion looking fluffy as a cloud. It's called a wind lion. The woman introduces herself as Lu Qingye, a doctor in archaeology from Ancient Capital University and a member of the Eastern Glory Archaeological Association. She was at the site of the unexplored dimension earlier. She asked Shi Yu for his cooperation. Shi Yu was surprised to see someone with a PhD in archaeology from one of the 9 great academies. He feels like he is being tricked because he knows no one would volunteer to be an archaeologist ever. Except you in your previous life. Shi Yu welcomes her to his home and introduces himself as a jobless intern tamer. They walk across the front yard, where 11 and the worm's training is interrupted. Dr. Lu does not want to waste time. She looks directly at Shi Yu and asks him if he has anything to do with the stone statue getting destroyed at the TA. She also assures him that she will not bring him trouble. She asks if he heard a voice coming from the statue. Shi Yu is being read like a book. It's like Dr. Lu knows everything that is going through his mind. While Eleven is studying the wind lion that is smiling at him, Shi Yu opts to answer the question with another question. He wants to know if the statue is alive. Dr. Lu informs him that the statue is an inanimate object. The archaeologist proceeds to explain Shi Yu's power. His telepathy allows him to talk to other living creatures, but there is something unique with his type of telepathy. Another special talent. This tamer became very lucky in this life. Since inanimate objects have the convictions, beliefs, determinations, and emotions of living creatures, they can form their own spirit over time. Spirit is not something related to life, mind, thoughts, or soul. They call it traces of history. Not all telepathy users can hear the said traces. Those who can do it are called those who can hear the voice of history or hearers. I don't think that Shi Yu can believe this. He wanted to know if he understood that correctly. Dr. Liu elaborates that hearing the voice of history is an amazing talent. This talent will help them know what happened during times not recorded in history. She brings her phone out and continues explaining that being a hearer is mainly useful. When exploring ruins, hearers have more power to find and decipher this information protected by transcendent powers. Dr. Liu brings up an image of the unexplored dimension that Shi Yu opened. She lets him know that he stirred the spirit of the stone statue and made an ancient ruin appear, which would help reveal Glacier City's true history. This information is just confirming Shi Yu's theory before. The winged lion shows 11 and the worm what looks like a mini whirlwind. The pet beasts enjoy themselves while their tamers talk about serious stuff. Shi Yu then asks directly why Dr. Liu personally came to find him. Dr. Liu immediately says she wants to invite him because he is a natural archaeologist. It looks like a bigger whirlwind is brewing in Shi Yu's mind. This was the life that he was trying to escape from, the life that he was convincing himself not to enter. Dr. Liu is not even finished speaking when Shi Yu goes into a spiral hearing the words natural archaeologist. He vows that he does not want to do archaeological work in this life. His goals were simple: become rich, keep 11, find a girlfriend, get a cat, go to a safe city, and live a carefree life. Shi Yu knows what an archaeologist's life looks like, and he wants none of it. Again, Shi Yu politely declines the offer to join any archaeological association immediately. He stops Dr. Liu without hesitation. However, Dr. Liu clarifies that she does not want him to join the association. While the humans have a miscommunication, the pet beasts are already bonding sweetly, with the worm sitting on Wind Lion's nose and 11 wanting to climb too. The humans then try to align to understand what is being offered here. Dr. Liu thinks that Shi Yu joining the Association for Archaeologists would be a waste. It means she was offering a different organization for him to join. There are only 11 hearers in the entire nation. It is lower than the number of legendary tamers and divine-ranked beasts protected by the nation. That's how rare it was. Shi Yu is being invited to another organization. Shi Yu was embarrassed for jumping to conclusions. Dr. Liu does not seem to mind and tells him to consider it. She tries to convince him that having this talent would mean that he likes history to some degree. This interest caused him to hear the voice of the stone statue. But Shi Yu is so hardcore on denying this, thinking that there is no money in history or archaeology. The pet beasts are still playing when Dr. Liu gives Shi Yu time to consider her offer. She takes a picture of the cute beasts while Shi Yu rejoices the fact that he is like a national treasure, one of 11 heroes in the entire country, rarer than legendary tamers and totem guardians. He smirks at another coincidence of the number 11 in his life. Our logic king concludes that since his talent is a rare breed, he will certainly have a greater advantage if he joins the organization. This is the law of supply and demand. Since knowing that he was a rare breed 5 seconds ago, Shi Yu humbly decides to hear out the lady. He asks further questions, now interested, probably due to the high possibility of living a comfortable life. Dr. Liu entices him with more benefits than a legendary tamer receives. She looks him in the eye and confirms that he will have a higher status if he joins the organization than a legendary tamer. She even implies that he can get so rich that he can hire legendary tamers as bodyguards if he wants to explore a ruin. Forget about being a silk factory. This sounds like the life you want. Shi Yu recalls that the president of Glacier City Tamers Association is a grandmaster, which means he can reach powers higher than the president of Glacier City TA. Legendary tamers command overlord-ranked creatures and are in charge of offices in first-tier cities, which means he can be better than anyone in first-tier cities. Shi Yu becomes super hopeful and excited. Is he just overwhelmed by positive emotions? He thinks that the organization is amazing and that he has nothing to lose by trying. This tamer suddenly has no complaints about being backed into living a life of an archaeologist again. He rejoices in his luck from having loans to being someone legendary in an instant. We are now happy about this. This has become a roller coaster of emotions. Shi Yu tries to act normal, though his joy is overflowing inside. He asks what his duties will be if he joins the organization. Dr. Liu assures him that the organization has a simple structure, no restrictions, and no requirements as well. But Dr. Liu surely knows that having the hero talent comes with a passion for learning and discovery. She looks up the sky and recalls how hearers are the first ones on the scene when new legendary ruins are opened. Hearers usually support or take charge of exploration, and possessing the ability means that they are extraordinary people. This is a lot of expectation and pressure. But we agree that Shi Yu is extraordinary, extraordinarily money-hungry. Shi Yu is even more excited to hear that there are no assigned duties if he joins, knowing that he can do what he wants, getting high-ranking bodyguards, unlimited resources, information, and getting all the benefits without being required to put on an effort seems like a dream. Before he drifts off and daydreams more about this job he will accept, He asks for the name of the organization. The woman proudly presents her badge and introduces the National Department for the Strategic Investigations and Reinforcements of Ruins, also known as Department 11. It is an organization that deals with important ruins, and the members are known as Special Forces of the Archaeological Field. Shi Yu seems tired of hearing the number 11. Don't be. That is your lucky number now. I think using the benefits as bait first before introducing what the organization does was the right move. Although Shi Yu was still hesitant to join because he asked so much about his unique talent, the benefits, and the organization itself, he felt like he could not refuse. Shi Yu confirms with a thumbs up that he will join. Shi Yu asks his recruiter if she's a member of the same department. She confirms that she is one of the 11 members of the department. Shi Yu dreads hearing the number 11 again and again. Dr. Lu reaches her hand forward and welcomes Shi Yu to Department 11. She lets him know that he is now a probationary member. Shi Yu shakes her hand thoughtlessly and agrees. Then he stops in his tracks after being carried away. Dr. Lu tricked him. What does she mean by probationary? Nothing good comes easy, right? After he agrees to join, that's when Dr. Lu decides to tell Shi Yu about the test that a newbie needs to take to be able to become an official member. Shi Yu felt annoyed after being tricked, but he had already agreed. She points out that Shi Yu is too weak at the moment. But even if he is a probationary member, Dr. Lu whips out her phone and transfers 10 million bucks as starting funds for Shi Yu. A signing bonus? He was given this amount to help him become a professional tamer and to study archaeology. If someone's gonna trick me, please also give me this deal. I'm sure Shi Yu just heard 10 million bucks, and all of his negative feelings went away. Our opportunistic MC starts to glow beautifully and assures Dr. Lu that he will accomplish what she asked for and, of course, asks when he can get the 10 million bucks. Shi Yu is very thankful for the 10 million that will change his life. He values this money more than he values having legendary tamer bodyguards. Shi Yu knows that he can stop relying on the green worm for money now. He frees the worm in his mind. We have been together with the worm since the beginning. Please keep it. Dr. Lu sits on her wind lion and informs Shi Yu that the documents and money will be sent the next day. She also advises him to keep his association with Department 11 a secret unless absolutely necessary because he will be hounded by international spies. Dr. Lu also assures him that only members of Department 11 know that he was involved in the appearance of the ancient ruin. Lastly, until his probation ends, Dr. Lu will be the only person he can contact in the organization. This was definitely a honey trap. They went from not having any duties to being sworn to secrecy. We may not understand it completely, but Shi Yu does. He realizes the risks that exist by having a rare talent. Being one of 11 people, he knows that if he tells anyone, he will likely become a target. He is even a more likely target because of his low level. To become an official member of Department 11, Dr. Lu gives Shi Yu a task. She is assigning him to investigate Glacier City's true history. There is no time limit. She explains that this is important to her because she assumes that information from this unexplored dimension would help her decipher the Ice Dragon ruins. Dr. Lu believes that Shi Yu is the key to finding the truth. Turning points are needed for hearers to be able to listen to traces of history. Dr. Lu assumes that since Shi Yu was born and raised in Pingxing, you'll be able to hear it. She believes that even though this probationary member seems unsure, he wants to know everything more than she does. The mission she made is perfect for Shi Yu. This is a big challenge for an intern tamer. Good thing he was given funds to do it. Shi Yu enthusiastically asks if he can go inside the unexplored dimension. Dr. Lu instructs him to go ahead and do so and assures him that he will be able to go without using his Department 11 status. But wait, there's more. Dr. Lu is offering Shi Yu a present. Shi Yu has been given everything today. What could this be? She knows that he does not need money for now. I mean, 10 million is already a lot. Dr. Lu rests her elbow on her wind lion and gives Shi Yu his options. What is on the table is a skill tome for iron eaters, a unique evolution method for green cotton worms, or a young high-ranking pet beast. She assumes that the Iron Eater is Shi Yu's first pet beast. Upon hearing a person mention his name, the green cotton worm resting on top of Eleven's head pulls the Iron Eater's fur. Dr. Lu assumes that the worm is a beast Shi Yu is taking care of without a contract. She observes that the worm was raised well with a high-level skill silk. There would be no problems evolving the green cotton worm. She can imagine that Shi Yu is keeping the worm for fun or is waiting for it to evolve before contracting it. Since they met, Dr. Lu has been spot on about Shi Yu. Shi Yu drools at the choices given to him. He looks at 11 and thinks about how hard it is to accept something without giving anything back. Did he get reminded of how 11 does not want to simply be given skills? But he is not complaining. He'll take it like he took the 10 million bucks. The hardworking tamer tries to weigh the advantages of what is offered to him. A skill tom would mean an additional slot of skill for 11, and although he is satisfied with the skills 11 has now, one more will still be useful. Next, hearing that an evolution is available for the worm makes him want to keep it. He has invested time and effort in raising the worm that it would be a waste to free it. There has not been a return on investment from the green cotton worm, but if he evolves it into a good beast, everything he did would be worth it. Plus, we like it. We are attached to 11's sparring partner. The last option is receiving a young high-ranking pet, which is something that Shi Yu can utilize and study, especially with his skills handbook. These are all good choices. It would be hard to choose what is best. Surprisingly, but not really surprising, Shi Yu sees the opportunity and grabs it. He asks if he only has to pick one. His recruiter stared at him blankly because she did not expect how shameless this newbie was. He adds that he needs all resources as soon as possible for him to contribute to archaeology. Looking like she has no other choice but to agree, Dr. Lu tells him that she will give everything to him, but only as an advance payment of salary, while Shi Yu is trying to stop 11 and the worm from fighting. He is informed that he cannot contract a high-ranking beast until he becomes a high-ranking tamer, so he will have to wait to get it. This means getting the high-ranking beast is still so far from reach. Let's just not forget it. An intern tamer like Shi Yu can only contract one pet beast. The second beast he can get would have to wait until he is an early-stage professional tamer. However, an early-stage professional tamer still cannot contain a high-ranking pet beast because taming dimensions of that level would not be able to keep up with the rate of its growth. It's a lot of waiting, but at least he's already guaranteed one. Now with an injured face and still trying to referee his pet beasts, Shi Yu understands what Dr. Lu just explained to him. They move on to the next gift, which is an Iron Eater skill tom. Shi Yu and his pet beasts give all their attention to Dr. Lu when she says that she is not familiar with Iron Eaters at all. Good thing that she knows that the Bamboo Rock Gym in Pingcheng has 2 skills they can teach to Iron Eaters. She can offer a recommendation to learn from the gym leader. This was mentioned by Yu Wei earlier, where the strongest tamer in Pingcheng is the gym leader. The Iron Eater expert Shi Yu has been planning to go learn from the Grandmaster Tamer in Bamboo Rock Gym, because learning naturally instead of copying seems more reasonable. He can save a lot of energy that way. He agrees to go without protest. Shi Yu picks the worm up as they discuss the evolution of the green cotton worm next. Dr. Lu directly asks if Shi Yu wants to raise it to a wind crystal butterfly before contracting it. Shi Yu shuts down that thought and explains that green cotton worm is one of the beasts with the most potential. The worm then imagines himself as a boss worm. Who knew this little fellow was an important figure? Turns out, green cotton worms have the most evolution pathways out of all the beasts. They go through metamorphosis and can evolve into dozens of species of moths and butterflies. Evolution researchers kick off their careers studying the evolution path of green cotton worms. The worms can develop in a short amount of time, and their evolution is a game of luck. Similar to a gamble, not knowing what to expect keeps researchers on their toes. Our Shi Yu has the best of luck. He probably will get the best evolution of green cotton worm that there is. Dr. Lu stands straight beside her sleepy pet beast and starts to discuss the 3 chief rank evolutionary pathways for green cotton worms. She points out that the worm will definitely become better than the Iron Eater, which makes it the perfect second beast for Shi Yu. This is also perfect because 11 seems competitive enough to be able to keep up. Shi Yu asks Dr. Lu to continue discussing the chief ranks. The chief ranks are called low, middle, and high grades. It is given that the higher the rank, the more difficult evolving can be. The low-grade chief rank evolution is called the swallowtail butterfly, a wind and ice type with the skill blizzard. Its wings look like a beautifully crafted stained window. The middle-grade chief rank evolution is called the ghost beautyfly, a dark-type beast with skills and curses, sneak attacks, and assassinations. It has a black and violet color, with menacing cat eye-like marks on its wings. The high-grade chief rank is called the Morpho-Helena butterfly, a light-type beast with skills in using light rays and illusions. It looks like a battle angel that descended from the heavens. While every chief rank evolution seems different, I think every one of them is elegant in its own way. Evolving green cottontails seems easy, but there are a lot of steps you need to take. There are certain materials and food required to evolve to your chosen form. It is also necessary to have the skill silk at a proficient level, and better, if it is at the perfect level, to draw the full potential of the beast. Dr. Lu adds that it is difficult to achieve a perfect mastery level of silk, so it would be fine if he just reaches a proficient level. He is reminded of the short lifespan of the worm. The green cotton worm seems lost in all the information, but Shi Yu is able to keep up. For sure, he already has a plan. For Shi Yu, all the evolution forms mentioned are viable choices. He's going into analysis mode again. He runs through what he needs, materials and mastering silk to a proficient level. He initially assumed that perfect level would be the minimum needed for evolution, but now he wonders if a flawless mastery level would give him 200% of the potential. Rather than keeping his thoughts to himself, he asks Dr. Liu if it is possible to master silk to flawless. Dr. Liu teaches him that it is possible through finding an unexplored dimension or ruined dimension that is compatible with green cotton worms, where he should raise it with all his efforts. She also gives him an option to become a legendary tamer before raising a green cotton worm, but that doesn't seem possible now. It's great that Dr. Liu is stuck around to answer the curious Shi Yu's questions. Well, we're still not done with the green cotton worm crash course. Dr. Liu reminds him that there were 2 methods she discussed that he could try and offers him help on creating an ice phoenix moth evolution. Shi Yu responded that he was just curious. Because of his endless questions on the subject, Dr. Liu instructs him not to be greedy. He looks ambitious, asking about the flawless mastery level, but she explains that having a higher mastery of silk means a more difficult evolution phase. A higher difficulty of evolving would mean a higher risk of the beast failing to emerge from the cocoon. Like any other rule, there is always an exception. If the materials he used for the evolution would ensure the green cotton worm will learn a new skill that will help it break out of the cocoon, then he can do so. However, Dr. Liu warns him that not even the best evolution planner can guarantee it. Shi Yu looks at his little worm friend as he absorbs all the knowledge thrown at him. He reviews it in his mind. A higher level of silk mastery means a higher level of cocoon. A higher level of cocoon means more difficulty breaking out. But if the beast breaks out of the cocoon, there will be a higher level of evolution potential. So simple, yet so complicated. In addition, the material provided should help the beast learn a new skill while it is evolving in the cocoon to be able to break out of it. Having the right material is crucial because failing to learn a new skill would lead to a failed evolution attempt. Again, so simple, yet so complicated. But we have the skills handbook. Shi Yu tries to think outside of the box, using the advantages he has at hand. He plans to teach a skill to the worm before it becomes a cocoon. If the worm gets a skill that can help it break out of the cocoon, then it will guarantee the success of the evolution. He also knows that he can teach silk to the highest level that he can. The MC has used his brain once again. Shi Yu gets excited about using the skills handbook with the green cotton worm. He understood the gamble that evolution researchers do on the daily. Shi Yu feels thrilled to break tradition and start using an unconventional evolution method. Will he be able to make the strongest green cotton worm evolution? Shi Yu proudly raises the green cotton worm above his head. He declares that he chooses the evolutionary pathway of the Morphokalina butterfly. Though he knows his beast might not evolve to the rarest form, he wants to use the materials for this pathway as a reference. Dr. Liu is not a bit surprised by his choice. They have been talking for a while, and it's not difficult to grasp that Shi Yu has an ambitious personality. She does not really mind, but she reminds him of the difficulty and the preparation he needs to do. She also repeats that if the evolution fails, the materials will be wasted, and the worm will be trapped in the cocoon. Shi Yu acknowledges the information. The cell phone was lent to Shi Yu for a while so that he could read the evolution guide. He already knows that the silk level should be a proficient level and above. He learns that the materials he needs are called Juvenile Heart of Light, which looks like a mango, ripe sunflower petals, fluorescent core, shining fungi, sunlight rock powder, and mature shiny grass. Eating the evolutionary materials will make the worm form a cocoon. After 30 days, it should learn the skill Rainbow Ray and emerge. Shi Yu lists it down in his notebook while the worm looks over his shoulder. Shi Yu is just reviewing the steps, but he already gets tired. Soak in the shining grass in a solution of sunlight rock powder and spring water in a ratio of 9:1. Soak the food for 1 hour. At level 10, feed all the evolutionary materials in 1 day. Emerge from the cocoon after 30 days. As if the extensive discussion about green cotton worms was not enough, there seem to be extra hidden steps in this evolution thing. Money is always an issue, of course. Shi Yu thinks of the cost. The evolution materials sound rare and expensive. Good thing he has 10 million bucks to spend. He spends so much for an iron bamboo, which is classified as a level 1 resource item, and the items he needs now are at least level 3. He closes his eyes as he reminds himself that using this guide is his last step. He will attempt to forge his own evolution path to a high-grade chief beast first. Shi Yu returns the phone. Dr. Liu waves goodbye as she heads to the door with her winged lion to leave and praises how Shi Yu has raised his iron eater and green cotton worm. Shi Yu is still waving goodbye to his guest, but he already starts doubting his decision to join Department 11. He remembers not wanting to do anything related to his Earth job, but he feels interested enough to activate an unexplored dimension. I have never seen Shi Yu so undecided and fickle-minded with anything. Well, that train of thought did not go too far because he was super excited about the money he would receive tomorrow. The MC decides to spend a lot today. Maybe buy a phone. The new recruit of District 11 goes to the Century building straight to the electronics department. A black-haired clerk assists him in choosing a phone. Without missing a beat, he describes that he wants a cell phone that can connect to the internet, detect energy levels, and has a pet beast almanac. The store clerk was able to put the perfect match for him as soon as he finished speaking. That should be a superpower. Shi Yu was shown the Century Group's latest model called the Almanac M30. Its features include 6,029 entries of beasts and skills with microwave detection for beasts below Transcendent for only $99,998. The clerk generously gives him an additional $1,000 worth of talk time. Shi Yu holds the very slim phone in his hand and asks if he can test it out. The clerk agrees, so Shi Yu immediately points the cell phone to his right, where there is a pet beast. The phone announces that the beast is identified. The phone shows all the details of the mechanical dog. A middle stage Transcendent, level 10, artificial life form used for protection, tracing, and investigative services, and has a high level of skill self-destruct which will make it detonate all its energy but makes it die after one use. I think this just proves how useful this phone will be for Shi Yu's skill handbook. The mechanical dog's high-level skill is so enticing for Shi Yu that it takes everything he has to stop himself from touching the dog. He wonders if he can copy the skill after it uses self-destruct. When his logic comes back to him, he decides that he does not need it anyway. Shi Yu goes back to focusing on reviewing the phone. The phone showed all the details of the growth level with an energy wave detection function. As he observes the dog stretching, he realizes that the mechanical dog is one level away from becoming a transcendent creature. Aside from that, he is impressed with the almanac function. Shi Yu is brainy, but what he studied was more on transcendent creatures, and he didn't want to call himself an expert. Having a phone is so convenient. The information will be at the tip of your hands. Shi Yu is relieved that he has a new tool that will help him get information on beasts or anything else he needs to be an outstanding tamer. Shi Yu grips the phone because he wants to buy it so badly right now, but it will cost him his whole savings. But it's a good investment. Am I right? Logically, he should wait until the next day to buy this, because if the 10 million bucks he was promised does not arrive, he will have nothing to his name. They will be eating literal dirt. Shi Yu raises his hand, holding the phone, and decides firmly. He will buy it now. He will put his trust in Dr. Liu. To hell with logic. He smiles at the clerk and gladly informs her that he will take the phone. The clerk gladly informs him that the phone is a wonderful choice. Shi Yu walks around the shopping center after draining the remaining money in his bank account. He goes in front of the talent group Pet Beast Supplies and thinks about Eleven's diet. The Iron Eater loves iron bamboo, but Shi Yu thinks that he can give it better food now. He goes into the store to look at their products. The new phone user actually uses his phone to learn more about the products he is considering buying. A wooden material containing metal ores catches Shi Yu's eyes. He sees that it's called metal core wood. That makes sense. It is a spiritual plant that is a food item for Iron Eaters, which will help improve vitality and the skill harden. Metal core wood is more nourishing than iron bamboo, but it can cause overnourishment for lower-ranked Iron Eaters. 11 will eat anything. He loves good food. Shi Yu is not worried about 11 being overnourished if he feeds metal core wood to him because his pet beast training volume is greater than any ordinary Iron Eater. In the worm category, his diet is okay the way it is. Shi Yu also sees a better supplement for himself in a strange-looking capsule. However, he buys pills in bulk, so he just keeps it in mind for next time. It's always a long day for Shi Yu, but the day is actually not done yet. Shi Yu got home, sat on his bed, and started browsing his phone. The first thing he does is register to the online portal of the Tamers Association, so that he does not need to go to the building personally. Immediately after he registered, Shi Yu gets surprised by a notification on his phone. A wilderness combat exam for authorization to enter the Pingqing District ruin is opened. He was shocked that whatever you find inside will belong to you. This information gets him to stand up from his bed. This opportunistic dude's first thought is about the treasures, but the scared side of him next thinks about the monsters. Shi Yu remembers Dr. Liu hinting at him that he would be able to enter without using his Department 11 credentials. He feels like those who qualify are being used as bait, and he is sure that there will be a catch. Shi Yu puts his doubtful face on and decides to find anyone with previous experience and learn what he should expect. A loud growl is heard in the household. Shi Yu notices that his pet beasts are so hungry that their tummies are making a sound. 11 and the worm starts to scream for food. Their tamer jumps right into action and promises them a feast. Yeah, he is definitely spending it all today. While cooking, Shi Yu thinks about how slow time passes when meditating and how fast time passes when using a cell phone. I bet everyone related to that. Shi Yu's creative mind does not stop as he imagines cell phones evolving into mechanical life forms and obtaining the ability to control time. That is OP, sir. Dinner is now set. The pet beasts who were waiting beside him while he was cooking are now at the table, ready to eat. 11 is having his first taste of the metal wood core. While they ate to their heart's content, Shi Yu encourages 11 to do wilderness combat training after having their fill. He asks 11 if he is up to it. 11 simply gives him a thumbs up, saying that his tamer does not need to ask. With discovered powers and unlimited resources on his hands, what will be our Shi Yu's next move? As cliche as it sounds, 11 battles with himself day in and day out to be better. The trading fanatic now feels ready for more incredible things. He thinks back on his battles with the ice armadillo and earth rats, but he feels his potential was not unleashed. The recent visit of the wind lion made him feel pressure like never before. His new target is unlocked. The Iron Eater is impressively self-aware. He knows that he hasn't reached the chief rank beast's level. Beasts at that level can wield extreme pressure on young beasts like 11. There have been situations where they can instantly wipe out lower ranked beasts just by the pressure they give off. Good thing that 11 hit it off with the wind lion. Maybe he can ask for tips and tricks on getting stronger. Sovereign ranked beasts possess the skill Intimidate. Remember the Snow Wolf King? Shi Yu is pleased that he already has a copy of Intimidate. Just the thought of 11 learning the skill makes the tamer excited for the kingly qualities they will obtain. Shi Yu is looking forward to his pet beast learning sovereign rank abilities. Their journey to the unexplored dimension may be the first significant test of their abilities. This time, it's not only 11 and Shi Yu. They want to bring the green cotton worm along. Though we know that the worm's skills have improved, we have never seen it leave the house. The worm was startled when Shi Yu asked him to come along. Tamers will be scored through the rarity of defeated beasts and resources found during wilderness training. Warman Shi Yu has the bright idea to shoot silk webs everywhere to easily collect resources while 11 takes care of combat. The worm was very shocked by this news. Will it be alright? Our new A-team meets with Dr. Liu in their residence the following day. She returned. Shi Yu's trust was not betrayed. She gives him his ID, money, and promised recommendation letter. As part of Department 11, the ID provided to Shi Yu will permit him to explore most ruins, including the Pingqing ruins. Shi Yu was handed the items. He must already be thinking about how to use everything to his advantage. Another notable place that Shi Yu can go to using his new privilege is the Ice Dragon ruins. Dr. Liu reminds Shi Yu first to get promoted as a professional because of how dangerous it is to go there. She crosses her arms and sternly tells him that he will freeze to death at his current level. Shi Yu does not seem fazed as he asks if he will get bodyguards if he decides to go. Do you not have a single ounce of fear in your bones? Bodyguards can be requested if he is exploring the Ice Dragon ruins, but he cannot have them if he goes to the unexplored dimension. Shi Yu then steers the conversation to learn more about the unexplored dimension. Even though Shi Yu does not seem to care about how dangerous Ice Dragon ruins is, he apologizes to Mr. Statue for having second thoughts about pushing through with the mission, depending on how risky it will be. Dr. Liu asks Shi Yu if he knows that unexplored dimensions are former taming dimensions. He nods in response to confirm that he is aware. The current situation in Pingqing ruins shows that the dimension is unstable. They had already experimented and concluded that only interned tamers could enter it with no problem because high-ranking taming dimensions repel the unexplored dimension. The unexplored dimension is a challenge-type ruin modified by the tamer that previously owned it. They assume that this was created to train the new breed of tamers in mind. Going in would mean that a tamer would be transported to different environments. This means that no matter how many tamers they send in, they will explore the dimension alone. Is this good news? Because we know that Shi Yu prefers going solo. Tamers will face clones of elemental beings and will only be able to move to the next environment by defeating them. Currently, they have the tamer army trying to explore the ruins. What they know is that the ruins are comparable to a challenge with stages, with a boss each round, it seems. Dr. Liu stares at Shi Yu seriously as she admits that Pingqing's intern tamers could not rise to the challenge. It was decided that other districts would be allowed to explore the ruins if they could not find tamers in their district that could make progress, but that would mean an opportunity lost for the city. Shi Yu's only concern is knowing how dangerous it is inside. The information gathered shows that elemental beings defeat the challengers and avoid slaying them, which is not guaranteed if the tamer is too weak. Shi Yu gets worried about that information. The worst-case scenario is clearly not only a dangerous situation, but a deadly situation. Dr. Lu gives a website link and an invitation QR code to Shi Yu so that he can get breeding materials with discounts and rewards. Shi Yu is such a sucker for good deals. She reiterates that Shi Yu using the resources available to him now will help him quickly become a professional tamer. Shi Yu is reminded to forget about Ice Dragon ruins and to make the unexplored dimension his top priority. I don't think he's concerned about that. Dr. Lu is the one always bringing it up. Department 11's newest recruit decides that the task given to him is too dangerous for him to pursue. Did he forget that this is part of his test to become an official member of the organization? His main task when exploring the ruins is uncovering Glacier City's true history. Dr. Lu assures him that he does not have to clear the entire ruins to achieve his goal because he can get clues inside the individual environments using his hearing ability. She was also reminded of how he triggered the ruins to appear, which means he is strong enough. Dr. Lu instructs Shi Yu to go to the Bamboo Rock Gym and have 11 learn 2 new skills. It's like she can't hear how worried Shi Yu is. Well, they gave him all the resources to get stronger, but it is still human nature to be cautious. The Tamer agrees and decides that the safest route is to go through the test organized by the Tamers Association. Knowing that he is strong enough to pass the test would make him confident that he will survive. Dr. Lu leaves while Shi Yu firmly decides that staying alive is his #1 priority. In Shi Yu's survival instincts, we trust. Instructions are received and will be followed. Shi Yu holds his ID tightly, remembering that he does not need it to enter the ruins in the meantime. He holds his money tighter on the other hand. That's more important. He has all these second thoughts about going to the ruins, but the rush he feels by imagining the adventure he is about to take triumphs. Or maybe he looked at the money and imagined all the future treasures he would receive if he succeeded in this mission. Dr. Lu is done with her business and leaves Shi Yu's house. Department 11's new probationary member is talented and has a clean background, but is not strong enough for the upper echelon to provide resources. She gave him many things. What kind of stuff will you be able to receive once you are a part of the organization? House and lot, your own city, gold bars. Anyway, Dr. Lu pushed him to investigate Glacier City's true history to train Shi Yu. She wants to work with him and plans to make him his assistant. 6 months from now, she hopes that Shi Yu will take and pass the professional exam. While holding the stuff the rich woman dropped off, Shi Yu informs his pet beasts that they now have no choice but to work hard. He opens his probationary ID now that he is associated with Department 11, a powerful organization with influence on Eastern Glory ruins. The importance of a career in archaeology on the Blue Planet is more evident now. Ruins contain secrets of the world and are related to totem-ranked and legendary beasts. Knowing about how runes work became a game changer. The annoyingly smug look on Shi Yu's face says it all. He feels secure knowing that he has access to deciphering the secrets of the ruins, which he sees as the key to reaching legendary rank. He is impressed that he was able to join a high-ranking organization that will allow him to get legendary rank tamers as bodyguards. With all his luck so far, does Shi Yu need to be humbled? Well, as long as he knows that when great things come, troubles come with it. When I start to doubt, thankfully, Shi Yu returns to his logical self. He is still beaming in happiness as he puts the ID inside his pocket for safekeeping. In the meantime, the worm sees a swirling green light that starts to appear around 11. What does this mean? Shi Yu saw it too and knew that this meant that his Iron Eater had leveled up. He reaches out his hand to pat his pet beast on the head for a job well done, and notices that 11 is now 1 meter tall. 11 was surprised and only noticed when his tamer pointed it out. Our 11 is growing so fast but still as cute as ever. Shi Yu observes that 11 has grown twice his size since they met and assumes that it is normal for a growing beast. Shi Yu brings his 11 a metal core wood dish to celebrate. Both 11 and the worm were happy about it. While the worm watches the Iron Eater munching on his reward happily, their tamer takes out his phone to check their stats. 11 at level 6 and the worm at level 4. Shi Yu proudly knows that the beasts he is raising are not ordinary because their skills are higher than anyone at the same level. Because, skill handbook advantage. He smiles as he starts thinking about what score he will get at the Wilderness Practical Test the Tamers Association is holding. Shi Yu went to the Tamers Association to register for the test and was surprised by the number of people at the venue. This got him thinking a lot. He knows that only tamers with potential will be chosen to train in the ruins. He walks through the crowd with the mindset that qualifying not only determines who will enter the ruins, but is also a test to see who can take the professional tamer exam. While waiting, he overhears other participants talking about how this everyone might be here because of the unexplored dimension. It seems like he is not the only one who thinks so. A black-haired woman greets the crowd waiting. She announces the test details, asking participants to go to Tianmeng Mountain from July 28 to 30, which is 3 days from today. The meeting place would be at the training grounds before 9 a.m. Anyone late will have their participation forfeited and their registration fee refunded. She asked them to proceed to the lobby to confirm other details. Shi Yu thanked the lady and proceeded to the lobby as instructed. The MC pays the registration fee of 10,000 bucks. Our millionaire does not need to be concerned about the cost. The Budget King has no complaints knowing the experience of being a professional team is worth it. After 3 days, Shi Yu arrives at Tianmeng Mountain without a problem. There is already a crowd when he arrives. Many people took the late warning seriously. Suddenly, someone calls his name from behind. Shi Yu looks around to see a familiar uniform and glasses. The old man comes to his side quickly, saying he knew he would come. Shi Yu shouts in surprise, thinking that impure spirits are harassing him before the test. Who or what is this guy? He looks familiar. The familiar-looking guy asks Shi Yu to calm down and introduces himself again. It was Chen Kai. We knew that. We just wanted to overreact with Shi Yu. Shi Yu worries that the student consumed a lot of supplements because the person standing before him looked dead inside. Chen Kai ignores his concern and feels proud of his efforts, which made his ice armadillo reach level 7. The top student looked up to Shi Yu clearly, seeing how he believed and followed every word he said. Aside from the visibly worrying physical condition, Shi Yu also wonders if coming to the exam is the right move for Chen Kai after 11 defeated the ice armadillo. He wants to know if his friend came alone and is relieved to hear that Chen Kai's classmates and teacher are there. Are Yu Wei and Yu Jingjing here too? Chen Kai is maybe reminded of the last time they saw each other and excitedly asks Shi Yu if he had heard of the statue exploding incident. Shi Yu feels proud of being the reason that thing happened but keeps it to himself. I can still remember how he panicked when it first happened though. Good times. The ruins activator decides to change the topic and asks the student not to push himself too much. His reminder is met with Chen Kai's passion for chasing his and his beast ice armadillo's potential. Chen Kai looked proud of his drive and hard work and was confident that he could show results with this test. With a large number of applicants, people will be split to 100 per location, where only the top 20 participants will pass. Chen Kai is unsure if he will be qualified to enter the ruins, but Shi Yu assures him that 1 out of 5 odds is not bad for an outstanding student with a level 7 ice armadillo. The top student was still not confident enough when reminded of his bad loss with 11. It feels like it happened so long ago, but don't worry. This memory only inspires Chen Kai. Knowing that if Shi Yu's Iron Eater can exceed its growth level, his Ice Armadillo can do it too. The two start to walk toward the training grounds. They talk about their experience in similar events. Chen Kai shares that their school has done a similar smaller-scale event, which does not compare to this exam, while Shi Yu smiles and lets him know that this is his first time. Chen Kai recalls that Shi Yu is a breeding major and wouldn't have had the same opportunity as him. Shi Yu takes the time to look around and realizes that this is his first time visiting a dangerous place since his transmigration. We have seen this tamer pick the safe and logical route with meticulous planning all this time. This change of pace excites Shi Yu. He remembers their teammates in the last mission and asks Chen Kai if they are also taking the exam. Unfortunately, Yu Jingjing was not allowed by her parents and Yu Wei's Iron Eater was not yet competent. Somewhere in the crowd, Chen Kai's classmate calls out to him. He starts running towards them and waves goodbye to Shi Yu. Now left alone, our favorite tamer starts to observe his surroundings and sees men standing in line wearing camouflage and helmets and standing with their standard issue beast dogs. He wonders if these are hired by a security company or part of the tamer army. They all look the same. Shi Yu contemplates how his life would have gone if he joined the tamer army instead. Aside from not having freedom, having his training covered and automatically getting assigned jobs was not bad for him. Shi Yu was also confident that he would have been a ranking officer, but he did not see himself undergoing strict training. If he had that kind of discipline, the unexplored region would not have opened, and this adventure would not have been possible, so all worked out for the best. A man wearing camouflage blows his green whistle to get everyone's attention. He looks like he is about to show his special move, Rolling Thunder, but he doesn't. Instead, he commands everyone to keep quiet, fall in line, and sign the safety responsibility sheet while they listen to the test details. The guy in charge is Zhou Wanshan, who came with 4 professional tamers and a team of security guards. Zhou Wanshan informs everyone that they will receive a booklet after signing the sheet. The hunting handbook will contain corresponding scores and details of beasts and rare resources that the participants will hunt and collect in Tianmeng Mountain. The scores will determine their ranking. Good thing Shi was planned for this scenario. We have a strategy in mind. Everyone will also be given a mobile geopositioning communicator for safety purposes, which participants can use when calling for help. Safety points handled by security guards dressed in dark blue are also available so that people can either call for help if they want to give up on the exam or verify their loot and record their scores. The guy in charge arrogantly announces that the goal is to score as many points as possible in 3 days, as if it was just that easy. It was also confirmed that the top 20 tamers with the highest scores would be qualified to enter the ruins. Now that the rules have been set, let's take it on. The professional tamers take one look at the young crowd and start questioning everyone's survival capabilities. The pro with long eyelashes feels competitive and wants to be an intern again because high-ranking tamers are not allowed to enter the unexplored dimension. Sir Zhou Wanshan silences his underlings and reminds them why they were there, to keep watch and to avoid casualties. Sit back or relax and enjoy the show just like us. Every show has its protagonist, and our main character here is doing what he does best, planning the most efficient course of action. Shi Yu browses through the hunting handbook and sees one earth rat is 20 points, which he decides is not worth the effort. Been there, done that. I'm not sure what comes to our ambitious Shi Yu's mind as he starts to browse the higher point beasts. A totally not recommended hunt is the 4,000 point giant brown snake called Berserk Python. This is a water type, level 10 middle transcendent beast with skills like Berserk and Violent Whip. Only 2 can be found in Green Lake and Xiaomang Lake. He assumes that beasts like these are prepared for confident and strong tamers. Shi Yu is more interested in the skill than the beast. Using Berserk will give a beast more strength and speed in exchange for losing all sense of reason. The consequence will stop if the skill is mastered to a perfect level, but that would take a long time. Can you even imagine a Berserk Iron Ear? His training maniac pet beast would be rushing into walls and cracking floors, probably. He stops imagining an unstoppable Iron Ear when he sees a level 10 big, angry ball of electricity called Electric Slime. It's a middle transcendent beast with skills called Amplify and Electric Shock. Looks can be deceiving. It looks just like something you can keep in your pocket. 3 exist in the magnetic zone and are also definitely not recommended to hunt. Shi Yu seems surprised to see slime in the list of beasts because having one here in Eastern Glory means it is sourced from other nations. This means we're totally ignoring the totally not recommended warning. Once Shi Yu sees the skill, Amplify, he remembers that this skill allows the beast to shift size at will with added advantages. Shrinking makes it beast save stamina and quicken recovery. Megamorphing will make the beast grow bigger while gaining strength in exchange for speed. Imagining this on 11 looks perfect. Shi Yu closes the handbook and decides that he wants this skill. This is his only opportunity since slime beasts are not local inhabitants in this nation. The scheming guy looks disappointed when his planning phase is interrupted when the guy in charge reminds everyone that they have 30 minutes left to purchase food and medicine at the nearby store. Participants can only leave the mountain after 3 days unless absolutely necessary. Can you also buy survival instincts too? 1 extra life, please. After getting his mobile geopositioning communicator, Shi Yu goes to the store and wants to purchase a storage item, but grabs non-conductive gloves instead. Is there nothing available? Being able to bring more means being able to bring more survival gear. He was aware of a huge spatial item that can be found in the Pingqing ruins that can even store living creatures. You cannot even get that today. Think of how to survive now. Chen Kai called out to him before he could finish that thought. Shi was annoyed that he was interrupted but heard his friend out. Chen Kai looks super pumped and asks him to form a party to hunt the Berserk Python. He and his classmates have made a solid plan to restrict the snake's movement using Ice Armadillo, and they have an electric-type beast that can electrocute fish in the lakes. Shi was surprised that they can form parties and is doubtful about how the spoils will be distributed. We have no idea how many of Chen Kai's classmates participated here. Would this be a good idea? It's true that no rules regarding teamwork are said, and the student group believes there are enough rare resources around the Python's lakes for them to gain enough points. The loner politely declines the offer because he has another target and waves goodbye to the disappointed Chen Kai. That's just his personality. Shi Yu prefers to do stuff alone. They go their separate ways, and while Shi Yu thinks that doing everything by himself would be more efficient, Chen Kai is plainly disappointed because he wants to observe his idol more. The clock ticks 10 a.m., and everyone is asked to move out and enter the mountain from any entrances. Mechanical birds were sent to track, investigate, and monitor the participants throughout the test. In the control room, Zhou Wanshan asks the other professional tamers to focus on monitoring beasts with 4,000 points because they are more likely to have casualties in that area. We know one is going solo there. They acknowledge this command and focus on the monitoring screens. Shi Yu summons 11, who immediately looks for an opponent. Let's pause a minute. Was the worm in Shi Yu's backpack all this time? It suddenly appears on his shoulder. The team is assembled, and they start to make their way to the target. 11 energetically jumps around as he is instructed to keep an eye out. They are definitely going to the magnetic zone through the boar forest. Shi Yu plans to hunt some spiked boars first. Spiked boars look exactly like how their name sounds and are known to be powerful and hard to defeat. With that logic, these beasts would definitely be worth points. The A-team sees one when they are hiding out in bushes. Shi Yu thinks that this situation is perfect for warming up. Are they planning a surprise attack? The tamer whips out his handy phone and looks up the spiked boar's information. But the click is so loud I think it can be heard through the whole mountain. I'm exaggerating, but a surprise attack is not an option now, as the spiked boar roars loudly after noticing them. The phone teaches him that this is an Earth-type middle transcendent beast. Its go-to move is tackle, and it has this skill called petrifying fangs that may stun its opponent. Though the worm is terrified, the other two look more excited than ever. Don't worry, the fight has not started yet, but 11 already won in cuteness levels. The less cute beast starts charging towards the bare paws and hams that his eyes lock on. It roars and roars as it runs all its might excitedly. The team sees the beast approaching and gets ready. Our battle chief 11 stands in front of his tamer, prepared for battle. Shi Yu instructs 11 to be cautious of the tusks because it will petrify him and reminds him that the opponent attacks by tackling. Will petrifying fangs affect 11 if he hardens his body? Shi Yu points to the incoming danger and commands his pet beast to go. 11, in fact, did not go. He was raring to do so, but he remained calm. Having calm and 11 in the same sentence is not something I expected. Light envelops his body as he prepares to receive the attack. 11 stands his ground firmly, waiting for the roaring, agitated boar who is not slowing down at all. Shi Yu and the worm goes behind a tree for safety as they watch 11 close his eyes to concentrate on the battle. The spiked boar is already in front of the Iron Eater, who opens his eyes and uses super sight. Shi Yu's pet beast activates his experience level skill, and his eyes start to brighten. The incoming attack is predicted, and 11 jumps above the opponent just before the tusk can touch him. The tackle was easily evaded. The Iron Eater concentrates his energy and puts his whole weight on his fist as it prepares to counterattack. He punches the spiked boar downward. The move makes the boar scream in pain. Super sight for defense and harden for offense. What is 11's weakness? Can anyone tell me? The boar goes flying through the trees and crashes from the impact. 11 lands on his feet and hears the command from his tamer to finish the battle. They give their opponent no chance to recover. The spiked boar is shaking on its feet and struggling to stand up again. Who's the predator now? Its aggressiveness is now replaced with fear as he sees this Iron Eater missile coming at him. 11 makes contact with the beast, breaks its tusk, and immediately makes it unconscious. The team makes an easy 350 points with the Super Sight plus Hardened Wombo combo. The battle was not even close. You can say it was a boring fight. Our chief of the loot collection starts to entangle the helpless boar with silk while 11 is celebrating his win. Shi Yu imagines that Chen Kai could also defeat this level of monster, though it would be a little more challenging for him. Our introvert declined the party, but obviously still feels the camaraderie. The end of the silk thread is given to 11 for him to drive the beast they defeated. Shi Yu informs his Iron Eater that it is part of his strength training. He is now tasked to carry the spoils that they will pick up along the way. The Iron Eater is very glad with his newly acquired training equipment. Meanwhile, the monitoring center sees that someone scored the first point in the event. Shi Yu is already ahead in points. They notice that it is of an intern tamer defeating a spiked boar and then entering the boar forest. The observers are surprised by what they see on camera number 0093. This guy just defeated the spiked boar alone with a cub Iron Eater that is barely level 7. It can be seen on the monitor that Shi Yu is walking with his pet beast dragging the spiked boar. They had no time to be nosy and decided to check the footage later when they had the time. Though the intern tamer is strong, they want to continue observing him because boar forest is a dangerous place to be. The observers hope that he climbs on a tree for safety. Shi Yu does just that. From above a tree, his team spots 4 boars. He immediately wonders if 11 can take on these boars at one time. 11 looks at his tamer, who is busy weighing the odds, wondering why he is not yet commanded to attack the beasts on sight. They got boar at fighting 1. 4 should be more challenging for them. The tamer feels his pet beast bloodlust and asks 11 if he wants to try. Shi Yu points at the beasts below and tells him that he should fight them completely using Harden and assures the Iron Eater that he can do it because his skill is at a proficient level. 11 is excited to do the 4 versus 1 fight. They have seen 11 train so hard that you even have to convince him to rest. 4 boars are nothing to be worried about. Shi Yu lets 11 go alone and lets him know that he and the green cotton worm are cheering him on. 11 walks towards the beasts they were observing earlier, and they immediately notice him approaching. The monitoring team shouts in disbelief, wondering why this group is so fearless. Other people check as they hear a commotion in monitor number 0093. They are brought up to speed because this tamer unbelievably allowed his Iron Eater cub to face 4 spiked boars alone. I mean, anyone would think that is crazy. 11 is so small. Our audience starts to wonder if the last win that this crazy tamer had made him overconfident. They stare at the screen, knowing that a level 10 beast will be having difficulty facing the same challenge. If Shi Yu says that 11 can take this on, I have no reason not to believe it. To be honest, I share the same worries since Shi Yu is always cautious. At the same time, you will start to wish that this challenge will be the challenge, because that is what the main characters enjoy. 4 boars stare at the little guy that is walking toward them without worry. All of them seem confused and wonder where this Iron Eater came from. They even assume that 11 is there to give them more food. You fools do not make the rules here. 11 starts taunting them, jumping while making funny faces, and crouching while showing them his behind. What a prankster. Did Shi Yu also teach that? The boars' confused faces are now replaced with rage. They roar in unison as their annoyance gets to the highest level. Even the monitor team cannot believe how the Iron Eater made his opponents angry. All the spiked boars start charging quickly toward 11 at the same time. He looks so tiny as they approach him. 11 stands firm as he starts to channel his proficient level skill, Harden. The Iron Eater grunts as his whole body gets covered in armor. This same technique was used to defend against an ice armadillo attack without a scratch. 11 roughs as he jumps up and kicks the first spiked boar in front of him. It flew away immediately. These boars are not birds, but they like flying. Oh no, another spiked boar tackled 11 with its tusk. The tusk makes contact with 11's body, but our brave buddy withstands it completely. The Iron Eater remains standing on his spot, and instead, wham, he punches his attacker in the face. After that, bam, he tackles it with the full force of his body. The little guy now stands between 2 unconscious spiked boars as he stares at the 2 remaining boars, who stop in their tracks. 11's menacing aura reaches them from a distance. Not so little for you anymore, doesn't it? The 2 surviving boars start to run away hurriedly, looking back to ensure they will not be caught. 11 roughs as he chases them immediately. People watching monitor number 0093 were surprised by the outcome. They were worried for 11 before, but now they call the Iron Eater a boar slayer. The audience starts to notice that the hardened skill is at a proficient level and wonders who the intern Tamer is. Looking at the records, they learn that this intern Tamer is called Shi Yu. Once you start watching Shi Yu, you will not be able to stop. Just ask Chen Kai. It turns out one of the security guards was also an intern at Bamboo Rock Gym and asked him if he knew this person. The Bamboo Rock Gym intern does not recognize Shi Yu. Their conversation is cut short when they notice a green cotton worm sitting on Shi Yu's shoulder. Shi Yu's team already captured the 4 boars, and the worm was doing its job securing the loot. The guards were just talking, and 11 already finished the job. That was fast. This comes as another surprise because intern tamers can only have 1 contracted beast. The monitoring team assumes that there is no contract between the worm, and Shi Yu is even more amazed. In addition, they also observe that the worm is at a high level, and they make another assumption that it will evolve into a wind crystal butterfly. The monitoring team even bets 1 cigarette that Shi Yu will be in the top 3. I'll bet my pet beast that he would be top 1, if I had one. The watch party ended when the team was called due to a participant's injury. Quick math makes Shi Yu compute that they now have 1,750 points with the 5 spiked beasts that 11 has in tow. Shi Yu wonders if they can eat the boars, which causes 11's stomach to rumble. Same. Hearing about food makes one hungry. Shi Yu stops, sits down, and tells his pet beasts to rest. He brings out a food tray for 11. While 11 is gulping down his lunch, Shi Yu continues to run through his agenda for the day. He sees that after exiting Boar Forest, a safe zone is there. After that, his goal destination is close. Magnetic Mountain Zone, where electric slimes can be found, will be nearby. Suddenly, birds fly out of the forest surrounding them. A voice starts to shout for help. Shi Yu was surprised. They are still in the Boar Forest zone. Surely, they could assist. Shi Yu and 11 ran toward the direction where they heard the cry for help. They move quickly and see not just 1 but 2 tamers running away from 10 boars and trying to find a tree to climb. The tamers who shouted for help are currently still screaming for their lives because they have no idea what to do. The gleaming red eyes of this group of predators would send any average person into a panic. Even their pet beasts are tired of trying to escape the approaching herd. The two tamers try to convince Shi Yu to hurry and run away as one starts to climb a tree. Shi Yu ignores them and coolly stands in the open, trying to think if 11 could win this battle. Yeah, Shi Yu is the weird one here. The escaping duo suddenly notices the Iron Eater standing behind this odd guy who is spacing out and sees the mountain of spiked boars that they have gathered. And they were not the only ones who noticed. As they're sensing the boar slayer energy that the newcomer and his pet beast are giving off, the herd of spiked boars suddenly stops running. They turn around, whimpering, trying to escape the two demons standing before them. The saved tamers cannot believe that the herd of spiked boars ran away just like that. Not feeling safe, the duo approaches Shi Yu and remembers him being with them at the same entrance. They were shocked at Shi Yu's hunting speed, since not much time had passed since they started the test. I was half expecting Shi Yu to brag here, but their savior decides not to entertain their amazement and simply instructs them to go to the outskirts of the forest to find isolated boars. They raise their hands to salute and thank the expert. Shi Yu parts ways with the duo and reflects on his observation of the survival instincts of boars. They were scared and did not want to get close to them. I guess the beasts in the forest need the survival instinct. Shi Yu is clearly the predator here. It's like he left his worries once he entered the mountain. The tamer continues to head to the safety zone because the spoils they are dragging would only slow them down. An announcement to prepare to open the gates can be heard as they are welcomed at a large facility in the middle of the forest as Shi Yu arrives. It's surprising that several people are already in the safe zone before him. But there were early casualties. The injured tamers being taken care of in the safe zone were shocked at his haul of 5 spiked boars. They'd wonder if he did it alone. A tamer, the white dandelion, is healing, was injured severely by just 1 boar, so they want to know how powerful Shi Yu is. The delirious patient, on the other hand, does not seem aware of what is going on and starts reaching out to 11, thinking that he has healing capabilities. We know that, but how did he know? The white dandelion got annoyed that its customer was not satisfied with just them alone healing the man. 11 waves at the injured people who wish that he really had a healing skill. It does not matter if they know if he has quick heal or not because they took one look at 11's cute face and felt pretty healed. 11 flashes a peace sign to them to make them feel even better. Do you feel healed too? Shi Yu also greets them by waving his hand. He feels that these tamers are lucky to have a healing beast in the safe zone and thinks about the high possibility of being injured during the test. This happened to these guys in the first part of the forest, and he could not imagine what greater injuries these guys would have if they tried to get it on with the boss. The former Iron Bamboo gym intern greets Shi Yu, who was patting his Iron Eater on the head. He tells him that they have been observing him for a while. Our Shi Yu is now a celebrity. He brings a card for Shi Yu's haul and lets him know that he can assist in registering his score. Shi Yu was relieved by the help offered. Trying to make conversation, Shi Yu asks if he can eat the goods he brought back. The guard asks him how he would like to cook the boars, and Shi Yu responds that he would like to roast them. The new celebrity was advised that although the meat is tasty, there is ample preparation needed for the meat to be edible. Shi Yu was very disappointed because he did not want to eat instant noodles throughout the exam. A tamer named Shi Fei was the current #1 scorer with 1,500 points, but when Shi Yu registered his loot, his 1,750 points took the top spot. Pretty close fight. The professional tamers see the new score on the board. Zhao Wanshen notices that the intern tamer brought back 5 boars using an energetic Iron Eater, but notes that it has only been a few hours. He looks at the monitors again and instructs his underlings again to keep monitoring participants. It's so hard to impress this guy. Shi Yu has to work harder. The Bamboo Rock Gym disciple worked in the gym for a long time but has not seen anything like 11. As he registers Shi Yu's spiked boars, he thinks about the transcendent rank Iron Eater that he raised for 6 years, but only reached proficient level hardened recently. Tamers who raise normal Iron Eaters are so patient. He thinks that Shi Yu is on another level, so he sits down and calls Master Lin, the legendary ranked tamer. He introduced himself as Yan Qi, who was also called Little Bear. Master Lin seems like a not-sensitive guy. He asks if this is the same Yan Qi who failed the professional exam 2 years in a row, which is the reason why he started to work in a security company. Little Bear could not deny it and apologized for humiliating the Bamboo Rock Gym. Mister, that was kinda harsh. Yan Qi quickly changes the topic and informs Master Lin that he met an interesting tamer at Tianmang Mountain, who had a 2-year-old cub with proficient level harden. He asks if this Shi Yu person is a new disciple of the gym. The gym leader starts to stroke his beard and thinks about how unreal his old student sounds. Master Lin tries to reach harder in his brain, thinking they could not have missed an Iron Eater of that caliber if it came from the Iron Bamboo breeding base. 11 was considered a failure when he was there, sadly. No one appreciated his talent for hard work. Master Lin looks concerned and asks for the name again, and Yanqi repeats, Shi Yu. Suddenly it clicked. It was the relative of Dr. Liu that she wanted to be guided. He was offered a generous gift for this request. Master Lin looks through the records of Shi Yu picking up the Iron Eater and making a contract. It shows that it has not been a month since he had the Iron Eater picked up, and he guesses that Dr. Liu is behind this inexplicable situation. A month? I feel like it has been longer. Shi Yu has long, productive days, as he didn't realize how quiet he was while thinking and was brought back to reality after Yanqi called out. This reminded Master Lin that Shi Yu was at the Tianmeng Mountain test. He informs Little Bear that Shi Yu is not yet an official member of the Bamboo Rock Gym, but he may be in the future. He asks his former disciple to teach the potential disciple how to use the magnetic zone as a training ground to prepare his pet beast for the future. Great minds think alike. Shi Yu has been planning to go there, but any additional intel is always welcome. Yanqi starts to cry upon hearing that Shi Yu was getting trained even before joining the gym. Get it together, man. You're fine. Shi Yu is eating his beloved cup noodles when a recovered Yanqi approaches him and introduces himself formally. The security guard relays his former master's instructions. Shi Yu learns that aside from the electric slime, he can also find electric ore in the magnetic zone, which is an ingredient in some Iron Eater diets. Our brainy Tamer knows what an electric ore is, but knows that it is not the most recommended food item. Yanqi asks Shi Yu to come with him while grasping his shoulder. He looks threatening. Shi Yu is worried but goes along with the request. They go to the vending machine, where the two Iron Eater tamers have a conversation. Yanqi lets Shi Yu know that he is a disciple of Bamboo Rock Gym and asks him if he knows the ultimate moves there. Okay, he is not threatening. He is just trying to help. Shi Yu recalls knowing Lightning Palm and Cannon Punch. Shi Yu always does his research. Still looking cool as a cucumber, Shi Yu puts his hand on his hips and sips from his canned drink. He looks at the man trying to help him and understands where the conversation is going. Yanqi elaborates that Iron Eaters can master fire and electric type skills. If an Iron Eater needs to learn an electric type skill, it should consume electrical metallic ores like electric ore. Shi Yu stops him from giving further information and asks why this guy he just met is telling him all of this. This is Dr. Liu's fault for baiting Shi Yu. He developed trust issues. Yanqi further explains that diet is an important part of raising a pet beast. Consuming electric ore is just one of the secrets of Bamboo Rock Gym's unique technique. He cites how making a green cotton worm into a Morpho-Helena butterfly needs multiple food items to achieve. Take down notes, Sir Shi Yu. Tips were given to Shi Yu since he was expected to study under Master Lin. He informs the intern Tamer that eating electric ore would need an experience level hardened skill. Since 11 has a proficient level, his Iron Eater will not experience any problem with absorbing nutrients. Yanqi continues to relay the information that the magnetic zone would be the best training ground for Shi Yu if he wants to join the gym. Aside from letting his Iron Eater eat electric ore, getting hit by electric type attacks is part of the basic training for mastering electric palm. His advice is to have 11 try doing it. Yanqi knows that if he got his own Iron Eater to master that technique, he could have passed the pro exams. Just the thought of the combination of electric palm and harden makes the little bear go a little fanboy mode. Shi Yu thanked him for all the information he provided. Shi Yu is really grateful for the first lesson Master Lin gave him, though he has not gone to the gym yet. It was already his initial plan to go to the magnetic zone, and it gave him more motivation to get going. Shi Yu tells Wormy that they will be going to mine some ores, to which Wormy responds with a terrified look on his face. Let's be supportive, Wormy. You'll gain courage with this adventure. After resting and his long conversation with Yanqi, Shi Yu summons 11 again and tells him that they will be going to get something delicious to eat. 11 looks at Wormy and wonders what the delicious food might be. Hey 11, friend, not food. Their team heads out the gate happily with a new goal in mind. The injured participants see them and remember that this team just captured 5 spiked boars, but they are heading out again. The guys become discouraged by how fearless Shi Yu and his pet beasts are. Guys, follow Chen Kai's lead and be encouraged and inspired. The brave buddies came near the magnetic zone without a problem. Warnings about level 10 beasts are put up before a bridge. It was indicated on the map given to participants that the magnetic field would affect tamers. They pushed through for the sake of electric ores and slimes. Real talk. This looks like it gave them a harder time than the spiked boars. After passing the bridge, they walk on a trail with trees, grass, and rocks in sight. Shi Yu was rubbing his head from the effects of the magnetic field when 11 suddenly roughed to alert his tamer that he saw something. The Iron Eater looked suspiciously at the electric ore they came across. It was surrounded by actual electricity. This does not look edible. This does not even look like you can touch it. Shi Yu suggests 11 use harden before getting one and tasting it. 11 complains and asks if this is a prank. The pet beast is very concerned that these electric charges will give him an upset stomach, which will disturb his training. Thinking of an upset stomach made 11 upset at his tamer. If there is anything that can make 11 doubt his tamer, it makes sense that it would be thinking that this human is just making an excuse for him to stop overworking himself. 11 is assured that he can eat the ore, and Shi Yu explains further that his proficient level harden will help him in doing so. The Iron Eater takes Shi Yu's word and reaches for the electric ore. When his claws touch it, the electricity buzzes upon contact. 11's hair raises as he tries not to let go of what he is holding. Shi Yu was amazed. Amazed at how contrasting 11 versus other beasts is compared to 11 versus electric ore. An inanimate object made this pet beast more hesitant than any other beast they have faced so far. The Iron Eater manages to pick a portion of the ore but lets out a rough as he is electrocuted in the process. 11 lands on his bum and looks at the piece he is holding. It's not hard to imagine how hard this yellow thing will crack. Before trying it out himself, 11 wants his tamer to try it first. Shi Yu assures the Iron Eater that the experience level Quick Heal will help him heal immediately if he burns his insides due to the electric charge. Upon hearing that, 11 consumes the yellow ore in his hand with all his might. I have never seen 11 make up excuses to avoid eating. I guess not anyone wants to munch on electricity. Shi Yu is satisfied and knows that with this technique, his pet beast can continue to do this even for 3 days. 11 was grinding the ore on his teeth without a problem. It looks like eating electric ores feels like eating pop rock candies. He is so happy that the ore is edible. The Iron Eater looks like he has gained a significant amount of weight and burps an electric charge. It has not even been a moment, but he asks if they still have more electric ores immediately. Shi Yu winks at him and is happy to accompany him to look further. The tamer is happy to do so, knowing that Iron Eaters gain an affinity for electricity and will build a kind of electric-type talent if they consume large amounts of electric ores. 11 jumps left and right, eating all electric ores in sight. He's crunching his way through all the roads, not wasting a single piece of the yellow sparkling ores. Getting struck by lightning is also another method they are going to utilize to help increase the development of 11's electric-type skills talent. Our greedy tamer regrets that the mountain only has one type of ore, but if he does get hold of other types, he is certain that you will be able to develop a new kind of Iron Eater, an avatar of Iron Eaters, master of all elements. For now, that is just a dream. Shi Yu decides to let 11 focus on electric types since it is what is available. The tamer also starts to see why Yan Qi was fanboying and imagining his Iron Eater mastering hardened paired with electric type skills. Pikachu Panda, master of the electric element. Even Shi Yu daydreams about his own unconventional electric cannon. He imagines destructive long-range skills and gets excited thinking about it. What more if it happens? The imagination is cut short when they come across electric scorpions absorbing electricity from electric ores. They are sticking to the ores, and they seem to be ready to defend the territory with their lives. Shi Yu happily rises up to the challenge of having rivals in their quest. Also seems like the perfect time to check their progress. He commands 11 to take the ores for himself. Mega territory, ours. 11 wants to defend the ores he is eating at the mountain. He runs towards the competition, declaring that he will take all the electric ores himself. The Iron Eater grabs a scorpion tail firmly on his right hand, then another on his left hand. 11 lifts both up and angrily spins the electric scorpions like a lasso. He is taking back what is his. But is it really right for 11 to claim this? The professional tamers who are observing Shi Yu are outraged about what his pet beast is doing. They were called evil overlords invading territories of electric-type beasts. Hey, you were the ones who brought them here. The observers instantly see that 11 has knocked out the 2 scorpions he was flailing around. The no-eyes guy wonders why the Iron Eater is eating electric ores when it can be taken for additional scores. The cap guy assumes that this team is not interested in low-score items but wants to go after level 10 beasts. They seem to be starting at guessing game. Bingo, that's the plan. 1 point for you. They also observe that the Iron Eater is weird with how it had a proficient level harden. That is also correct. This Iron Eater is weird. Another point for you guys. The broken eyebrow guy looked disinterested, but suddenly made sense of the situation where an intern tamer is able to hunt 5 spiked boars in record time. He calls 11 a monster and assures everyone that a level 10 beast will be an easy win for this Iron Eater. Let me give this guy a point for being a believer. The eyelash guy asks if the broken eyebrow guy is talking about the 3 electric slimes which were transported a while ago. The cap guy suddenly looks surprised as the main proctor approaches their desks. Okay, game over. Let's pretend to go back to work, shall we? Rolling Thunder tries to join the conversation. He assures his underlings that the Tamer and his pet beast that they are observing would not be able to handle the slimes, but they are strong enough to be able to escape. Since slimes are slow, he knows that anyone who passed a high school physical examination can outrun those level 10 beasts. With the amount of supplements Shi Yu drinks, he should be able to do that, right? In addition, Zhou Wanshan thinks that in the case that this team defeats the electric slimes, the skill Electrocute will deal damage because of the strength and impact despite a proficient level Harden. The actual level gap is too far. As usual, he asks his team to keep observing and to send out medics in case the intern Tamer foolishly decides to fight the electric slimes. The monitoring team understood. They understood that this meant less chit-chat and more guarding participants. No eyes see our top 1 participant find the electric slimes. The cat guy was shocked because they were just talking about it. What happened was Shi Yu used 11's nose to find more electric ores since the pet beast had already been accustomed to it after eating a lot. This nose led them to a cave which they entered without hesitation. 11 warns Shi Yu to look out after they see a glowing yellow ball suddenly appear in front of them. Its energy was so visible that you could hear the buzzing of the electricity. It turns out the thing was charging an attack and sent bolts of electricity right between the cave intruders, followed by an explosion that tossed the two out of balance. Shi Yu was not scared. Instead, he excitedly tells 11 that they finally found the first electric slime. The big yellow floating ball did not look happy seeing them. Shi Yu was so prepared for this situation. What a genius. He's always 5 steps ahead. He opens his backpack and brings out the non-conductive gloves he bought when the exam started. Shi Yu instructs 11 to grab the slime and squeeze it dry of electricity. He tells his Iron Eater that they will win if they give it their all in a boss fight. I think it will be harder to ask 11 to not give his all. 11 wears the gloves given by his Tamer and starts to rush toward the electric slime. The electric slime will not go down easily as it sends out more bolts trying to hit the Iron Eater coming to challenge it. 11 dodges every buzz that tries to come his way. Super Sight for the win. It is no surprise that 11 was able to reach his opponent easily. But what is surprising is that 11 gets scared when he comes face to face with it. He thinks he will not be able to eat it. You were told to eat one weird thing, but you don't have to eat everything, my guy. The Iron Eater is able to hold the electric slime, which tries to repel him. Shi Yu approaches the battling beasts who instruct 11 to not let go and make his opponent release more electricity. The professional tamer audience did not know that non-conductive gloves were sold at the shop as they watched the fight closely. They are amazed by how smart Shi Yu is to the thought of the strategy they just witnessed, which allowed an Iron Eater to power through the electric slime's defense. By this time, they are sure that Shi Yu will get the points for the electric slime. Zhou Wanshan is still not impressed. He thinks that his colleagues are underestimating the slime. I wonder what it would take to impress the main proctor. Meanwhile, Shi Yu stands confidently and commands 11 to hold still so that their opponent does not run away. The electric slime makes no effort to escape. Instead, it starts to huff and puff. 11 was still holding it firmly, trying his best. The slime started to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Is this amplify? This means that its strength is increasing. It has become bigger than 11. How will he be able to hold on? Shi Yu, who is prepared to deal with any situation, points a finger at 11. He tells his pet beast to use full-body harden. 11 follows the order and quickly covers himself in armor. But the electric slime just continued to get larger. When will it stop? The counterattack begins. 11 reaches out to the big yellow ball again and touches it without hesitation. He resists the stronger pangs of electricity that his opponent is releasing and holds on tighter. Thud. The Iron Eater pushed the electric slime towards the wall. The electric slime seems to have taken a painful blow as it winces in pain. 11 is thrown back a little but remains steady. Size does not matter. Performance does. He sees his opponent struggle after hitting the rocks while he has scratches all over his body. The Iron Eater felt the pleasure of winning an exchange with this level 10 beast. The monitoring team became shoutcasters as they described this situation. The Iron Eater turned the situation around, but they think that it sustained damage as well. They predicted this fight, but seeing it happen is a whole different thing. The head proctor thinks that this is an even match that might end up with both beasts unconscious. 11 may be injured, but what these spectators do not know is that he has the skill Quick Heal. The Iron Eater roughs as he uses his regenerative skill to be back at full condition. When he is ready to rumble again, the electric slime is back on its feet. We finally have something that is not knocked out in one blow. A worthy opponent. 11 starts charging toward the cave boss again, all while dodging the electricity thrown at him. Left, right, left. The Iron Eater swiftly closes the distance and reaches the electric slime easily. His tamer is happy with this result and commands the pet beast again to squeeze the opponent dry of electricity. 11 follows instructions without any question. As this Iron Eater tries to absorb all the electric shock that the electric slime is throwing at him, the observers were wondering if a level 6 beast is at par with a level 10 beast because of how powerful a proficient level Harden is, if it is due to willpower alone, or if it is because of the amount of electric ores that the Iron Eater consumed. All of the above. The electric slime and 11 are still going at it, trying to see what is stronger, the electric shock or Harden. Who will give up first? 11 is not flinching. The electric slime continued to release electric charges until it cannot anymore. Seemingly running out of gas, the electric slime was surprised when it suddenly felt weaker and weaker. Swoosh, swoosh, it decreases in size slowly, as if it is a deflating balloon. 11 lets go of the ball, whose spark is slowly disappearing. Shi Yu sees that the fight is now ending and starts walking closer to the battle arena. 11 falls on the ground while still holding the electric slime. He hugs his now sleeping opponent and informs Shi Yu that they did it. Shi Yu taps his pet beast on the back and tells him what a good job he did. He also does not let go of the opportunity to touch the slime to be able to copy its skills. Shi Yu sees that the slime has 2 skills. He does not need to think about it, and only copies Amplify. Amplify is recorded immediately. The tamer is happy with the skill he obtained and starts to stretch out the beast they just captured. The proctors see that the team they were observing is now toying with a knocked-out electric slime. Their expectations were not only met but exceeded. Everything they thought would happen did not happen. They had years of experience but were all equally terrified of the new intern Tamer and called his team monsters. Shi Yu does not know that they are currently being judged heavily and is only focused on the electric ores inside the cave. He was happy that 11 would have something to fill his stomach and that he had enough to take home. The Planet King communicates with the electric slime he has in hand. He gives it no choice but to eat 2 chunks of electric ores every day and instructs it to release the same amount of electricity it consumes. He does not give the defeated beast time to rest. What a dictator. Shi Yu shamelessly calls it an electricity generator, which will help 11 have resistance to electric attacks and improve his affinity to electricity. The tamer knows that Quick Heal will help 11 take on more electric shocks than he could, enabling this pet beast to train as much as he wants. Shi Yu imagines this is the perfect training regimen for 11. Electric Slime looks tired just hearing about this plan and thinks how inhuman this human is. Shi Yu does not care. He only cares about 11's training. He lets the beasts around him know that they will be resting in the cave and will continue training after eating dinner. 11 is very happy with the plan to train, but the electric slime is not as excited. The security team is shocked about what happened. Yanxi watches this event unfold and remembers everything he taught Shi Yu just a while ago. It has not even been a day. What kind of monster did you unfold? Yanxi did not expect Shi Yu to use the electric slime to train his Iron Eater. The Bamboo Rock Gym disciple thinks that telepathy is a crazy talent. Or maybe it's not the talent. Maybe it's just Shi Yu who's crazy to utilize his talent this way. The same puffing, buzzing, and whooshing sounds can be heard the following day in the magnetic zone. It's just the second day. Are these guys trying to break a record or something? Shi Yu, 11, and Wormy capture the 3 existing electric slimes in the mountain. These level 10 beasts are being held by Wormy's silk. The team looks at their captured balls and recalls how easily they did the remaining 2. 11 used the same technique they battled with the day before, using non-conductive gloves and full-body hardening. 11 punched, kicked, and held on to the electric slimes to capture them. The 3 electric slimes are being used for 11's training. Shi Yu feeds them so that they have enough energy to shock 11, but are not powerful enough to fight back. It sounds so brutal. From feared beasts, the electric slimes are now just training tools for an Iron Eater trying to gain resistance to electricity. 11 continues to eat electric ores while their captives shock him non-stop. The 3 slimes tied up in silk release electric charges toward the Iron Eater, and 11 does not really seem to mind it one bit. 11 closes his eyes and concentrates on the energy of the attacks he is receiving. He had the instinct to clap his hands together and clasp them as if saying a prayer. Suddenly, electricity runs through 11's paws, and he roughs in shock. He does not know what happened. Is he conducting the electricity that the slimes are showering him with through his body? No. The team hears a sudden prompt that 11 has learned the middle rank skill, Electric Palm. This was the skill that Yanxi told them about, a skill that you can only learn in the dojo. Even Shi Yu seems surprised. The Tamer looks at 11, who is generating electricity in the palm of his hands and is amazed at how his pet beast learned the skill by himself. Shi Yu stares at 11's palms closer and decides to pause the training to investigate more. Carrying the 3 electric slimes they captured, Shi Yu and 11 walk inside the safe zone. They start running towards Yan Qi when they see him. Little Bear was surprised to see Shi Yu approaching him urgently. They cannot contain their excitement at all. 11 immediately shows his electric palms, and Shi Yu asks if that is what the skill he was talking about looks like. Yan Qi looked electrocuted. No, he was not attacked by 11. Yan Qi discussed this skill yesterday as a background before they learned it at the gym. Add this person to the list of creatures that cannot believe 11's skill. While their new friend tries to make sense of everything, 11 generates electricity on his palm non-stop while eating electric ores. In an outburst, Yan Qi angrily tells Shi Yu that his tips alone should not be enough to be able to learn electric palm. Everyone in the Bamboo Rock Gym should have learned this since they all feed electric ores and train their iron eaters with electricity. Little Bear looks so jealous because there are a lot of other steps needed to achieve electric palm, but these weirdos did it with simple materials in a day. He asks what makes 11 special. Shi Yu hugs his iron eater and casually tells Yan Qi that they are just hardworking. I don't know if that makes sense, but Yan Qi stares at them blankly and remembers that he watched them battle, eat, and train the whole time they were monitored. Shi Yu gets his confirmation that 11 has legitimately learned electric palm just by the funny reaction they got. He knows how impossible it looks, but he also knows how quick heal played a huge part in the speed at which 11 acquired his newest skill. Now, bear with us as we get back to Feng Shui expert mode. It will sound too technical, but I promise it will make sense. Quick heal is a wood-type skill that uses life force, which also symbolizes growth. It's lucky that in Feng Shui, thunder is the arousing trigram in the 8 trigrams. It faces east and is also considered a wood element, the same element as quick heal. In short, everything that 11 used to learn the electric palm is related to wood-type skills. Shi Yu assumes that there is an unknown reaction between the tools they utilized for 11, which made learning quicker. Shi Yu describes what happened as unconventional and mystical, just as unique as a hardworking iron eater and a tamer that can teach his pet beasts skills. Yan Qi has recovered from all the shock and jealousy he experienced, and verbally confirms that 11 has the electric palm skill, but lets Shi Yu know as well that it is at beginner level, based on how weak it still is. He teaches Shi Yu that when an iron eater's palm can withstand high voltage of electricity and get enough power to stun and pierce an opponent, that will be an indication of a powerful electric palm. I remember what happened when Yan Qi last taught this Shi Yu guy something. Do you? Shi Yu immediately understood the lesson. He was happy that he did not need to copy the skill at the gym and was equally surprised that 11 learned the skill. Our favorite logician now thinks about how he can utilize relationships between skills to make it easier to perfect. Like in a video game, we sometimes have skill branches. Allocate some points to know which skill you can learn next. He starts to think that because 11 learned electric palm, it would be easier for 11 to learn electricity skills. In addition, he has added the electric palm to the skills handbook. He thanks Iron Eater's efforts. 11 must be so happy. This is the first time that he will definitely feel that he alone worked hard to be able to gain a skill. The team gives their favorite security guard the 3 electric slimes they hunted and used as tools until they weren't needed anymore. Yan Qi asked if Shi Yu plans to go back to the magnetic zone. The enthusiastic ore collector shows his backpack and declares that he thinks that there are not many electric ores left. Shi Yu keeps surprising Yan Qi. Give this man's heart a rest. Shi Yu does not hand over the ores for points though. Yan Qi starts to call someone while thinking about how high of a score Shi Yu could have gotten if he had given the electric ores. He thinks 11 would be eating everything. Little Bear's call is received by Master Lin, who asks him why he called. The gym leader was brought up to speed. Yan Qi was able to pass his message yesterday. He tells Master Lin how Shi Yu's Iron Eater ate all the electric ores in the mountain, how Shi Yu captured 3 electric slimes to train 11, and how the Iron Eater learned electric palm. And now, another person is added to the list of creatures that cannot believe this intern Tamer and his Iron Eater's capabilities. This team does not know what the word tired means. They head out again. This time, their target is to find something for the green cotton worm to eat because it has not eaten properly in the 2 days that they had been in the mountain. They run through the forest to search for a reward for Wormy, which was a great help during this test. The little guy is so honored to be given attention. Wormy's evolution is something that Shi Yu has been planning to do. The normal route tamers go through is waiting for green cotton worms to reach level 9 or 10 before starting to prepare evolution materials. It was known that giving rare materials is inefficient if the worm is not yet ready to form a cocoon. Wormy is so small, but it seems to be the most complicated beast to raise. Green cottonworms learn a new skill while inside a cocoon, and they need the nourishment. But before that stage, the only useful skill that they have is silk. Shi Yu thinks of himself as an unconventional tamer as he tries to think outside the box. Shi Yu already has an attack pet beast that was raised using a standard method which learned, and will continue to learn, great fighting skills. His real experiment will be this green cottonworm, which he can teach a unique combo of skills in addition to the higher possibility of it evolving into a rare and practical species. Morphohelena butterfly has been introduced to him, and evolving Wormy to that species will make it a good support-type beast with versatile skills that range from light control and illusions. However, Shi Yu is also getting swayed to make it evolve into a sovereign-rank beast called Ice Phoenix Butterfly. If he succeeds, it will make him the first one to do so in their nation. Shi Yu's true dream is for Wormy to evolve into a beast that can learn rare attributes such as space or time-related skills. Time traveling, portal opening, teleportation for escape, or anything that can give all his beasts a boost. Anything is really possible on Blue Planet. He starts to think of all evolution pathways at the same time, so he tries to ground himself again and heads back to the basics, evolution materials. He has no idea where to get evolution materials, and he knows that it is hard to get rare skills and items as well. The MC plans to utilize the influence of Department 11 in this aspect, but he needs to pass this test first, pass probation, then use everything that Department 11 can offer. After having his imagination all over the place, Shi Yu decides to focus on what he can do now. He remembers that he should make Wormy learn the silk at the highest level possible before thinking of evolution. Shi Yu starts to look at the hunting handbook given for the exam and studies what he can get in the mountains while 11 plays with butterflies. It is a moment of bliss. Shi Yu sees that Dragon Whisker is available, a yellow and white level 1 spiritual plant. It is a very delicious food for beasts with skills like silk, and can help improve the durability and sharpness of produced products. The perfect reward for our silk-producing friend. Fortunately, the team is near the area where the Dragon Whisker can be found. Shi Yu urges his pet beast to run toward where the spiritual plant is. Meanwhile, it seems like trouble is brewing. The team is unaware that a violet beast with multiple eyes is hiding in the trees, rustling branches as it moves. Our adventurers find the Dragon Whisker first, growing in an open field and still unaware of the danger. 11 looks at the unique plant. Kind of looks like electricity, but nope, it's not yours. Shi Yu lets Wormy know that the plant is his dinner. Before they can pick up the plant, a shadow jumps above where they are standing. Wormy's reward has to wait. A creature appears before them. It looks like a spider, super big, has 8 legs, and has creepy eyes. Foosh. The violet beast lurking releases a long thread. That is definitely a spider. 11 stands in the way of the thread and is Tamer. Shi Yu was surprised that his Iron Eater was able to defend him. 11 is helplessly captured and dragged toward the violet beast. Now that the spider-looking thing has landed on the ground, we can see that its body looks like a face with an open mouth and 2 glowing violet eyes. Shi Yu recognizes it as a fiendish wolf spider, which is worth 4,000 points. He wonders if the beast is there to defend the Dragon Whisker they want. He urgently puts his hand forward and commands 11 to use Harden to cut the spider's silk with his hardened fur. The Iron Eater acknowledges the order and follows Shi Yu's plan. He breaks free from the spider's silk easily. They just defeated 3 level 10 electric slimes in the last 24 hours. This shall not scare them. Shi Yu confidently treats this beast as another tool to test the new skill and commands 11 to use Electric Palm. Will a beginner-level Electric Palm be able to put a scratch on a level 10 beast? What's the buzz? It's just 11 still face-to-face with the fiendish wolf spider, and we are now finally witnessing Electric Palm for the first time in battle. The Iron Eater releases electric charges to attack his opponent. However, there is no effect on the level 10 beast, so it is able to whirl its arms to push 11 back forcefully. Shi Yu can see what Yan Qi is talking about. A beginner-level Electric Palm is not powerful enough to take down a strong beast like the fiendish wolf spider. He's not worried, though. This is just a chance for him to get creative. Shi Yu looks at 11 and asks his pet beast to grab and toss the spider in the air. 11 is surprised at his tamer's unusual request. Shi Yu lets his pet beast into the plan to test out a combination of Harden and Electric Palm. Another trust me, bro moment. Of course, 11 gets ready to do as his tamer wishes because he has not let him down so far. Shi Yu is smart. He got this far not only because of the cheat code he got. The Iron Eater closes his eyes and concentrates on giving his all on this next attack. Here comes the opportunity. The fiendish wolf spider sprays out a thick violet web again to try to capture these creatures with the audacity to go into its territory. 11 skillfully dodges to the side quickly to avoid this. Counterattack commences, and the Iron Eater grabs the web. With the spider's own web, 11 flails it around to make it suspended in the air. Once it is spinning around above him, 11 locks onto his target. Shi Yu calls the shots. Step 1. Full body harden. Step 2. Electric palm. 11 looks so metal while obeying all of his tamer's commands. Step 3. Maintain electric palm and spin around. The Iron Eater starts moving around in a circular motion. Looks dizzying. But we need to know how to use electric palm against stronger opponents if we want to improve it. Step 4. Launch yourself in the opponent's direction. The target is locked. As the rotation increases, 11 still cannot get what his tamer is trying to achieve. 11 jumps up towards the fiendish wolf spider that is in mid-air, looking like an electric tornado. He successfully manages to make contact with the enemy. Bizz! Boom! A battle is ongoing in the air, which generates a lot of static and smoke. We can't see who is winning, but Shi Yu is happy with how the fight is going. It's clear to him that his pet beast 11 has a higher combat strength than untrained level 10 wild beasts. This fiendish wolf spider was less of a challenge than what Shi Yu expected, but it would be extremely useful if it had a skill for sensing the danger that he could copy. The fight is not yet officially over, but this guy is acting like it is. 11 lands perfectly on the ground, and the fiendish wolf spider falls down after him, defeated. Another one-hit wonder. Okay, now you can start thinking about it. The duo celebrates their win and sends a thumbs up to each other. In the meantime, Shi Yu will settle for super sight. Because of their win, Shi Yu retains his first place with a huge gap in score of other intern tamers. He got 20,000 from 4 level 10 beasts, 5 spiked boars, and a bunch of resources compared to the 9,413 points of second place. This proves how far Shi Yu's power gap is from other intern tamers like him. The people at the control center appreciate this newbie's wits and strength. Zhou Wanshan knows that the average level of tamers who participated is low, and none of them have level 10 beasts. They are impressed with how a level 6 Iron Eater is able to defeat the most powerful creatures in Tianmang Mountain. They saw the play-by-play. Do we have new fans here? There was no doubt that Shi Yu deserved the first place rank since tamers who can defeat beasts higher than the level of their pets are not common. Zhou Wanshan looks forward to seeing how Shi Yu will handle going into the ruins. We are too. An announcement is broadcasted that 3 days have already passed for the exam/training period. Mechanical birds are recalled while participants are asked to exit the mountain with the help of security personnel. People are celebrating, breaking down, getting on their knees, and thankful that this exam is over. There are a lot of mixed feelings here. Someone is happy that he can break free from eating just fruits, and another man runs for the exit wanting a shower. A girl was even stung in 49 different spots in 3 days and couldn't stop scratching the bites. Meanwhile, Shi Yu just got a new skill and an evolution item. Just Shi Yu things. The rank 1 participant is happy with his hard work. Also, he has money to celebrate the success of this training. His idea of a reward is buying high-grade supplements, which is still training-related, but that's why we love him. Only 73 out of 100 participants gathered after that training. Other people have quit halfway due to not being able to stand the environment or having injuries that would prevent them from collecting more points. Zhou Wanshan aggressively praises the talent and endurance of the people who made it to the finish line of the Tianmang Mountain training environment. He points to the list of participants and points ranking, letting them know that anyone who could not finish the exam is not fit for the ruins and the professional exam, and suggests they just play with their pets back home. Harsh, but he's not wrong. The participants are encouraged to check their individual scores because only the top 20 can explore the ruins 1 week from now. They can leave after redeeming their points. Shi Yu stands at the back of the crowd, listening to the announcements. Now everyone can see it. 20,000 points, Shi Yu, intern tamer. No one knows this guy. Who are you? Everyone tries to figure out who this outrageous guy is. Shi Yu does not even care. He thinks that this is no big deal to him. And while people are trying to find him, he just quietly slips out to exchange his points for cash. The money he will get is more important than the ranking. But of course, his #1 fanboy will not leave him alone. Chen Kai notices him and calls his name, which sends him running away. Plan to leave quietly, failed. The student is so confused about how Shi Yu was able to take 5 level 10 awakened beasts worth of points, and more importantly, how the difference in their points is so significant when he worked hard as well. People heard the keyword Shi Yu and crowded over the poor blue-haired guy to get the details. Not very smart of our top student to do that, eh? He spills the tea about this tamer from a popular school in the city that advised him to use clearing pills for beast training. And now, he is spilling the trade secrets. It finally made sense to people how Chen Kai's ice armadillo got stronger. Following the school of Shi Yu, These people take the tip and will go and try it themselves. Meanwhile, the hot topic of the conversation is already long gone and approaching the points redeeming tent. He meets Shi again, who is manning the station, and greets him enthusiastically. While taking care of his checkout, Shi informs Shi Yu that he has told Master Lin about his pet beast learning electric palm. Shi Yu is curious about the master's thoughts on this. Master Lin wants him to go to the gym if he has the time, trying to convince him by advertising the special supplements and food items there and the possibility of teaching him more about electric palm. And we have a week before the exploration. You should have time to visit the gym. The prodigy agrees and goes on his way. Shi has no idea how the meetup between Master Lin and Shi Yu will go, mainly because he thinks that Master cannot teach Shi Yu at all. I can understand him seeing Shi Yu's quick progress paired with his no-big-deal attitude. Shi Yu goes home whistling after working hard for 3 days. He remembers that Master Lin is Juju's father and one of the strongest tamers in Pingcheng. If Master Lin has anything other than electric palm, he would very much like to copy them. All the more reason to drop by. But the most important thing right now is returning to civilization. He can take hot baths with 11 and Wormy. He can eat normal food. Fish, shrimp, and custard buns sound so good right now. And most of all, he can sleep on a warm and soft bed. This makes me think, did Shi Yu even sleep these past few days? He missed the comfort of his daily life so much. Shi Yu knows that men are not born to live in the wilderness, but once he gets rich, he will contract a mechanical life form, become a machinist, and make a transformer robot. Using that, he will create a battle machine like Gundam and make it learn how to be a plane or car as a mode of transformation, and even better, transform it into a house. Or maybe, Shi Yu could become a robot himself. Anyway, he can live comfortably anywhere, anytime, if he can achieve that. In the meantime, he shall be relaxing on his bed with the roof above his head in his current house. Now we can have a peek at Shi Yu's complicated mind. Ruins exploration is 1 week from today, but Shi Yu is still hesitating to go. An angel tells him to go to the ruins only after raising his pet beast levels. However, a demon tells him to go and not hold himself back. He knows that the ruins are safe and are more of a trial type based on Dr. Lu's information, so he decides that he will definitely go and look. Knowing what is inside will make him make up his mind if it is worth his while. But that is still 1 week from now, so he jumps out of bed with the desire to splurge. Though the 10 million he has would last some time, Shi Yu decides to look over materials on his phone specifically for the green cottonworm's evolution materials and evolution options. Since there are so many things he can choose from, it seems like Shi Yu is having the hardest time looking up this particular topic. Shi Yu fires a little brain power to lay out his options. A little research would help him in case he comes across useful evolution materials in the ruins, and buying can also probably be useful. Any of these can be considered investments in Shi Yu's book. Since he passed the Pingcheng Ruins Wilderness Practical Test, he can explore the ruins and keep whatever he finds there. Everything he is thinking of all boils down to him trying to see what he can get in the ruins first. In other news, while window shopping online, Shi Yu saw how the site Dr. Lu gave him is organically sourced, which is different from clearing capsules manufactured using low-grade ingredients. He comes across a special wonder bean that costs 100,000. Although costly, Shi Yu has the funds for it. Other supplements, such as tendrils of ginseng infant, a transcendent plant, royal jelly of the queen floral bee, and frog fat of the swallowing dragon frog, an elemental dragon, are available. The names of these products sound straight out of a Harry Potter movie. All of this is produced using ingredients from the Divine Tree unexplored region. The special Wonder Bean can quickly restore stamina and vigor, even under extreme exhaustion. This amazes Shi Yu so much. This item is so perfect for him. However, he still doubts this product. Anything that sounds too good to be true should always be given second thoughts. It looks familiar, and the supplements are strange as well. It's so expensive, and it's only the lowest grade bean. Well, Shi Yu is not one to shy away from experimenting and decides to purchase it to test if he can teach high-level skills such as Amplify, Absolute Slumber, and Intimidate. The organized Shi Yu already plans to make a schedule. Now back to budget planning. Shi Yu has already spent 1 million in total, which means he has 9 million left. He has made so much progress with that much money, and he knows that if he uses supplements, he can teach 11 all high-level skills and mastery of the current skills. Accepting the Department 11 invitation continues to be proven as the right choice. He gets fixated on the thought of the price of the cheapest supplements but falls asleep with all these thoughts running through his mind. It's like Shi Yu's gears are turning from the moment he opens his eyes to the moment he closes his eyes. I wonder if he even dreams of planning training and evolution. He clutches his phone on his chest as he starts to snore away. Shi Yu is woken up by his pet beast calling out to him. Since screaming does not help, he is greeted good morning by a kick to the stomach. Not a really great way to start your day. 11 is annoyed that he has slept for a whole day and has not fed them at all. The tamer apologetically sits up and figures that he must have been so exhausted and promises to prepare his iron eater something to eat. Since his stamina is also replenished, he figures he can teach green cotton warm silk today to make full use of it. The following day, Shi Yu is energetic and wants to take 11 to the bamboo rock gym. I guess he took yesterday easy to recuperate. Well, you deserve that. He also needs to get iron bamboo because his pet beast has a growing appetite. The tamer is still planning his day when his cell phone suddenly beeps, and he receives a notification that the supplements he ordered 2 days ago were delivered. The turnaround time is quick. Then he notices that the delivery man is already at his home. It would be best if you headed to the door to receive. A shadow appears above him with a fooshing sound. A man asks him to look out. Shi Yu gets so surprised at what he sees. A transcendent beast brown eagle holding a super big box just above him. His parcel is being air-delivered right here in his yard. The delivery man lands and opens the compartment they brought, revealing several boxes inside. He grabs one of them, passes it to Shi Yu, and then asks him to sign upon receiving it. Descending from the skies and just doing business as usual. Shi Yu was so surprised by how the delivery man used this transcendent beast as a mode of transportation for a job. Pet beasts can really be used for anything. Shi Yu asks the delivery man if he is a professional tamer, which the guy confirms. The guy pets his courier and asks his customer to go easy on him since he is new to the job. Wow, even professional tamers can have a regular job. This makes Shi Yu think about how high the requirements are to take on a courier job. The pay must be good since the website the guy is delivering for sellers of high-end items. This is an easier way to make money, but an adventurous job is better for Shi Yu. He is aiming to be the best, after all. The delivery guy prepares to leave, mounts his bird, and wonders why this intern tamer is ordering high-grade supplements. The pharmacy clerk would like to talk to you about that, too. However, he decides not to think about it further and starts to fly away to say goodbye. Shi Yu thanks the guy. Now, the intern tamer is checking his goodie bag. He looks at the items and heads straight for the special wonder bean. He holds the green beans up and seems excited to use them. Then, he calls 11 over since the items he needs to teach are here. No need to waste time. Shi Yu starts browsing his skill handbook to check what he wants to do today. Amplify is teachable, but Intimidate with kingly qualities and absolute slumber, which helps with training efficiency, are also available. However, he is very excited about Amplify and has decided to go with that. That's the newest skill in the collection. With all his high-grade supplements, he knows he can teach the 3 high-ranked skills to his pet beast soon. If you recall, 11 in an enlarged state will have greater combat strength, and a shrunken state will help him recover faster. There is nothing to lose if he teaches this skill first. Actually, any skill he chooses seems like a win-win situation. But we agree that Amplify is the most interesting in the bunch. Shi Yu first pops the special wonder bean in his mouth, puts his hand on 11's forehead, and then chants his skills handbook to teach. 11 is always not enthusiastic about learning something he did not work hard for. He was pleased with his electric palm accomplishment, and now his tamer is giving him no choice but to cheat again. I bet he will be training twice as hard again to make up for this. Shi Yu's hand starts to gather a bright light as the skill is being taught, and 11 calmly accepts it, along with the decision to work hard to compensate for this shortcut. We know 11 so well by now. After teaching, cooldowns were activated. Some will take 8 hours to become teachable again, but high-level skills take even up to 168 hours of cooldown. I had to whip out my calculator to see that this meant a week. Seeing this made the already tired Shi Yu even more exhausted. What he thought was a 72-hour maximum cooldown turned out to have a higher cap. He takes a green bean again to see the effects. Since the bean shows results instantly, Shi Yu feels refreshed after taking it. It proved effective, stating that the cooldown time is cut 3.5 times lower. Amplify can now be taught after 48 hours. That's a cut in cooldown worth 100,000. But the cooldown is not the only problem. His stamina is taking a hit, even with his amazing supplements. He sits down and thinks what a pain it is to need to improve his stamina. Maybe this tamer should train alongside his pet beast. However, what makes it worth it is in front of his eyes. 11 is still processing Amplify while lights and sparkles embrace him. His eyes are closed as he concentrates. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, and the aura around him disperses. Shi Yu asks if his pet beast has mastered it, to which it replies by winking at him happily. Shi Yu commands 11 to grow bigger to test out the new ace in their sleeve. The Iron Eater closes his fist and concentrates hard. Then an aura starts to encircle him. His fur starts to grow longer, his arms begin to grow bigger, and suddenly, a full-grown Iron Eater appears. Aw, is this how our 11 would look like when he grows up? 11 can feel the power coursing through his body. He feels like he can send spiked boars flying with a single strike, which he already did, but maybe with less effort this time. However, the cost that came with it is a very loud growling stomach. A lot of energy was used physically by using the skill. The greatest hit here seems to be on Shi Yu's wallet. The Tamer looks very tired, but he still wants to see what shrinking would look like. 11 complies and turns into a baby Iron Eater. Have you ever seen something cuter than this? Shi Yu is determined that enlarging twice the body size and shrinking to half the normal size is the limit of their beginner level amplify. Its expectation is as high as 11 growing as tall as a building if they master this completely, but he accepts that this level should do it for now. It also looks like he dreams of a Mecha 11. He really has a thing for having robots. After they have worked hard, the Tamer decides that they can use a meal. He even jokes at 11 that he should eat in a shrunken state so that they can save on food. Shi Yu is always practical, even with jokes. 11 drops his small body to the ground in protest of this ridiculous suggestion. Shi Yu is tirelessly trying to figure out how to lower this 48-hour cooldown. He reads through the skills handbook while browsing through his new items. He picks up the green beams and remembers that his cooldown is reduced by 120 hours. He assumes that taking another one will result in his fully restored condition or having more energy than before is logical, with the manual specifically saying that taking wonder beans until you reach perfect condition is okay. Trying it must not be that bad. However, this health buff is wary because even though this is an expensive supplement, it is still the lowest grade, and it would still be possible to have side effects or to overdose. Well, the most concerning is whether it can lower down cooldown for 120 hours. If he uses it now, it would be a waste since the remaining time is only 48 hours. Another option that Shi Yu ventures to is cutting the beans in half. However, money would go down the drain if it did not have the desired effect. Don't these supplements have an instruction manual or something? He looks at the remaining stuff he bought, such as the tendril of the ginseng infant, which cost 50,000. Now, this gives him the idea to try another supplement he bought to experiment. The tendril of the ginseng infant is not something that he wants to risk trying right now, but the royal jelly is something he wants to check out since it is a product from a sovereign rank beast. The bee that produces this consumes nectars from different types of flowers, and this jelly, also known as queen bee jelly or empress bee jelly, has been something his past life has used. If you know honey that looks the same and is also produced kind of similarly, Shi Yu prepares the drink in a glass and starts to gulp it, believing that it has more nourishing properties in Blue Planet. After drinking, the teaching cooldown for Amplify is reduced from 48 to 46 hours. That is 2 hours less. This is the cue for Shi Yu to be thankful for his wealth right now. He only felt that everything was worth it after drinking the jelly since clearance pills are more chemical-based, and he takes the pills a lot. Too much of that cannot possibly be good for him. Shi Yu looks energized not just because of the supplements but also because of how happy he is right now. He has these very natural supplements and special wonder beans that can greatly reduce cooldown time. After months of receiving strange stares from the pharmacy staff, he can avoid going there now. Now, he can receive strange stares from the delivery man. This tamer knows that his money should be invested in these supplements, and he can possibly be the only one to put these items to good use. The royal jelly and the tendrils of the ginseng infant are now unpacked, but there is another item tucked away in a blue cover that Shi Yu does not remember buying. A note is attached saying that a tailor-made battle uniform is for him to use from his secret fan. The thought of having a fan excites him more. Let's keep that mystery for a while because someone is waiting here at the Iron Bamboo breeding base for Shi Yu. It has been 2 days since the wilderness training, and Master Lin is so excited to see this youngster, who Yan Qi thinks is more talented than the disciples of the gym. You should see it to believe it. While watching two grown Iron Eaters grapple, Master Lin feels about how he was looking forward to teaching a disciple electric palm at full force. However, he hears that this guy learned it in 1 day, even without his guidance. This leads Master Lin to think about what else he can teach the guy. What can you teach a freak of nature? Shi Yu calls her father from a balcony, and Master Lin immediately notices her. She invites her father to eat out at the Dragon Palace in the fishing village. Master Lin looks strict as he asks his daughter if she is done with her daily training. The girl shyly looks away. That looks like she definitely has not done the daily training. Master Lin thinks about Shi Yu, who passed the Tamer examination at 18 years old, but instead focused on researching the evolution of Iron Eaters. He seems to regret allowing her to because his daughter grew weaker and has not shown many results in Iron Eater evolution pathways. Master Lin asks Shi Yu to finish her training before they can eat out, to which the daughter counters with, "It's mom who wants fish, not me." That's a perfect excuse. What can a husband do when hearing that sends a chill through his body? He had no choice but to agree to the request and compromise with her to train hard tomorrow. Before they can leave, a disciple comes running to Master Lin with the news that Shi Yu has informed them that he will be visiting if Master Lin has time. Upon hearing the name Shi Yu, Master Lin becomes very interested, and his eyes light up again, knowing that the person he has been waiting for is finally coming. Of course, he has the time. Shi Yu hears the name Shi Yu and looks curious. Master Lin asks her if she knows this guy and remembers how she told the story of a guy named Shi Yu taking the disciplined Iron Eater. It's nice that they call it disciplined instead of weird. Shi Yu mentioned the name, then Dr. Lu said the same name. Master Lin could not have guessed that these two people were talking about the same person. Shi Yu excitedly asks if this newbie will join their gym. Master Lin has received a request to guide Shi Yu, but is curious about the progress of the Iron Eater of his new student. Seems like Master Lin cannot wait to see the duo. Shi Yu remembers offering help to Shi Yu if he had questions, but he did not come by, so Shi Yu just assumed that the guy had everything figured out. This statement makes Master Lin gape in disbelief because he does not know if smoothly is the correct term for this. Bizarre, strange, unheard of. Shi Yu won first place in the wilderness practical test organized by Tamer's association with his Iron Eater. This surprises Shi Yu since 11 was level 3 the last time she saw him. Yeah, that's probably bizarre, strange, and unheard of. She knows that a level 3 cub cannot possibly defeat a wild boar. No matter how hard he trained or how highly she thinks of 11, it would be impossible for him to grow that quickly. This is the #1 mystery for anyone who encounters Shi Yu. The father and daughter both cannot believe that it happened, so he is resolved to learn more when Shi Yu comes by. Master Lin has not seen Shi Yu yet, but he already wishes that his disciples were half as outstanding as him. No matter who hears it, it's always hard to believe that Shi Yu was trained a level 6 Iron Eater with proficient level Harden and Electric Palm in a short amount of time. Master Lin is so lost in his thoughts that he forgets that he had a lunch date with his family. He stands his ground and tells Shi Yu that Shi Yu's rare talent is more important than a meal they will have. Meeting Shi Yu is his priority. The guy forgot about how scared he was a while ago. This takes Shi Yu off guard, and she is amazed that this is what it takes for her father to rebel against her mother's wishes, maybe a little amazed by the fact that his father is willing to sleep on bamboo tonight. Sir, this is not worth it. She reminds her father that she has already told her mother he is coming. The bravery is short-lived. Master Lin starts walking out the door to Shi Yu's surprise. He tells his disciple to inform Shi Yu to come in the afternoon since he is feeling hungry right now. Shi Yu comes by and even knocks on the gym's door. The guy wearing his new tailor-made battle uniform almost slips his tongue and calls Lin Shi Yu Panda Girl when she comes to open the door for him. Good thing he was able to stop himself. She gladly welcomes him after not seeing each other for a while. Even I cannot remember how long it has been. Shi Yu guides their guest to where her father is waiting. In the garden, Shi Yu is invited by Master Lin to sit. Panda Girl observed that Shi Yu is different compared to when they last met. Maybe it's the new jacket, kidding aside. She could not believe his achievements when she raised 11 herself. Being lucky is not enough explanation for this sudden power Shi Yu has. Shi Yu sits down while Shi Yu pours them a cup of tea. Master Lin promises that if he plans to learn in their gym, he will teach Shi Yu everything he knows. That is learning from a grandmaster. He knows he cannot teach much about how Shi Yu raises his pet beast. The most he can give is teaching Electric Palm and Cannon Punch. The gym also has expensive supplements, but Master Lin thinks that skill tums would be more useful. Shi Yu believes that the gym leader is being too modest. Master Lin also offers Shi Yu to use the training grounds and equipment freely. The list of benefits just goes longer. In addition, he will also be provided with the resources he needs to raise his Iron Eater. He assumes that a handbook was given to him by Shi Yu, but he will be given an advanced manual later. Both Shi Yu and Shi Yu were taken aback by these luxurious offers. Who would refuse all of this? As if all the offers were not enough, Shi Yu was even given the pass to come to Master Lin anytime he has questions about raising the Iron Eater and the option to not train with other disciples. This even made Shi Yu tear up a bit, seeing someone else getting treated better than her. As if reading his daughter's mind, Master Lin thinks to himself that geniuses should be treated differently. That's right. Our Shi Yu is a genius indeed. Master Lin sips on his tea as he waits for the response. Shi Yu raises the cup he was given in response and thanks the gym leader for the generous offer that he thinks suits him well. The freedom he has, with all the added benefits of food in place of training plus consultation with a Grandmaster Tamer, is perfect for him. Since he got this deal, Shi Yu can now focus his remaining money on supplements if they are really going to provide for 11. This gym just helped him remove a big chunk of expenses. His only worry is the gym not being able to afford his Iron Eater's growing appetite, especially if it eats during his enlarged state. Shi Yu thinks about the green cotton worm and how it can find food anywhere, so that's not really a problem. Wormy is so low maintenance. He becomes very sure about his choice to join Department 11 now that he is reaping the benefits, knowing well that he would be knocked out tired in his home if he did not have this advantage. Master Lin asks Shi Yu if his Iron Eater has mastered Electric Palm and if the Harden is at a proficient level, which Shi Yu confirms. This information has been provided to them, but they cannot seem to believe it and need to ask repeatedly. The bystander, Shi Yu, is shaking with disbelief at what she hears, no matter how many times she has heard it. Training Electric Palm seems to be the logical route for them since it is easier to master than Cannon Punch. Master Lin suggests not biting more than he can chew and learning Electric Palm to a proficient level before learning Cannon Punch. Shi Yu should listen to the Grandmaster. He knows how this works. Shi Yu agrees with this sentiment since he is having a hard time keeping up with 11's current skills. Aside from that, even if ordinary Iron Eaters need Cannon Punch, 11 has more than enough skills to use right now. In total, 11 already has 5 skills at his disposal. Since 11 has Electric Palm, learning a Fire-type skill is not urgent. Shi Yu decides not to learn Cannon Punch until he has choices of higher-level skills. Since there is not much information outside the gym regarding Electric Palm, Master Lin invites Shi Yu to learn more about it while they tour the training ground and meet the other disciples. They walk through the hallway, and Master Lin gives the floor to Shi Yu to show them around the training facilities at their gym. Shi Yu is still on the fence about the treatment being given to Shi Yu, though. She thinks she would have confronted this newbie if her mother had been here. Who is her mother? What powers does she hold? She seems so scary and powerful. Yan Shi has told Master Lin all about Shi Yu's talent and power, but he does not really understand it. Master Lin would very much like to see it in action, suggesting a battle with one of his disciples. This idea excites Shi Yu, who has been waiting for this moment. We know that Shi Yu has also been looking for someone challenging to spar with. Shi Yu is not even a bit worried because he is confident about how invincible he is. They approach a running track for Iron Eaters, discussing how only intern disciples stay inside to undergo difficult training. They are currently in the basic training grounds where disciples and Iron Eaters do activities after a meal. She overhears the Iron Eaters complain a lot about being forced to run right after their lunch. Shi sees how tired and unmotivated these Iron Eaters are and figures that this is how normal Iron Eaters behave. But 11, on the other hand, will be so mad if his run is not intense enough. I bet he would even volunteer to run, even if you do not bring it up. Master Lin brings up the lazy nature of Iron Eaters, which they try to correct through training sessions because this actually brings up actual problems during battles. That makes sense. Yu Wei, the student, should also try to become a disciple here if she wants to get stronger. Shi Yu knows that 11 is disciplined enough, unlike the ones they have here at the gym. Shi Yu proudly backs that statement up, sharing that his pet beast refuses to eat unless he is done with a certain amount of training. It's something that Shi Yu likes bragging about. The father and daughter are both surprised because that is never heard before. Shi Yu was even more suspicious because that seemed to be more than what 11 was doing when she was raising him. If Shi Yu figures out why, I wonder how she will react. Shi Yu knows that this is because of the hacks that make 11 feel like he cheated, which makes him work even harder, but Shi Yu keeps that information to himself and lets out a small cough. That secret is staying with us for a long time. In the Bamboo Rock Gym, Iron Eaters undergo basic training to master Harden in pairs after warming up. Since the Iron Eaters have training partners, they do not need gravity or iron boards like 11. That's one thing off the buy list now. There are levels 8 to 10 Iron Eaters in the Disciples training right now, and Shi Yu is tasked to battle the strongest one. Hearing the strongest one makes Shi Yu worry a little. What a humble guy. He was confident just a while ago. A man with violet hair called Chiang Rui is called. His Iron Eater has 2 gold piercings. After calling the guy, Master Lin urges his touring party to come with him. They approach Chiang Rui, and Master Lin immediately asks him to spar with this gym newbie. Chiang Rui looks curious about this newcomer. The disciples start gathering when they see Master Lin arrive with Shi Yu, a mystery man, talking with Chiang Rui. Upon seeing the master, they think they should take their training more seriously today. The blonde guy overdramatically expresses that he will train hard until he gets hurt, so Senior Lin will help him with his wounds. The brown-haired guy humors him. Master Lin tries to grab everyone's attention and introduces Shi Yu as someone who will be studying in the gym. The disciples are happy to hear this because having a new member means that Master Lin will be scolding him more instead of them. They don't know all the special treatment this guy was offered just to study here. Shi Yu greets everyone, and Rui warmly welcomes him and introduces himself, letting him know that if he has any questions, this newbie can approach him. The disciples here seem friendly. Shi Yu can extend his social circle a bit. Master Lin immediately informs Rui that he should pause his training to do a match with Shi Yu. This surprises the violet-haired disciple since he is informed that the stakes are up. If he loses, his training will have to double the intensity for both him and his Iron Eater. The request for a match is accepted, with Rui having the confidence. He assumes that he is picked to guide the new member. It's impossible for him to lose when he has been training all this time, especially knowing that he is one of the strongest here. He must be a tough opponent. The blonde disciple is disappointed that he was not picked because he wanted to show off in front of Senior Lin. Maybe this noisy guy should take Rui's place. His buddy comforts him and assures him that this battle will make the newcomer know how strong the disciples of the Bamboo Rock Gym are. However, the blonde guy can't help but feel how lucky Rui is. The Iron Eater with 2 gold piercings is ready for battle, and Rui urges Shi Yu to send his own pet beast. Shi Yu summons 11, who looks very small compared to the Iron Eater he is facing. Even all the spectators are very surprised that a cub is called to challenge one of their strongest disciples. These people are in for a surprise. They assume that this Iron Eater is a level 6 newbie, while they know that Rui's Iron Eater is a level 10 with an experience level hardened. Of course, they are worried that this will end up just like hazing. If this were an ordinary circumstance, it would have been cruel, but 11 can take that on. Rui was surprised as well, and with Master Lin and Senior Lin observing, the disciple generously let Shi Yu go first to make sure that his opponent is not knocked out instantly. He should at least see how strong this new guy is. Well, Shi Yu always takes what he can get and does not hesitate to command 11 to attack. 11 quickly runs toward his opponent Iron Ear, leaving a trail of dust behind. The explosive strength and agility surprises Master and Senior Lin. This has been what they have wanted to witness all day. The defenders are ready to block. Rui's Iron Eater starts to defend, but since 11 looks like a cub, he underestimates the power that this little Iron Eater has packed in his punch. Rui's Iron Eater was able to use its arms to guard the incoming attack, which landed with a thud against his pet beast's skin. The disciple is confident in his Iron Eater's skill. With the difference in physical attributes, that is a logical mindset. However, they did not see the next thing coming. As Shi Yu trusts 11 to know what to do next, 11 starts discharging electricity. The buzz of doom is starting. This, of course, catches Rui off guard. There is no way a beast below transcendent rank has already learned this advanced skill. No normal person would see this coming. The duo did not expect this from a newbie and could not release Harden to dodge electric palm. The electricity starts to crackle more and more until the electricity hits the whole big body of Rui's Iron Eater. The difference in size did not matter. Even though Master Lin and Senior Lin know, they cannot believe their eyes when they see the level 6 Iron Eater do it. Master Lin is especially amazed by this. It's not just learning the electric palm alone. The punch had power behind it. 11's effort and training is showing results in this battle. Aside from having all these extra skills, we must remember that 11 is diligent in his physical training compared to other Iron Eaters. Although Rui's Iron Eater could have stood up again if the attack landed was normal, the pet beast is now paralyzed due to the electric palm attack. Rui has not recovered from what happened but needs to continue the battle. I like how Rui is still focused despite the unpredictability of these newcomers. His Iron Eater gathered all his strength and stood up once more. 11 is more than ready for another round of brawl. Rui commands his Iron Eater to use Hard Claw, and the pet beast springs into action, raising its paws to give the punch they received back. The disciple is starting to panic in his mind because he knows he cannot lose, but he knows that he would not mind losing to a new member who has learned Electric Palm. However, he knows that he cannot afford a tougher training regime if he loses. You can do it, Rui. The training, I mean. As the big Iron Eater nears the little Iron Eater, Shi Yu tells his pet beast not to dodge. He instructs 11 to block the attack and strike back. He is basically telling 11 to flex on them. Shi Yu has never been more serious. He wants to showcase how his pet beast has mastered Harden and Electric Palm. That's not even all of it. He is reserving others for another day. 11 even summons an experience level Harden. Did he not deem his opponent worthy of his proficient level Harden? As instructed, 11 stands still while the Hard Claw is hitting him. This leaves only a scratch on the surface of 11's skin. The higher mastery of Harden was not something Qin Rui expected as well. Nothing is going on as he expected. The big Iron Eater does not give up and takes another jab, which 11 easily dodges by ducking out of the way. From below, with his Harden and Electric Palm combo, the Iron Eater charges his fist. The bigger one can only look down at the incoming attack. Then 11 jumps upward to hit his open-wide opponent. They knew he had explosive power, but they were still not prepared. The big one lands right in front of where his Tamer is standing. Shi Yu brings his hands together in a sign of thanks for the great battle. At least this time, his opponent is able to fight back a bit. Qin Rui realized that he was facing an Iron Eater with proficient level Harden. He even curses the fact that a level 6 Iron Eater cub is this unbelievable, knowing that his seniors, who are now pros, could never pull that kind of attack that he just witnessed. Master Lin does not miss the opportunity to remind Qin Rui that he will undergo tougher training as he puts his hand on Shi Yu's shoulder. The disciple does not miss this detail because only one thing would make sense about this new member. He's so powerful, like Master Lin. Could he possibly be an illegitimate son? Out of all the things people have assumed about Shi Yu, this is the funniest one so far. Since Qin Rui's pet beast is injured, Master Lin advises him to take his Iron Eater to get healed. The other disciples are commanded to continue training, while Shi Yu should accompany him. There is nothing more to see here. Shi Yu is still having a crisis about how much 11 has changed. Other disciples dare approach Senior Lin, who is deep in thought and does not allow herself to be distracted. And has all that she has been able to think of all day. She seems to care for the cubs she raised so much. She cut off those who tried to talk to her and told them to train harder. The previously rejoicing disciples for having a new emotional punching bag are now annoyed at how this new member is putting Master and Senior Lin on edge. Or maybe the blonde guy is so talkative that it would get on your nerves. 11, Shi Yu, and Master Lin walk back into the long hallway. 11 observes this old man who seems very familiar to him. Master Lin must have visited the breeding base a lot. They enter an enclosed room with the word battle engraved on the floor. 11 is welcomed by a very familiar face that he recognizes. Panda Girl is happy to welcome her baby 11 again, who came rushing to her. She is relieved knowing that 11 is the same cub that she had raised, but she still wonders how 11 could have grown this powerful. This must lift some of the overthinking that Shi Yu has been doing. Master Lin starts to praise how Shi Yu has raised his Iron Eater, but it was no question that his Iron Eater was outstanding. 11 is really one of a kind. 11 raises his hand in agreement, but is still fixated on the old man that he has seen before. Shi Yu humbly thanks the gym leader, who assures him that he has a bright future ahead of him. Shi Yu is getting really spoiled here with all the offers and the praises showered on him. However, Master Lin looks sad that he cannot teach him anything more. Master Lin pauses to summon his own Iron Eater. A big blue thunder materializes behind the gym leader and starts to take form. A very mature Iron Eater shows up, smiling with big metal claws. The Iron Eater seems like double the size of his tamer. Even Master Lin's left eye is shining. Though he feels like there is nothing he can teach, he will demonstrate what training path Shi Yu should take for his Harden and Electric Palm. Maybe we can call him the Grandmaster Consultant. The duo is amazed at seeing the full-fledged, mighty Iron Eater. It stands tall, confidently crossing its arms, wearing full armor and a long beard. It looks so cool. Master Lin gets right into business, recalling that the first manual that Shi Yu received includes the different levels of mastery for Harden. This has been read and understood by Shi Yu. Now that they have Electric Palm, the skill is assumed to be at a beginner level. Master Lin explains further that at this level, the attack would be enough to paralyze a target severely, like what happened at their battle earlier. That's a pretty useful disable ability, even at a low level. However, since it lacks penetrating power, 11 could not break through the hardened layer to take out his opponent immediately. The gym leader signals his Iron Eater to come forward to demonstrate. Green columns start rising from the ground of their room as the big Iron Eater turns to face it. We have an Electric Palm demo. It charges its palm, which generates blue electricity around its fist and starts channeling its power. Then, it lets out a ruff as it starts to release the energy building up. The blue electricity shoots straight to the green column, letting out a loud rumble upon contact and breaking the target in two. What a destructive skill! An experienced level Electric Palm has piercing and penetrating power. The column was made of iron but shattered in one strike. The Iron Eater did not even need to move from where he was standing. Shi Yu looks so dumbfounded about the difference in power that was shown. 11, on the other hand, is super happy about what he saw, and it inspires him to train harder. Will you grow up to be like that one day, little guy? Next, Master Lin wants to demonstrate the proficient level of Electric Palm. He observed that 11 was already tired after using the skill once. The beginner-level duo nods their head in sync as they listen to the master talking. This is only the second time that 11 has used it in battle. His body must not be used to it. Master Lin signals his pet beast to start the next demonstration. A proficient-level electric palm has the ability to maintain the skill for a long time. Because of this, the electricity can cover palms like armor and can extend to both hands. The Big Iron Eater focuses on making his electricity do just that. The electricity seems to cover the Big Iron Eater's whole body. The beast is slowly starting to look and feel like a Super Saiyan. What an overpowered offense and defense proficient level is. For the perfect level of electric palm, the electricity starts to flow even faster throughout the body. Master Lin is sure that the duo will be training to get to this high level. His pet beast suddenly zooms through the room, literally at lightning speed. Whoosh! Can your eyes keep up with that? The perfect level would mean a high electricity voltage will be used to stimulate their body to produce explosive power. This would enable an Iron Eater, no matter how big, to move like the wind. So far, we have gone up a level in power, defense, and speed. Electric Palm is definitely OP when mastered. An electric laser starts to charge from above the room. Once at full power, it discharges a line of electricity, which heads straight for the arena they are in. Suddenly, the Big Iron Eater interrupts the discharge and cuts through the electricity. Shi Yu gets more amazed by the higher level of demonstration they see, and I can relate so much. 11 is so amazed as well and even begs to be taught this skill despite usually not wanting to be given a shortcut. He will make up for it later. Just seeing Electric Palm in action has made these two more excited than before. Even though everything has been mind-blowing so far, Master Lin tells them that this level is nothing. He urges his Iron Eater as they prepare to show what Shi Yu and 11 should be aiming for. Shi Yu assumed that you will be shown what a flawless level Electric Palm should look like. The perfect level is already so powerful. What more could there be? Master Lin snaps his fingers, and his Iron Eater raises his hands in the air. More electric charge starts to generate at the Big Iron Eater's palms and course through his whole body. In addition, the Big Iron Eater began to use Harden. Seeing this surprised Shi Yu and 11. I wonder why this surprised them because they use the same combo. The Big Iron Eater smiles with his display of power. He looks like a lightning emperor. No one should dare cross his path. Shi Yu explains how this is not just an ordinary combination, but a combination of Harden and Electric Palm beyond the perfect level. It's called an esoteric skill in the realm of Grandmasters, where two perfect level skills are combined. Her father's esoteric skill is called Electric Armor. Shi Yu must have seen this many times since she used her phone while explaining everything, but she knows how this skill can stand its ground against a sovereign-level beast in a short while. Since there's a lot of explaining to do, she puts her phone away and explains how combos are hard to master. For example, Harden and Electric Palm are not natural combo skills for Iron Eaters, since these two skills are mastered separately. She saw how Master Lin struggled to teach this to his pet beast since it was not easy to use those two skills at the same time. Shi Yu must have had the instinct to use combo skills, but what they are using is just a low-level one. First, you should determine if your pet beast can use two skills at the same time. Second, you should figure out if the two skills are compatible, but there is nothing to worry about since if a tamer can raise the mastery level of both skills, a beast would have an easier time coordinating the combo. In short, the higher the level of mastery, the more complete the combo will be. Currently, 11 is a beginner Electric Palm and proficient Harden. But does this mean that any compatible skills can be used as a combo attack? Oh, this must be sending Shi Yu's mind on overdrive. Shi Yu continues to share that in the taming world, it is said that a combo may not be the strongest skill, but the strongest skill is surely a combo. Because of this saying, the term esoteric skills is coined by high-ranking tamers for combos of perfect level skills. Hear me out, I got confused about the phrase as well, but it means that a simple combo is not the strongest skill, but a combo combined with the perfect mastery is the strongest skill. I did good interpreting, right? Mastery and might of esoteric skills are the crucial factors used to judge how well a tamer raised their pet beast. Shi Yu is a brainy guy, starts to digest this information. We know that information is Shi Yu's power. They're just feeding him everything. Master Lin thinks that discussion is raised so early when his new student is not even a professional tamer yet. Not even professional tamers are introduced to this concept this early, but geniuses are treated differently, right, Master Lin? Professional tamers are not expected to be able to raise their pet beasts to a perfect level quickly. Master Lin looks at Shi Yu, and he is sure that this guy has the talent to achieve the impossible with his guidance. I mean, he has gotten this far alone in such a short time. The gym leader is preparing his lesson plan, but Shi Yu raises a specific concern regarding what the electric armor lacks. He is not insulting it, just stating an observation, but the more senior tamers than him are both surprised by his bold statement. Master Lin was so shocked that he and his pet beast just broke. This is a skill they have worked hard to build. Shi Yu knows that iron eaters do not have the best eyesight, and since electric armor will make an iron eater move at high speed, that means they would not have the best control of the ability. Shi Yu tells Shi Yu that there is no perfect esoteric skill, but the electric armor's strength lies in it being a good attack combo against huge and slow opponents. Shi Yu thinks that electric armor would be a more dangerous combo if an iron eater has a sensing type skill that allows it to predict a target's movements or precisely locate its target. Well, we know that it's already an option for Shi Yu. Perfect level Harden, Electric Palm, and Super Sight are the way to go for him and 11 to make the perfect esoteric skill electric armor. Scratch that. Shi Yu thinks that a perfect level Amplify will be a better fit than Super Sight for the perfect combo he is considering, since it will work better for a larger opponent. Master Lin thinks it is outrageous for Shi Yu to suggest this, like learning any skill is easy. He tells him that it is hard for iron eaters to learn sensing type skills. We are sorry, Shi Yu lacks an understanding of the struggles of an average person. However, Master Lin knows and accepts that his esoteric skill has flaws and defects, and that if it is combined with a new skill, the efficacy will be raised. He stops Shi Yu from worrying about all the possible combos he could make and instructs him to focus on mastering his Iron Eater's Electric Palm. That's right, one step at a time. After that, Master Lin recommends trying the Harden and Electric Palm combo. Electric Palm is a harder skill to master because it is not an Iron Eater's race skill. The Big Iron Eater shows his palms to demonstrate that their palms should have a strong electrical resistance to help raise the mastery to an experienced level. The physical aspect is very important in mastering this powerful combo. 11 looks at his own palms as if already ready to go touch anything sparking with electricity. He's so prepared to learn right away. In addition, to reach a proficient level, the Iron Eater should be able to control output with stamina. Raising mastery to the perfect level is more dangerous since a slight mistake might deal heavy damage to the Iron Eater. High risk, high reward. Shi Yu should prepare for this. Master Lin reminds Shi Yu to be careful when training his pet beast and assures the student that he can come to him if he gets into any trouble during training. What Master Lin has shown is only the tip of the iceberg. It looks and sounds simple, but there is still so much to teach. Shi Yu enthusiastically tells Master Lin that he will work hard. 11 observes that his master and the other guy's thoughts are not in line. Sure enough, while Master Lin thinks that letting Shi Yu develop a proficient level Harden and experienced level Electric Palm to pass the professional exam is enough, Shi Yu was already thinking about when 11 will be able to pull off the flawless level Electric Armor combo of Harden, Electric Palm, and Amplify. He is not taking the advice to take things slowly. Just imagining 11 with that power makes him think that his pet beast will be able to wipe out a whole city. After the brief demonstration of Master Lin's power, Shi Yu was given a tour of the gym. Shi Yu shows him equipment that Shi Yu can use for the basic training of Iron Eaters. 11 can go nuts training here instead of Shi Yu getting worried that his house will get destroyed every second of the day. However, 11 is disappointed seeing the tools because it is not as intense as jumping off a building. This Iron Eater has such high standards. They go to the next room, which is the electrical training room. It is where Iron Eaters can train their electrical resistance and where the room can launch transcendent level electrical attacks. An electrically charged swimming pool is also in the room to train Iron Eaters on fighting underwater, as well as a convenient way to build up electrical resistance. It looks like it was made specifically for mastering Electric Palm. 11 seems happier to use the pool than using the previous room. Shi Yu asks his pet beast to calm down as it points to the pool. 11 wants to swim so badly, for sure. Shi Yu recommends training with the equipment in this room since it will be more holistic and rational than having his pet beast train on its own. 11 jumps into the pool even when asked to calm down. He should have waited for the best part that was said. The most important part is that there is free food. After the tour, Shi Yu knocks on her father's office to report. Master Lin is most concerned if the new disciples have eaten or if they like the food. Shi Yu informs her father that 11 ate a lot, which is logical for Master Lin since the Iron Eater is disciplined and active. I'm sure Shi Yu liked it too, because it was free. Shi Yu whips out a list that has their gym's growth menu, which includes electric ores, iron bamboo, steel core wood, golden mineral water, and the gym's recipe of metal and electric type crystal. And 11 ate an equivalent of 2 Iron Eaters after they trained. Master Lin's face looks like his soul left his body. However, He composes himself immediately and tries to convince himself that the amount of appetite their new Iron Eater has is acceptable. He can try giving all kinds of excuses, but Shi Yu points out that the only thing that 11 did today was battle. It is only then decided that the gym will procure more food from now on. I hope he is not regretting his decision now. Master Lin does not think that this is not much of a problem since it is only an awakened Iron Eater, and his chief rank Iron Eater eats more than that. Anything to help his mind except the added expenses. Shi Yu looks around the bamboo rock gym and sees a sleeping Iron Eater. This may have reminded him of how absolute slumber and a boosted digestion rate in his taming dimension will help 11 digest everything he ate, even if it seems excessive. Is he really planning to bankrupt this gym? The Tamer is confident that he can make 11 transcendent level in a few months. This may be possible considering his progress, but I wonder if it would be harder to level up the higher level you are. An Iron Eater can live an average of 35 years in this world. In addition, wild Iron Eaters reach a transcendent rank in more or less 10 years if it has sufficient nutrition and a good growth environment. At that age, Iron Eaters are already mature, which is why what was described is the normal growth speed for Iron Eaters. Since Tamers can speed up the process, 11 can definitely become transcendent rank before he reaches 2 years old. He gave himself more time allowance. Less pressure is good for morale. Regardless, Shi Yu does not need to think much about the professional exam since 11 is more than capable. It seems like there are more things in Shi Yu's mind. Aside from the supplements, he knows he has to learn more about training materials for Tamers to keep up. He heads to the Iron Bamboo breeding base souvenirs to purchase something. Shi Yu is now not only looking at 11's growth but monitoring his own capacity as well. At the breeding base, Shi Yu receives a Panda Flash drive from Shi Yu, which has the training methods for the different levels of electric palm. It must be what he bought. She asks him not to lose it and wishes Shi Yu good luck. Knowledge-hungry, Shi Yu looks at the flash drive lovingly. The only romance in his life is learning. Shi Yu stares at Shi Yu, understanding how her father is pinning his hope on this guy because he hopes that 11 will overcome an Iron Eater's race limit. When Shi Yu looks at her, Shi Yu avoids the gaze, obviously which shocks the guy. Shi Yu gazed at the floor, but Shi Yu read the worry on her face. He tells her that she does not need to worry because he will put all the information to good use. Though he does not have that many friends, Shi Yu seems sensitive to other people's feelings. Shi Yu knows that she knows that 11 has potential and assures her that he and 11 can do it. At the back of his mind, Shi Yu knows that the food has to be sponsored by the gym so that his pet beast won't let them down. Knowing 11, if he knows where his food is coming from, he will feel guilty if they do not achieve results. What a master manipulator, but he means no harm. He just knows how to motivate his pet beast. Shi Yu smiles sweetly. She is happy that 11 has found an excellent tamer, and she is glad that Shi Yu is in charge of it. Panda Girl wishes both of them good luck as well. Just like that, all the worries and doubts Shi Yu had earlier are calmed. The duo that learned so much today went home, but definitely not to relax. They are both very excited to be able to try out the stuff. Shi Yu and 11 stand face to face and super pumped, with the pet beast very welcoming for the teaching to come. Shi Yu is surprised that 11 is now used to the training method that he despises. Has 11 just reached a point of acceptance? Shi Yu asks his pet beast if he still thinks that what they are doing is just reaping benefits in advance and wants to know if the Iron Eater is fine with making up for everything with training and sweat. 11 holds his fists excitedly to assure his tamer that he's fine with all that. The inspiration to become more like the Iron Eater that demonstrated its powers earlier seems greater than 11's pride. The skill handbook is put up to show Electric Palm, a middle-level electric type skill that condenses high voltage on the user's palm, which grants the palm powerful piercing capabilities and can be used to paralyze the target. The teachable skill is selected, and Shi Yu puts his hand over 11's head for him to learn it. Learning it again using the skill handbook will help the skill gain more levels. As soon as it is done, the sound foosh foosh can be heard, meaning 11 is putting it to use immediately. It's another long night of training. The following day, Shi Yu stretches his arms and yawns after waking up. He woke up feeling hungry because of the supplements. If he did not take any, he would sleep the whole day. Thanks again to Department 11 for sponsoring this. He walks out of the house to check the yard because 11's electric palm is now at an experienced level, and he wants to try teaching it again. The workaholic guy does not even think of breakfast. However, an unusual sight welcomes him in the yard. Shi Yu is so puzzled seeing 11 sitting on a rock, looking defeated by the world. He does not understand. 11 is by the tree, sitting under Wormy's cage, and their tamer wonders what the Iron Eater is doing. This is so far from 11's usual energy. He approaches the pet beasts and asks 11 why he is quiet. 11 describes the hell of a night he had. For trying to harden, he was then trying electric palm, to his body being only half hardened with electric charges all over the place. The Iron Eater is having difficulty combining proficient level harden with experienced level electric palm. They were told about this obstacle, but it does not make it less frustrating for the pet beast. 11 experimenting all night, eating supper, and using absolute slumber was not enough for him to do the combo. First time, 11 failed at doing something. Shi Yu looks at Wormy, who also looks tired too because of 11's training throughout the night. Shi Yu promises 11 that he will raise the mastery after they eat because that may be what he needs in order to pull off the combo. Knowing 11, he assures him that the pet beast can make up for learning the skill again later. The pet beast was pleased with his tamer's understanding. She used simple words of encouragement and comfort get 11 back on his feet. On another agenda, Shi Yu needed to come to the gym again even if 11 trained through the night. He knows how huge this Iron Eater's appetite is, and training through the night would only make the said appetite bigger. He is here to pick up some food, but knowing 11's hunger, Shi Yu does not want to come to the gym to get it every day, probably because the number of stairs he needs to climb here is tiring. As he reaches the top of the stairs, he sees a group of people organizing boxes right at the entrance. Master Lin is there with some disciples, and he greets Shi Yu after remembering that their new recruit is qualified to explore the ruins after passing a practical test in Tianmang Mountain. Based on the intel he got from the Tamer's army intern Tamers, the ruins do provide an opportunity to train, and he encourages Shi Yu to try to do it as well because, with his strength, he can surely get results. Shi Yu was not really sure about this a few days ago, but this should give him a little more push to participate. The other disciples, such as Qiang Rui, will be exploring too. Without even waiting for a reply, the busy Master Lin informs him that he will be going away and that any inquiry Shi Yu has can be asked via Shi Yu. Shi Yu gets to the food area in the gym to accomplish his task for the day. The staff assures him that most food items and supplements for Iron Eaters in Glacier City are ordered from their store and can definitely be delivered. That is convenient for Shi Yu. Since Master Lin informed him that Shi Yu was free to use the gym resources, he gave a thumbs up in agreement to deliver to the new guy's doorstep. The staff asked Shi Yu for the quantity, address, and preferred delivery time. Shi Yu thanks the staff and unashamedly raises 3 fingers, 3 units of an Iron Eater's menu every day on his doorstep. Please. The man is surprised, but of course he cannot decline this ridiculous request. Shi Yu is ready with all the necessary supplements and food 3 days before the Tamers Association's expedition. But these supplies are not only in preparation for that, but also for 11 to learn new skills. 3 days left just means 3 days left to train. 11 roughs in agreement. The skill Intimidate is brought up. Unexpected, right? I thought they were focusing on electric palm. To recap, Intimidate is the skill that will give a beast a sign of kingly qualities, which can scare, shock, and dominate beasts around his presence. Shi Yu puts his palm in front of 11's face and declares him a Panda King. Iron Eater King, sir. 11's bracelets grow into gold and silver bangles as a violet aura surrounds his arms, and his teeth grow sharper. 11 just emerges to look more regal. Your Majesty, this will surely be helpful on their new adventure. Now that we're in the intimate training arc, 11 has become a fully fledged Panda King at this point. His cuddly exterior has transformed into something more primal and regal, just as the Intimidate ability suggested. However, Shi was thoroughly underwhelmed by this display of power. He started doubting the skill's efficacy. This isn't the level of overbearing presence he was expecting. He wanted something closer to the feeling he had when he first encountered the Wolf King. Of course, this dissatisfaction left a bitter taste in 11's mouth. He had worked hard for this, after all. Shi Yu attributed this result to the nature of iron-eating cubs. They just appeared too cute and harmless. Even the effects of Intimidate could do little to help. At this rate, it seems like he'll have to wait for 11 to grow bigger or for the little guy to use Amplify. Only then will it be able to strike fear into any opponent's heart. Even 11 is having doubts about this training course. This skill doesn't feel useful at all. But his other tame beast is clearly the weakest beast in the world right now. It was knocked out cold by the skill just now. Shi Yu sighed in defeat while 11 shrugged his shoulders, as if saying, "It is what it is." A few moments later, Shi Yu was back inside, shoving down supplements like a maniac. He lamented the wasted time that should have gone into teaching 11 Harden or Electric Palm instead of Intimidate. They need to reach the proficient level in Harden and the experience level in Electric Palm for the combo. His beast has already met those requirements, but even so, there will certainly be a difference in strength. 11's mastery might be high enough, but they still need to practice using the combo itself. In conclusion, they need more training. No, he needs to teach the panda the skills again. His supplement supply is dwindling fast, but this is not the time to be prudent. They have to pull off the combo as soon as possible. Seeing Shi Yu approaching with that fanatical aura, 11 knew that his tamer was in demon mode again. This tamer really needs to take it easy. Even Iron Eater cubs can die young. Running away from Shi Yu, 11 wanted to prove that it can train on its own, but his escape was unsuccessful. They both cannot afford to take it easy, especially with the help of a cheat code. Besides, its physique feels a lot better than before. It appears that both of them are improving with the skills handbook and supplements. They are continuously being strengthened by the process. Shi Yu even thinks that he might be able to withstand an electric palm in the future. 11 just can't believe that this trainer is this crazy. The competitive passion of the panda was roused, and it wanted its trainer to just bring it on. And so, the buzz of the electric palm can be heard right outside the house. His green cotton worm has been out here, not getting a wink of rest with their non-stop training shenanigans. At the end of the day, it didn't work. And the issue shouldn't have lain with the level of mastery. Oh well, Shi Yu just won't think about that tonight when he can finally sleep on his cuddly panda pillow. Where the hell do I buy this legendary panda pillow? They might argue from time to time, but these two are as thick as thieves. As for the mythical panda pillow, the texture and size are absolutely perfect. A good night's rest is guaranteed, and the worries of combo training can wait until tomorrow. He drifted asleep, and even in his dreams, his thoughts were consumed by relentless training. Shi Yu clearly saw 11 execute the combo they had been struggling with flawlessly, and it was aimed at him. He absorbed that perfect, lightning-fast attack with his face, treating it like a huge success. Out of the dream world and back to reality, 11 was attempting to wake him up with light taps on his face. This panda didn't want to rest anymore. He wanted Shi Yu to get up and train. As a testament to this cuddly guy's dedication, he was doing this at 4 o'clock in the morning. Just when Wormy was getting some much-needed rest, it sensed commotion in the house. 11 was already up and about, stretching joyfully for a full day of improvement. Shi Yu got no choice but to follow suit. Today, they might as well try out the method he had just seen in his dreams. For starters, 11 needed to recall how they once pulled off the combo in the past, the spinning move, to be exact. Battle pets could launch powerful attacks without moving because their energy wavelengths were higher in the first place. So, the training methods in the books weren't exactly written with an Iron Eater cub's energy wavelength in mind. They would need an unconventional method if they wanted to pull off a highly taxing combo with such a little body. For now, 11 had to get used to moving around while hardening was activated for faster energy flow. Shi would even join his beast for some moral support. They both gave it a try, and there were already signs of improvement. 11 couldn't help but praise his tamer's methods. The lightning was slowly building up to the ideal level for the combo to work out. This was exactly what they needed. The next part came when the energy reached its highest point of condensation. At that moment, 11 had to aim at the iron target up front. Naturally, the firing came next. And firing that fearsome lightning attack was exactly what this cub did. The experimental training was clearly a huge success. The lightning traveled so fast and fiercely that it decimated everything in its path. They finally did it. They succeeded in recreating the powerful combo. With this added to their arsenal, they could truly take out Jiang Ru's Iron Eater next time. There was no other Panda King other than 11. Just as 11 was celebrating this monumental progress, Shi Yu ruined it all with an instruction to eat the ruined iron board, so as not to let it go to waste. It seemed like even after a successful training session, there was always a more grueling task to do. They might be rich now, but they had to stay frugal. In this humble house, Shi Yu now had 11 the Iron Eater at Awakened level 7, with a plethora of combat skills that were undoubtedly impressive to see. The green cotton worm might be an Awakened level 7 as well, but the combat gap was as wide as the ocean compared to 11. The skills handbook had been a great help in raising Shi Yu's pet beasts. 11 was not only at level 7, but its combat strength was on par with even sovereign beast cubs. There was no doubt in his mind that this cuddly panda was the strongest among its peers. At this rate, 11 might be able to stand its ground against the cubs of Overlord-ranked beasts before reaching the Transcendent rank itself. Shi Yu could only wonder if they could even go up against a Divine Beast cub at this point. He still didn't know much about the cubs of Sovereign and Overlord-ranked beasts, after all. As for Wormy, with Silk at the Proficient level, raising his growth level by 1 after 2 skill teachings shouldn't be a problem. It was growing slower compared to 11, but it was surely catching up. But it was a painful truth that this little guy wouldn't go far in terms of combat strength without evolving. They'd need to see if they could find some useful evolution materials inside the ruins first. But for now, they might as well have their final special training session. There was a possibility that he could make Wormy evolve into a sovereign-rank beast. He'd have his second contracted pet beast at that point. And when that time came, Wormy and 11 would be known and feared as the Rough Squeak Duo. Are you sure about that name, bud? The next day arrived, and we saw many people lining up on the side of the road, waiting for special buses. This is it. This is what Shi Yu has been waiting for. He has been inquiring about this expedition, and these ruins sound suspicious because it's as if they were designed specifically for him. For one, only intern tamers like himself can enter the ruins normally. The higher-ranked tamers will either destabilize the ruins or be unable to touch anything inside. Most importantly, Shi Yu is the one who actually triggered it. There's a real possibility that someone has been pulling the strings behind the scenes. The souls that Lu Qingye mentioned are historical relics with consciousness of their own, and not much is known about them. Suddenly, Shi Yu started feeling like something was obstructing his thoughts. And of course, some familiar faces are here for the expedition. As for the person beside this four-eyed individual, it is none other than the judge of their battle. Even the doctor of 100 Herbs Hall is here. That is unexpected. As he scanned for people he knew, a distinguished-looking old man cheerfully asked the crowd if everyone had arrived. Perfect old man, hair and beard. A dapper-looking suit and coat with a cane to cap it all off. This guy looks wealthy. He should be, as he's the president of the Tamers Association itself. They don't have anything to worry about if this old man is taking the lead. Now that everyone is accounted for, they just have to board the buses in an orderly manner to be taken to the entrance of the ruins. Upon entering the bus, the doctor of 100 Herbs Hall finally noticed that Shi Yu was here. This green-loving, broccoli doctor is the one who shouldn't even be here. But this guy also prides himself in the arena of taming as well as any tamer. As for Shi Yu, the doctor is worried that this expedition might be too much for his body, but he's feeling just fine. If he really was fine, then buying supplements at such a high frequency is definitely unusual. Also, for some reason, clearance pills have been selling like hotcakes in pharmacies nationwide. The same goes for the doctor's shop. He was worried that Shi Yu wouldn't be able to buy anything. The president hopped on the bus and informed everyone that the journey would last for about 40 minutes to reach their destination. In the meantime, they'll talk about the things they need to keep in mind while exploring the ruins. Everyone here is among the elite of Ping Cheng's intern tamers. This journey will be a special one for everyone present. The president genuinely hopes that they can gain something valuable from this treacherous journey. A few minutes passed, and they finally arrived at the base camp where the ruins are located. It was a highly restricted area with soldiers posted as far as the eye could see. This place looks undisturbed, but Tianmong Mountain has clearly been modified. Pristine environments like this one are usually more dangerous overall. The doctor has been looking forward to this. He never thought that he'd have the chance to explore this type of ruin. He initially planned on selling medicine for the rest of his life, but this opens up a chance for a better life. He can give up on becoming a professional tamer if he can't produce results on this trip. He will just go back home and spend the rest of his days with his lovely fiancée. This broccoli doctor is truly out of line as he asked if Shi Yu is single. He doubts that our boy will find someone with such a weak body that needs tons of supplements. Shi Yu had no choice but to respond. Where he comes from, what this doctor is doing is called showing off. People who go on and on like this usually don't make it back safely. This broccoli is out here bragging about his love life in front of him, basically calling him dripless, rizzless, and holeless. That's a foul. In Shi Yu's previous life, he was a team exterminator. Changing the topic, the association has verified that these ruins are relatively safe, so everyone should be fine. Also, these ruins have put those heaps of soldiers at a disadvantage. The army's strength lies in their ability to work together as a unit, but these ruins can only be explored individually. This place is practically a huge handicap for them. It's no wonder they couldn't clear it. It's true that the soldiers are outstanding as individuals, but they might not have much of an advantage over tamers when it comes to raising pet beasts. They're all assigned beasts designated by the association. Then they undergo the same training and use the same resources. They excel in terms of teamwork and actual combat. However, the resources the association can provide to these soldiers are quite limited. Tamers who are willing to invest more resources in their pet beasts will have the upper hand. There are also wealthy tamers who chose to undergo the rigorous training of the army. Those tamers usually become powerful. But individuals like them often opt for elite training camps in major cities rather than staying here in Pingcheng. It seems they couldn't clear the ruins with the intern tamers of the Tamer army. That's precisely why they had to ask for help from the people on the bus. The Tamers Association of Pingcheng wouldn't have placed its hopes in other intern tamers if they had a choice. This is exactly what gave them this opportunity. Now that they have arrived and preparations are underway, they can get off the bus. Right from the beginning, the grounds are noticeably colder than usual. As for the ruins themselves, their intensity and fearsome appearance are quite a sight to behold. Shi Yu immediately noticed that those stone statues at the front looked similar to the one in the association's garden. Back then, he talked to the other one until it cracked. He can only hope that these ones aren't related. The president explained that these 6 statues represent the progress made in clearing the ruins. The soldiers managed to trigger some responses from the statues when they cleared the first 2 trials. That means there are 6 levels to these ruins. As everyone can see, the expedition is currently stuck on the 3rd level. If the intern tamers of the Tamer army can only make it past the first 2 levels, then how far can this batch go? The first few levels sound difficult enough, and they don't have any information about the others. Clearing them sounds astronomically hard. The president wanted to reassure everyone not to feel pressured. The ruins will grant them rewards once a level is cleared. It should be a wonderful opportunity for improvement. Besides, they won't have just a single chance to enter the ruins. Everyone will be free to challenge it as many times as they like for a whole month. There's an infirmary and a rest area at the nearby base. So, their only facility is a hospital. That's not a good sign. Chief, the Tamers Association will take care of them throughout the process. Their only mission is to clear the levels and grow stronger. Given all that thought and passion behind the speech, the president wants to know if the intern tamers are confident enough. Everyone is pumped to try their luck and ascend the levels of the ruins. They can apply to enter the ruins once they are done with their preparations. But they must remember everything the president has told them. Their safety should always be their top priority. As for the soldiers of the base, they too are skeptical about these intern tamers. They refuse to believe that this bunch of rookies can do better than them. Shi Yu took in the president's speech and strengthened his resolve. He looked at the statues with conviction, but he sighed in defeat at the end. He thought that he could awaken the light giant and make the statues submit to him, but he failed. However, he's certain that he can't hear the voice of history on this site. He's not sure about the last 3 upper levels, but he's sure that he can clear the 3rd level at the very least. So, he was the first one to apply for entry and fearlessly walk through the fearsome gateway of the ruins. Seeing this, everyone who knew him was certain that the rookie monster, Shi Yu, would surely clear the 3rd level. They had a feeling that he might even make it past the 3rd level too. The purple and electric aura of the ruins looks fierce and full of danger, but that won't stop Shi Yu from entering for the possible gains. Let's see how OP he can become after this expedition. Even the president took note of his participation. He's the champion of the Tianmong Mountain test with an Iron Eater equipped with proficient level harden, after all. Lin Hong Mi Yan has told the president to keep his eyes open for this kid, as surprises will soon follow. So even the president of the Tamers Association is looking forward to Shi Yu's results. This is a year happenings. There was the rampage, and then the ruins appeared. This old man can only wonder if everything is connected. You might as well like and subscribe to find out.